Okay then, so before getting started, now what we need to do, we need to install the Node.js in our machine. So let's open our browser and search for Node.js. So you can find this nodejs.org. So click the Node.js, and here you can find two different versions, 18, that means the recommended version for most user, and the latest feature. So always go for the recommended version. So click this and that will start downloading your Node.js. So please click open it and click next, and then install it. So you don't have to change or you don't have to add any other extra features in it. Just click next, and then install it. So in my case, it's already installed. So let me leave it as it is, close it. And then what we need to do, all we have to do is to make sure once it's installed successfully, you need to make sure whether it's working fine or not. So in that case, let's go back and open the terminal. Let me bring my terminal over here. All right, let me clear it. And then now what we need to do is just to type node. Let me make it a little bit bigger so that you can see it clearly. I hope now you can see it clearly. So here I'm just going to type node hyphen version. So that will gives me the version number of the node. In my case, I already updated it, so it's showing version 19.6.0. So let me clear it now. And we are going to use the yarn. In that case, you need to install the yarn globally in your machine. So npm install -g yarn. So this will download the latest version of the yarn and it will be installed in the global package of your npm. So whenever you need, instead of using npm, you can use the yarn itself, because I'm going to use the yarn to overcome all the disadvantages of the npm. So better use the yarn itself. So install it. So that will down the yarn and install it globally in the globally in your npm package. In my case, the yarn file is already exists, so that's the reason it's showing it's already exists. So in that case, all I have to do is to type yarn hyphen version. So that will gives me the version number of the yarn. Okay, so once it's installed successfully for you, run this command yarn hyphen version. You can see the yarn version number. In my case, it's already installed, so that's the reason it's showing that error. So don't worry about it. Just run this command yarn hyphen version. You should be able to get that version number of in your machine. So this is how we used to install the Node.js, and then we used to set up the yarn package in our global npm package. Okay then, so we successfully installed the Node.js and configured the yarn package in our machine. Now let's create a new project folder. So let me create a new folder over here, and then I'm going to name this folder as full stack food app, full stack _ food _ app. Enter it. And now we're going to open it in the Visual Studio Code. Of course, we're going to use the multi-code editor. That's a Visual Studio Code it's a multi-code editor which helps you to edit any kind of codes in it. So let's go ahead and download the Visual Studio Code. So click the Visual Studio Code, search for Visual Studio Code in your Google Chrome, and then click this Visual Studio Code, the very first link, and there you can find the download option. So in case if you're working in a Linux or Mac, or choose the version platforms according to it and download it. For me, it's showing download Mac Universal Stable Build. So click download. It will download it's maximum around 65 to 75 MB. So please go ahead and download it. Once you download it, get back to the project folder which we created and right click it and open it in the terminal. Okay, so now here we go. I opened it in my terminal. Okay, so to open this particular folder in the Visual Studio Code, all you have to do is code space dot. To open the code, all you have to type code space dot. That means the current folder which we opened. So that will open the Visual Studio Code with that specific folder. So once you downloaded the Visual Studio Code and open your project folder, we need to set up a few things in the Visual Studio Code. So let's get back to the settings over here, and then go to the like this, and you can find the in the themes section, you can find the color theme, file icon theme. Click the color theme and then download the search for RU Mirage. You can find this one. Okay, search for this. In case if it is not showing this RU Mirage over there, if you scroll down, or if you are at the top of the section, you can find browse additional color themes. So click that, and in this place you can search for the theme which you are looking for. Search for RU Mirage, AYU. You can find a different versions of that, and then in that case you can find the RU Mirage Legacy. So you can install that. So that is the color theme which I'm using, which is really comfortable for working in the day or night time. So go ahead and please install that color theme. Then the second thing is you need to install, let's go to the theme section and go to the file icon theme. In that case I'm using the material icon theme. If this icon is not showing over there, go ahead and install additional file icon theme. Click this, and in the very first thing is the material icon theme. You can use your favorable icon themes. In my case I mostly prefer the material icon themes, which comes really handy. So go ahead and install this theme. Once you install, it will show up over here. Select the theme, choose the theme for your icons. Then all we have to do, go to the extension tab one more time. Please install this Prettier. That's a code formatter which we are going to use to format our code, Prettier code formatter. So please go ahead and install this Prettier code formatter. Once you install this Prettier code formatter, all you have to do is to go to settings, and search for format on save. In the settings tab, if you search for format on save, you can find this option. Please enable this option. So whenever you are saving your file, Prettier will format your codes automatically. So we don't have to format it manually every single time. So this is the best option that you need to enable before start writing the coding. So that will help you to format your code in a clean way. So let's enable this option. In my case, it's already enabled. Let me close this. And once you're done with this settings, then we need to install the ES7 React snippets. Search for ES7 React snippets. This is really important, which comes really handy whenever you're working with React components on React Native snippets. So to create a React code much faster, we need this package. Okay, so ES7, and I think I installed ES6. Is it not installed? Just a moment. In my case, what is the package I installed? For me, I already installed this the same thing, ES7 Redux React Native snippets. For me, it's already installed. I'm sorry, it's already installed. So go ahead, please install the ES7 Redux React Native snippets. So these are the extensions that we need to install for starting this, before starting this project. So these extensions will really helps you working with the React projects and everything. Okay, so please download all these extensions which is necessary for the project. Okay, then since we downloaded all the necessary extensions, now all we have to do is to create the project structure. So basically we're going to have two different folders to have the project structure. So what you need to do is, all you have to do is to create two different folders over here. So one is for our client, that's the front end, and another one is for our backend, that's the server. So let's create a new two different folders over here and name the folder as client, and one more folder and name the folder as server. And over here I'm going to create one more file, that is the readme file, readme.md. basically this is the file which we are going to upload it in our GitHub. So it's going to give the description about the project, what you're going to do and all those things. I'll show you how to customize all these informations over here. So create exact same file inside this. So I'm just going to, for the time being, I'm just going to create this readme file over here, because we need to have at least any one file inside this folder. Then only we can push this project structure to the GitHub. Otherwise it will not allow this folder to be pushed to the GitHub. So please add one more file over here, readme.md. So go ahead and create one more file in the server itself, readme.md. So if you wish to give any explanation about the client or the server separately, it's better to add the informations over here. Okay, so this is the project structure that we need for this particular project. Okay, so the next thing what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a GitHub account, and we need to create a repository over there. Okay then, so now we successfully created the project structure. So next what we need to do, let's go to the browser and search for github.com. Search for GitHub and you will be navigated to this link. So click the very first link and that will takes you to the GitHub profile. So in case if you don't have any GitHub profile, so feel free to click the sign up button at the top right corner and create an account for yourself. All right, so now here we are. Let me go to my profile. So this is my profile over here. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create a new repository over here so that we're going to push all the codes, whatever we are creating, directly into the GitHub. So let's go ahead and create a new repository, and let's give a name for that repository as full stack underscore food underscore app underscore like what's so Feb month 23. Okay, so give a reasonable name that you can understand what exactly the repository is giving, and this is a reactjs project, so reactjs. Okay, so full stack web food app February 23 reactjs. If you wish to give any description, you can add the description. If you wish to keep it private, choose the private, but it will not visible for anyone. In this case, I'm going to keep this as a public, and if you want to add a readme file directly, you can add it. In this case, I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to create a repository. So now we have our repository over here. So now let's get back to the Visual Studio Code. To integrate the GitHub with your Visual Studio Code, you need to download one more software called Git. You need to download the Git download. So go to the first link. So click the download option. And there you can find the download for Windows and download for Mac. So please click download and open the software. Click next, and then install it. You don't have to change anything in that Git bash. All you have to do is to go and then click download, and you have to do all the necessary steps like next, and then install it. That's all you need to do. So once you successfully installed it, you can find, so let me bring this over here. Let me open. Once you downloaded that, all you have to do is to open your git bash. That means basically it's a terminal. Let me search for git bash. So you can find that git bash in your machine. Okay, so please go ahead and open that git bash. So in my case, I'm just going to use my terminal itself, or open your command prompt. You can directly use it through your command prompt itself. So here git -- version, so that will gives you the git version number. If it is returning the version number of your git, then that means your git is perfectly installed and it's ready for the usage. So still we need to configure one more thing. You need to configure your username and the email in a globally, so that you can access your git directly inside the Visual Studio Code. So to access the git directly, all you have to do is to search for git config username and email. Search for git config username and email. You can find this command, git config global username, git config global user.email. So copy this command and then paste it in the command prompt. Change this name, give your GitHub account name. Okay, then press enter. So that will configure the globally your username. Then you have to change the exact same thing over here just by changing this to email. Then type your email inside this double quotes. Use your GitHub email. Then press enter. So that will configure your username and your email. So let me open the text so that I can share you this. So let me open a new text document over here. So the first command is going to be, let me make it a little bit bigger, not this much. Okay, so here this is the git config global username. Type your username, then exactly the same, instead of user.name, and type your email. This is the command that you need to type and execute after successfully installing your Git. Once you're done, just close your Visual Studio Code and reopen it again. In my case, already all these things is configured, so I don't need to do anything else. So let me minimize this and keep it there. And now what I need to do, all I have to do is to get back the Visual Studio Code, and over here you can see this option source control. So click the source control and it will ask you to initialize a local repository which keep tracks your GitHub file and your local file, so that it will monitor every updates. So initialize your repository. So once it's initialized your repository, it will shows all the readme file which I created, right? All the readme file which I created. So if it is showing you, that means all these files are like not committed and it's ready to be pushed inside your GitHub. So if it is not showing anything, then that means those files are not detected properly. So better restart your Visual Studio Code. All right, since it's showing over here, the next thing what we're going to do, all we are going to do is to do the update the readme file, then connect our remote which we created over here. We need to connect this remote, then we're going to push these files directly to the GitHub. Okay, so next what we're going to do, we're going to create and update this readme file which I'm created. Okay, then so now what we need to do is, so to update your working with your readme file, all you have to do is to go ahead and search for GitHub readme. If you search for GitHub readme file, you can see the about readme files GitHub docs over here. So how to create a readme file and how to how to create a table inside the readme, how to create a link, and how to update the links. So you can find all the informations related to the GitHub. So please go ahead and go through this documentation completely. So that helps you to alter the your readme files. Okay, in this case, the first thing I'm going to do over here, we're going to give a title. So let me make it bigger so that you can see it much clear. So in this case, this is going to be a title. So we are building a full stack food delivery application using reactjs. So that's the grand title. And then to follow, if you wish to give any links over here, so I'm just going to give over here, follow us. So this is the text that we're going to display over there, and I'm going to add a link for the text, which is basically https:// I'm just going to type my website over here, code with vetrivel.web.app. Okay, so this is the link. So once you're done with this, like we have that project template folder. One second, let me show you that image, that 1 minute. Where is that? Just give me a minute, let me show you that picture. This is the thumbnail that we are creating. This is the thumbnail. So this is the thumbnail that we need to include over here in our readme file. So to do that, all you have to do is to, so let me bring that file and put it in the root folder, snap.png. Let me bring that file and put it in the root folder. Now we have that snap.png inside in our root folder. Now what I need to do is I need to add this image top of after this particular title. So to do that, all I have to do is to, in case if that image is not loading properly, we just need to show this is the project thumbnail. Then what we need to do, we need to load that image over here. So my image is coming from the directory, so /snap.png. Give your exact location of your image where you placed it. In my case, I kept it in the root directory, so I'm just giving snap.png. Okay, so then what we need to do, all we have to do is to update all the necessary informations, like how to create, what is the commands and all those things. So first I'm just going to copy the entire readme file which I created. So just like the same way, you need to add one by one informations. So let me show you how to add one command, like how to add a one command, and then you can follow the rest by following the documentation over here. So first thing, to check the node version. Basically, we are checking the node version. Let me add this. This is going to be your heading, and then right after here I need to give that command. We need to know this is a git, this is a command. So git readme file needs to know that this is a command, need to be treated as a command. So I'm going to use the backtick 1 2 3, enter 1 2 3 three times. Inside, in between, this is a backtick, not your single quotes, use your backtick. So here I'm just going to type that command. Let's say node hyphen hyphen version. So save the changes. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, basically I'm going to copy all the commands which I created, which we are going to do, copy it, and I'm just going to paste it over here. These are all the commands that we need to use, like how to create the server, how to initialize it, all the commands like how to create a project by using yarn, and all those commands. Okay, and this is the tables. Basically these are the text we are using, and the documentation link, and what is the reactjs, what is Tailwindcss, how to use, and what is the reference link, everything. This is the table. This is how you need to create a table. Okay, so now what we need to do is, all I have to do is to save these changes, and let me update these exact first three informations. So let me copy this, or this one, let me copy this, and let me put it inside this readme file as well, and let me put it in the client readme file as well. Save the changes. Now it's ready to connect our remote. All you have to do is to go to your GitHub and click here, and you need to commit all these changes. That means you need to make sure all this ready to commit. So click here, and I'm just going to say changes colon readme files created. So let me click tick mark. So now all the files are committed. Let's go to click this three dots and go to your remote settings and click add remote. Once you click add remote, it will shows you add remote from the GitHub option. If you're not signed in before, it will ask you to allow the authorizations and all those things. So please go ahead and sign in with your GitHub account and everything. Click here, and now click this full stack. It will shows you the application, that the repository which we created. This is the full stack food app February 23 reactjs. So select the remote, give the exact same name for your local remote as well, full stack food app feb underscore 23, and then underscore reactjs. Now we successfully connected the remote store. Then what we need to do, all we have to go back here and then go to your pull or push, go to the push to option and select your repository. And now it will successfully push to your GitHub repository. Click here and click this link. And there you can see the client and server folder, and you can see the image which we created. And then you can see the check node version, the commands, and all the informations what we added in the readme file. So if you go to the client folder, now you can see the readme file is there for the client folder also. And if you get back to the server, you can see the readme files for your server folder also. Later, like if you are updating any informations in the client, all we have to do is to just update it, and then we have to push it back to the GitHub. So we successfully configured the GitHub. Now our project is updated to the GitHub. Now whatever the changes I'm going to make, I'm just going to commit it, and I'm going to push it to the cloud whenever all the changes we are making in the project. So next thing, we're going to create the React app, and we're going to configure the Tailwindcss. Okay then, so now what we need to do is we need to create the React app inside our client folder. So open up your terminal, press Ctrl J or Command J in your keyboard. So here now I'm inside the root folder of our application. We need to navigate inside the client folder. So type cd client. So that will takes you to the client folder. So now I'm inside the client folder. We're going to use the yarn to create the React app. So I'm just going to type the yarn create space react hyphen app, and we're going to create the react for all the project files, and everything should be downloaded directly to our client application. So dot slash. So we already created the folder. In case if you haven't created a folder, you just need to type on create react app space client. In this case, we already have a folder, and inside that folder we need to download all the necessary files for your react application. So yon create react hyphen app space dot slash. So once you start, press enter, so that will download all the necessary applications directly to your client folder. So this will take some time, so let's wait until it gets done. Okay, so in my case, it's showing an issue that basically it's because before creating a React project, your project folder should be empty. So we made a mistake that we created a file called react.readme.md. Let's delete this, and later we can add the readme file we can add the readme file separately, or the readme file will be automatically downloaded from your React app itself. In this case, I'm just going to delete it, and then I deleted the readme file inside the client folder. So my file folder is now empty completely. So let me run the same command one more time. Yon create react app space dot slash, enter. All right then, so we successfully created the React application so that you can see all the commands over here: yon start, yon build, yon test. These are the commands that you need to run so that you can trigger all the applications and all the respective applications, so all the respective ways. So if you run the command yon start, so that will trigger your development server. To build your project, you need to run yon build. In this case, you can see now you have the readme file by defaultly itself. If you open it, this is the information that is inside coming along with your React app itself. So we already created the readme file, so that's the reason previously the command it's been rejected. So don't worry about it. Now it's successfully created now. So let's go to the client source, and over here you can find lots of files over here. Let's remove all the unwanted files later. And now let's start our development server, make sure whether it is working fine or not. So let me clear it, and I'm gonna say yon start. So this will trigger the development server, and that will load our, where it is. Okay, it's loaded in my another screen. Let me bring it over here. Here we go. So our reactjs application is up and running fine. This is the app.js. It's loading directly from the source folder app.js. All right, so now let me close this. Let's go back here. Let me stop the server by pressing Ctrl C or Command C. So that will be stopping your server. Let me close this. So now we successfully created the React app. So next, what we need to do, we need to create the Firebase project, and we need to configure the Firebase project with our server folder. Then we need to go ahead and install the Tailwindcss. We need to configure the Tailwindcss with our client app. That's the next step. All right, then, since we successfully created the client folder, now we need to move on to the server. So let me remove the readme file which we added inside the server folder. So let me delete it, delete this. Okay, so now the server folder is completely empty. Now what we need to do is we need to create a Firebase project. To create a Firebase project, all you have to do, go to firebase.google.com. So that will take you to the Firebase dashboard, and at the top right corner, you can see the option called go to console. So click the go to console option. That will takes you to the project console. So I created a lot of project already. In case if this is your first project, you can see create project option. Otherwise, click the add project over here and give a name for your project. So I'm just going to keep the same name, full stack underscore food app underscore. Okay, so can only contain letters. Okay, so don't use the underscore, use the hyphen. Food app underscore February 23 reactjs, which is exactly the same name as our GitHub name. Let's click continue. And if you want to enable the Google Analytics, enable all this option. I'm going to disable it and create the project. This will take like around 15 to 20 seconds to create the project. So let's wait until it's successfully created. So once this is successfully created, what we're going to do is we're going to configure certain things like enable the Firestore collections and enable the Firebase storage, because we're going to use the Firebase storage to store all our images inside the Firebase storage. And we're going to create the Firestore collections to store all our data inside the collections. So now our project is ready. So click the continue. All right. So as I said, in the left side menu, you can see the build option. Click the build menu, and there you can see the Firestore database. So click, and you can see the storage option. So click the Firestore database. And now we need to create the database first. So once you enable, click the create database, it will shows you two different options, production mode and test mode. In this case, we're going to have it as a production mode only, and we're going to write the security rules and everything later. So click this next option, enable. So this will take some time, like don't change this, the location, unless if you want to choose your nearmost location, choose it manually. So I'm just going to leave it automatically so that it will select the nearmost location by itself. So now it's setting up the security rules. So by default, it will revoke all the permissions. All we have to do is to make sure enable everything. Later, we'll update the security rules. So if you want to go through about the security rules, click the view docs over here. That will gives you the clear information about the security rules and everything, how to set up authentication, define rules, access your rules, write basic rules. You can find all the information about your setting security rules. If you go to the right security rules, go to the basic security rules, and there you can see the information how to write the security rules for your specific document, so that you can access the rules and you can write the security rules by yourself. In this case, by default, the read and write permission is false. I'm just going to enable it to true for our testing purpose. Later, once we are going to upload it and move it to the production server, we need to change this security rules for our security concern. All right, so now it's up and ready. Let's go back to the Firestore storage. Let's do the same thing for our Firestore storage. Click the get start option and choose the production mode. Click next, leave it as same, done. It's taking time creating default bucket. Let's wait until it gets done successfully. Setting up the security rules. It's almost done. And now here we are. So let's go back to these rules folder, and here go to your, here change this to true, and then click this publish option. Now it's published successfully. Then we added the Firestore database and Firestore storage. Now all we need to do is to create an app. So let's go to this, click this cog icon at the top right and go to your project settings option. And there you can see there is no app which is created. We need to create an app to configure with your any application which we are working. In this case, we're going to work with this web app. We are creating a web app, not iOS or Android. Click the web app and give a name for your web app. I'm just going to keep restaurant. Otherwise, give a full exact same name which you created, full stack app reactjs feb 23, and then click register. Also set up web hosting. Don't worry about the web hosting, we'll worry about the web hosting later. So click register app. So now the app is being registered, and then you need to install this package in your front end Firebase. That's, we'll do it later. And this is your Firebase configuration, which we need to keep it safe, and we need to create the environment files and everything, and we need to put it inside the environment file. So let's go to the console, continue to the console, and once you come back, you can see all the necessary setups and everything. Now what we need to do next is to create a Firebase, install this Firebase in the front end, and we need to configure all these setups. Then we need to create the cloud functions to configure with the server. Okay, so that's what we're going to do next. Okay, then, so since we created the Firebase project, now what we need to do, we need to configure the cloud functions with our server. So let's get back to the Visual Studio Code, and you can see, make sure your server folder is empty. Of course it's empty. Now what we need to do is we need to add this Firebase tools. If you search for Firebase and tools, we need to install this Firebase tools in our global package. So it's over here. This is the one we need to install. So what we need to do is we need to install this as a globally in our node package. So let's copy this and let's get back to our command prompt. Let me open my command prompt over here. Okay, let me paste it at anyone. npm install -g Firebase tool. Once you press enter, this will download and install the latest Firebase tools packages inside your Node.js. So this will take some time. Please wait until it's successfully installed. Okay, in my case, which I already installed and I already updated like few days before only, so no issues. It's successfully installed over here. Now what we need to do is, once it's successfully done, let's write -- version. I'm sorry, I think this is no, it's not showing the version number. So let's try Firebase login. If you type Firebase login, yeah, for me it's showing I already logged in as a vetrivel.galaxy. So once you type this Firebase login option, that will takes you to the it will ask you to press enter to open it in the browser. But if you press enter, that will open the browser and you can authenticate your account with your Firebase, and then it will redirect it directly to your command prompt, and it will show your email account over here. So if you get this message, that means you successfully configured your application. Okay, so now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to initiate the Firebase cloud function so that we can set up our Firebase cloud function. So let me navigate to the Visual Studio Code. Let's open this and let me go to our server folder right now. So I'm just going to create a new tab and I'm going to say cd server, and here I'm going to run the command Firebase init Firebase init. Make sure before initiating this, make sure that you logged in successfully. So initiate it. So now it will show this Firebase console. So in this case, we're going to choose this configure a cloud function directory. So press space to select that option and then press enter. It will show you two different options: use an existing project or create a new project. In this case, I'm going to use the existing project, the project which we already created. So I need to find that project. So this project is going to be this one, full stack app web 23 reactjs. That's the project which we created right now. So let me press enter. So it will start setting up the function setups and everything. So please wait, let it start. So wait until it's successfully starting the setups and everything. Don't do anything. It will ask you to use JavaScript or TypeScript. In this case, we're going to use the JavaScript. Press enter. And do you want to install ESLint and everything, enforce the styles and everything? Press yes. And then do you want to install the dependencies now? Of course, we need to install the dependencies now. So now I need to press yes. So that will start downloading the necessary dependencies and files and everything inside the server folder. Inside the server folder, you can see we have the functions folder. Basically, functions is the cloud functions. Everything we're going to create that Node.js APIs and everything which is going to be inside that functions folder. Now inside the functions, you have this index.js. This is the place we're going to keep our server folder and everything. So now we successfully created our cloud functions. All we have to do is to write the necessary set API endpoints to create all the actions and everything. So we have the client and we have the server, which is up and running perfectly fine. Now all we have to do is to move to the next step. Basically, we need to configure the Tailwind CSS with our front end. Then we need to design the login to go with the authentication. So next step is going to be the Tailwind configurations. Okay, that's what we're going to do next. So since we successfully created the server, then what we need to do, all we have to do is to integrate the Tailwind CSS with our reactjs application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this unwanted files inside the source. So instead of that, what we can do, we can basically delete the source folder completely. Delete it. I'll delete it. Then right click your source client and then create a new folder, src. And inside this src folder, I'm going to create one more file called index.js. Basically, that's the main file which we needed. So now inside this index.js, we need to create our necessary data and everything. So that's what we're going to do. So first what we need to do is we need to import two important packages for your React application, which is basically React itself. So import React from React. Then we need to import the React DOM. So import React, this one, React DOM, but not as an object like this. We're going to import it from React DOM / client. Okay, so these are the two important things that we need to have. And of course, I'm going to import the app.js also, because we don't have that app.js, then we need to import that app.js as well. So let's create the app.js also. So here I'm just going to say app.js. All right, so here I'm just going to say RAFCE. So we install the ES6 or ES7 React snippets over there. So that's the RAFCE. Basically, the RAFCE means React Arrow Functional Component Export. Okay, so that will create this, save the changes, and let's go to the index.js, and here we're going to import that import app from /app. So we imported it. Now what we need to do is we need to create a root. Basically, if you go to your public folder, inside that you have the index.html folder. Everything is mounted directly to your root folder over here, this root root division, by using this id root. So we need to create that, then we can mount all the components directly to the division. So we're going to create that. So const root is equals react DOM of this react DOM dot create root method. Using that create root method, I'm going to get that document dot get element by id, and I'm going to access that id as a root. Now we have that root in our hand, and now we need to render everything inside this root. So to render it, all we have to do is to root dot render, open it. We're going to render it in the strict mode, because children's, you need to render it in all the child nodes and components, everything should be rendered in a React strict mode. So I'm going to use the React dot strict mode, enable it, and here we're going to put that app.js. So app, we're going to render that app.js, save the changes. So this is it. Now all we have to do is to make sure everything is working fine. Let's go to the client, and I'm just going to say yarn start, hit the enter, and that will trigger the development server, and here we go. So now our app.js is successfully loaded. So now what we need to do is, since the component is mounted directly to our root id, then we need to go ahead and install the Tailwind CSS. So let's go ahead and search for install Tailwind CSS with React. So you can find this link over here, install Tailwind CSS with the React app. So click that, and that will take you to this website where we already created the React project. So don't need to install that. Now we need to do this, we need to install this. Since we are using yarn, so we need to copy this alone. And let me open my new terminal. Let me create a new command prompt, and let me navigate to the client folder. And here I'm just going to say yarn add, paste it, press enter. So that will download the necessary files for your Tailwind CSS. It's downloaded successfully. Then what we need to do, we need to use this, we need to initialize the Tailwind CSS. Let me copy it and let me paste it over here. So yarn Tailwind CSS init. So once it's initialized successfully, that will create a Tailwind config.js folder in your root folder. Let me minimize the server. Now you can see the tailwind.config.js. So this is the place where we're gonna create all our custom classes and everything. Since it's initialized, now we need to update. So this Tailwind CSS needs to monitor the complete source folder. It should monitor the complete source folder for these kinds of files, JS, JSX, TS, TSX. All these kinds files needs to be monitored wherever I used to return Tailwind CSS that needs to be converted into a CSS classes. All right. So then what we need to do, we need to put this inside the index.css file, and we need to load that index.cs file in your index.js or app.js. In that case, I'm going to create a new CSS file over here, and I'm going to name it as index.css, and I'm going to paste it over here, save the changes. It's done. Then what I'm going to do, go to index.js file, and I'm right after here, I'm going to import it. Import dot slash index.css. Then what we need to do, all we have to do is to write these Tailwind utility classes and all those things. Before writing this, you need to install one more extension, that is basically your Tailwind IntelliSense. If you search for Tailwind IntelliSense, just search for Tailwind, you can find this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Please download this extension. That will help you to write the Tailwind CSS much faster. It will show you these suggestions so that you don't need to memorize all the CSS classes and its formats. All right, so now let me close this and let me go back to the app.js, and over here I'm just going to say class name is equals text blue. I'm going to keep it as a blue color, and I'm going to say it as the font semi bold. Let me save the changes and let me go here and have a look at it. It's not working. What we did wrong? Since it's not working, so let's restart the server one time and let's check it out. Yarn start. Now it's restarting, and look at that. Say, if in case, even though you configured everything properly, if it is not working fine, just restart it. That's fine. Just restart your server. It will work perfectly as it's supposed to. All right. So now we successfully configured the Tailwind CSS. Next, what we need to do, all we have to do write some custom CSS classes over here. So basically, okay, so let me add those properties over here. So what we need to do, basically, we are going to remove some the margin spaces and everything. So let's do that first. All right, all right, so now over here, exactly what we're going to do is I'm going to import our custom font over here. So to import our custom font, basically what you need to do is you need to go to the Google Fonts and you need to download the fonts and everything. It's not necessary. Go to your extension tab and search for Google Fonts, and that will give you the Google Fonts over here. See, just install this, and so that you can access the Google Fonts, whatever the fonts you want, it will directly import it in your file. In that case, I'm going to press the Control Shift P and search for Google Font. If you're using Windows, press Control Shift P. If you're using Mac, Command Shift P. In this case, I'm going to use the CSS at imports. Click that, and I'm going to say over here as we're going to use the font name called Jost. Just import it. Then right after here, I'm going to remove all the unwanted margin spaces and everything. Let's say margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing as a border box. Basically, we are changing our entire website into a box model. Right? So then what we need to do is body All right then, so now here what we're gonna do, we're gonna change this to as a font family. I'm going to say font family, and we're gonna add the font which we downloaded, Jost. And we can see if the font is not loading, we can use the sans serif. And after that, we're gonna use this system UI fonts. All right, so now we added the fonts. Then what we need to do is just save all these changes, and let's go back here. So everything is, since it's working fine. So now the index.css, it's absolutely fine. The next thing what we need to do, we need to work on the React route. That means the navigation route. That's what we're gonna do next. All right, guys, since we successfully configured the Tailwind CSS, now we need to configure the React router DOM. So let's go to your terminal and go to the command prompt, clear the screen, and here inside the, make sure that you are inside the client folder, and you add this package yarn add React router DOM. Let me make sure that's the name. Let me copy, yes, React router DOM. That's the package name, React router DOM. So we're gonna add that. So along with this, I'm going to add one more, that is a React icons hyphen icons, React icons. And along with this, I'm gonna add one more package, that's the framer motion. Basically that's for animation. So framer motion. Okay, so we installing three different packages: React router DOM, which is basically for navigation purpose, and React icons, which is nothing but for your icons, and framer motion, it's purely for animation. So let me press enter, and that will be added successfully. It's loading, downloaded. Cool. Now we added everything. So let's get back to your index.js. So here we need to import one import from, let's say, React router DOM, and inside here I'm gonna say is it as browser router as router. We're gonna keep it as a short form for that very big name. We're gonna name that as a router. Then what we need to do, all we have to do is to wrap the entire app component inside the router component. So here I'm gonna create that router, and we're gonna bring this app inside this router. Save the change. Now the entire app is loading inside the router. So let's get back to the app.js. So here now inside the app.js, we need to fix this main styles first. So I'm gonna write some styles over here. Let me save the changes. So I'm gonna say width screen. Basically that's the 100% viewport screen, and minimum height, it's always going to be the screen. It doesn't matter whether the screen size is big or small, it should maintain the 100% screen size at least minimum. Then maximum height auto, it can go up to according to our content. Then flex, basically flex is in a row direction, we're going to change it to column direction, flex column. Then we're going to align everything in the center and justify it in the center. Save the changes. Now you can see the app content in the center of your screen. Fine. So then what we need to do over here is, so this, in this place only, the entire route is going to be navigated. So I'm going to import two different packages over here, and I'm going to say as import from React router DOM, and I'm going to name those things as routes and routes. These are the two different the component which we needed. So let's go here, and I'm going to say routes. First you need to give the routes, then we're going to use the route component, which is a self-closing component. All right, so now we need to supply the properties path. So anything which is going to come slash star, if any path is going to come to the element, we need to supply that element over here. So to do that, what we're going to do is, inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called containers. And inside this containers, I'm going to create two different files. One which is login.jsx, and another one that is our main.jsx. Okay, now what we're going to do is inside these containers we created these two different files, and now here I'm just going to create one more file, index.js, to export those components, because every time why we need that index.js inside the containers folder is, let me show you why. Here, in case if I'm exporting this element over here, as let's say I'm going to export the element, which is basically it's going to be the main. Okay, let me copy this and let me paste it, and slash, if this is going to be slash login, and it's going to load the login container. See, every time it's importing the statements in multiple lines, so I don't want to do that. Think about it, if you're having 10 to 20 files inside this folder, that will create 10 to 20 lines of import statement. So it's better cut the statement and put it inside your index.js file inside the container folders here. So instead of using import statement, basically we're gonna export default. By default we're gonna export it as main from dot slash main. Let me copy this and paste it, and I'm going to change this to login. Here also login. Save the changes. Now get back to your app.js, press Ctrl/. You can see it's loading from the containers folder now. Like this, it will be exported as an object. And now if I import, now you can see inside a single import statement you can add the multiple components, whatever you are importing inside your app.js. So that's the reason we are creating the index.js inside the containers folders. So now let's go ahead and check the router whether it is working fine or not. So let's say /login, and here we go, it's rendering the login page. And let's, if I type something else, that will take me to the main.js. Cool. So now our main router is working fine. So we successfully configured our React navigation. So the next thing what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create the login component. So that's what we're going to do next. Okay, then since we successfully configured the React navigation, so then what we need to do, we need to move on to the login container. So let's have a look first. So this is the exact design that we're going to create. Okay, it's having a background image, and it's having this nice class morphic division. Inside that we have this field, and you can see we have some different kind of fields over here. We have two different buttons, sign in and sign in with Google. So we need to create all these stuffs first. So to go with the images, so you can have these images in the description over there. So assets, inside the assets we have all the icons and images which is necessary for this particular thing, this project. Okay, so let's go ahead and let me go to the Tailwind config first. We need to configure this Tailwind configuration.js, because config.js, because I do have a lot of custom classes for the width and the screens. I customized it a lot inside the extent. So here inside this, if you want to customize the colors, you need to go to the colors, then you need to create your own colors and all those things. So let me copy paste it for time being, and then I'll share this code in the description so that you can copy and paste it by yourself. So let me copy it from there to there. Oops. Copy and paste it. So these are the custom styles which I created for the width, height, minimum width, screens, and these are the colors that we're going to use it inside this entire project. So let's save the changes. All right, so let's close this, and now let's get back to the login container. So let's start writing. Let's go to the login container. Here we go. So let me navigate to the login container by myself. So here, change this to login. Now we are inside the login. So let's get back to here, and this division is going to take the complete screen height. So w screen height screen, and then the position is going to be relative position, and overflow should be hidden, so we're hiding the overflow, and the direction is going to be flexible. That means it's a row direction. So inside this, first what we're going to do is we're going to load the background image. That's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to say background image. So we need to bring that assets into our we need to bring all these images into our file. So let me bring this to my desktop over here, and now all these images needs to be done over here. So let's create an assets folder inside the source folder, new folder, assets. Inside the assets folder, I'm going to create a new folder called images img, and inside the assets folder, I'm going to create one more file that is for index.js. All right, so now let's bring that data over here. Let me copy all these images and let me put it inside the images folder. Cool. And now what we need to do is we need to export all these images. So let's go to the index.js, and here what we need to do is you can have this, you can see that is an index.js. These are the codes. This is the code that we need to put it inside the, basically what we are doing, we are exporting every single images from here. That's it. We are not doing much more than that. We are just exporting them so that we can use it inside. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to put it over there, which is coming from img folder. Make sure that you're using the same folder. So I exported every single images from this images folder. Cool. Save the changes, then close this. We don't need that. And now what we need to do, we need to use that background image which we exported. That's basically the file called login.bg. Okay, so here I'm going to use that. So I'm going to say image, and then we can use that source, and I'm just going to say login.bg. It's not showing, so let's import it manually. Import from /assets. So here we're going to use it as login.bg, and we're going to say login.bg, and the class name is going to be, basically it's going to occupy the complete screen height and width. So width full, height full, object cover, and the position is going to be absolute position. There we go. Now it's taking the complete width and height. So this image should always be top left corner. So top left 0. Now it will be always in the top left corner. Cool. Then what we need to do, all we have to bring this nice division in the left side. Let's go ahead and do that now. So right after this image, we're going to bring that content box. So to bring this content box, what we need to do is, let's create a division first. Division, and let's bring the class name. Class name, it's equals flex column, item center, and we're going to use the bg light gray, light overlay color, which I already have. I'm going to use that light overlay color, and now let's see what's the output. Nothing is happening because we haven't fixed the width and height for this login. So what we can do is, basically for mobile screen, it's going to occupy the complete screen. It's going to occupy not complete screen. It's going to take the 80% of the screen size. So 80%. But from the medium device onwards, that means the medium tab devices onwards, the width is going to be 408 pixels. Okay, height, of course, it's going to be full. Save the changes. Still nothing is there. Why? Its reason is because this image is on the top of that division. So first we need to bring that to the top of it. So C10. Now you can see we have that white layer. So what we need to do is, now we need to make it a little bit blur so that we'll get this glass morphic effect over there. So what we're going to do is, I'm just going to say backdrop filter. Whatever the area is dropping behind that, so I'm going to blur it. So backdrop blur medium. now you can see we have that nice glass morphic effect over here. So then what we're going to do is I'm just going to add some padding effects and all those things. So basically we're going to say padding should be in all the corners. It should take that 4 points, and then in the left side it should take px it should take 4 more extra, and py it should take 12. These are just trial and error. So when you once you added the images and all those things, it will start from this exact position like this. See, we have this space and we have this space like this. So these are just a trial and error. You should adjust these things until you feel satisfied. Okay, so let me enable the word wrap so it will not go beyond the screen. Okay, so now what we need to do is, next thing is over here, I need to bring this logo section. So let's bring that logo section over there. Okay, so what we need to do that, so we need to use the logo which we having in our images file. So let me expand this division inside. First we need to bring that logo section. So let's say top logo section. So here I'm going to bring that, so division. So basically this division is going to be a flex, and every item should be aligned in the item center, and it's going to be aligned in the starting position. If you notice that every items over here, it's aligned in a center for each object, and it's starting from the starting point over here, not in the center. So we use the justify content start. All right, so then that should be some gap between two different objects. That's the reason, and of course it's going to occupy the complete width which is available. We need to load the image. Let me bring the logo image which is from our assets. Then class name, I'm just going to fix the width is going to be 8. I'm not going to give any other extra styles. Paragraph, and then here we're going to say that class name is going to be we cannot display the city text over there. Let's see how it looks like this. We need to adjust this city. So what we can do for the class name for your city, let's say text heading color. Okay, then font semi bold, then text 3XL. I think this is more than enough. All right, so let's change this to 3XL to 2XL. That looks pretty awesome, right? So we finished this top section. Then we need to move on to this welcome text over here. We need to bring that welcome text. So let's go ahead and bring that welcome text. So right after this division, what is that? We need to bring the welcome text. So here we're gonna add that welcome text. So basically that welcome text is just a paragraph tag. So class name, which is going to be text 3XL in size, which is literally big, and font semi bold, and text, it's going to be the heading color, and it's going to say welcome back. All right, then what we're going to do, I'm just going to say paragraph. Here I'm just going to say sign in with following. For the time being, I'm just going to keep this text as a sign in with following. Later, what we need to do is, if the user is in the login screen, then we need to display sign in. If the user clicks the create an account, this should change to sign up. So we need to change these things according to a state. So that we will do it later. So for the time being, we'll just keep it as a sign in itself. So here I'm just going to say text Excel. Then what we need to do, we're going to say text color or center text color. Then what we need to do is we need to bring this a little bit to a top. Okay, we're going to move this a little bit top, so that we can keep it very close with each other, just like that. So what we can do is, let's adjust the margin top to 6 points, and let's see how close it. Nope, that is completely closer. So what we can do is, I think I missed one style in this division. Basically here I added a gap. The gap between the object is 6. Now we can see it is too wider. So what we can do is, we can add a margin top for this, like -mt 6. Now that will bring it over here. So that's perfect now. So then since we successfully finished this this section, then we are moving back to the input section. So let's go ahead and create a layout first. This is going to be for your input section. So what we need to do is to create a division over here, division, and this division is going to have a class name. Basically it's going to be your complete width, so width full, and of course it's going to be flex, and every item should be aligned in a column direction in the center. So flex column. If you notice that, because these each and every divisions over here, it's a separate component, so they are loaded in a column direction one after another. That's the reason we are using flex column. An item center, justify center, each object have some space between them, so let's go with gap 6, and padding also is there, px. If you notice that we have some padding compared to here, we have extra more padding over here, so px 4. Then for that's for the mobile devices, but for the medium devices, from the medium device it should be px12. Okay, then py4. Cool. Now we don't need this. Save changes. Here you can't see anything so far because we haven't created that component. So now what we need to do is we need to create that login input component. Okay, so we're gonna create that login input component so that we can reuse that component for multiple purposes. Okay, so let me stop this particular context here. Then the next thing, we're gonna create a custom component for our login text. That's what we're gonna create next. So since we finished this layout, now we need to create this input field. Basically this is going to be a reusable component. So what we need to do is, let's create a new folder inside our source folder called components. Let's go here, new folder, let's name that as components, and inside here I'm going to create one more file, that is login input.jsx, and I'm going to say as rafce. Okay, so this inside this components folder, we're going to have a multiple files. So of course we're going to create the index.js, and here I'm going to export this file as export default as login input from /login in. So now we exported it. Now I can use this inside the login container right over here. So I'm going to bring that login input from the components. Make sure that is imported from the components. So we successfully added that customly created components over there. Now what we need to do is we need to fix what are the fields that it's going to be. You can see it's having an icon and it's having a placeholder, and we need to get the value whatever we are typing through this field, so that we need a state and a state function. So and then we need to define what kind of type it is, because this is a text email type and this is a password type. See, it's a password type, so we need to define what kind of type it is. So we need 5 different inputs. Okay, and of course we need one more thing, whether it is sign up or sign in, because if it is sign in, you need to display 2 fields. If it is sign up, you need to display only 1 field. So that's the case. So we need like 5 to 6 different inputs, right? So that's the thing, we're gonna do that. So let's go ahead and create that. So over here I'm going to define the, let me save this and let's see how exactly it's affecting. Okay, it's loaded over here. So now what we need to do is, here I'm going to create a properties for this complete application, so for this complete component. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so here we're going to create those properties. So let me expand those properties tab. So basically we're going to supply the properties over here inside these curly brackets. So what are the properties that we needed? We need the placeholder, first one. Of course we need a placeholder. Then we need the icon, that's going to be another property. Then we need to get the state value like email or password, whatever it is. We need to collect it and we need to put it inside the state. So let's name that value property as input state. And when it comes to state, that should be a state function also. So let's say input state function. Then we need the type, what exact type it is, and then we need to make sure whether it is sign up or sign in. So is sign up, because if it is a sign up, of course I need to validate the user email. If it is a sign up, then I need to validate the user email, because before creating an account we need to make sure that the email is valid or not. So that's the reason. So we are having these properties. So let's save the changes and now go here, and here we need to supply all those fields. So let's supply one by one. Let's apply the placeholder. Placeholder is going to be email here. All right, then we need to supply the icon. For the time being, I'm just keeping the icon field as empty. Then we need to supply the input state. So for email, we're going to create a use state. Okay, make sure that you imported the use state over here. Then use this use state snippet. So don't click anywhere, just type the value over here. This is going to be user email. Type user email. Then what we need to do is press the tab key. By default, it's going to be an empty string. So I'm going to supply that value over here. Let's say input state is going to be user email. Then input state function is going to be user set user email. Yes, it is. Then we're going to set the type. It's going to be email, not a text type. And is sign up is going to be, by default, it's going to be the state. We're going to create a state to monitor whether the state is sign up or sign in, and then I'm just going to forward that over here. So use state state snippet is sign up come on, use state snippet is sign up. Then here it's going to be false by default. Okay, by default is sign up is going to be false because we are using only sign in. By default we are displaying only the sign in, so I'm just keeping that as the false. So here I'm just going to say is sign up. Save the changes and let's see what do we got here. Nothing, because we haven't created anything inside the login input.jsx. So now let's get back to the login input.jsx. Inside this division, what I'm going to do is, okay, so I'm going to delete all these things and I'm going to say class name. Since we're going to use the object inside, I'm going to use the curly brackets and the backtick, because we need to make some changes according to the values, the background color or something. Okay, so flex, it's a division. Basically it's going to be flex and everything is going to align in the center, and then justify center, and gap between the icon and the text box, it's going to be 4. Okay, and bg light overlay. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to add the backdrop effect also, backdrop blur medium, and of course rounded medium. We don't need the sharp edge, and of course width is going to be full, and px is going to be 4, and py is going to be 2. Let's save the changes and let's see. Here we go. This is the style that we got. Now what we need to do, we need to bring the icons first, then we need to bring the input text. So over here we left the field icon as an empty. So let's go here, assets, and let me create a new folder called new folder first, icons. Inside this icons, I'm going to create a new file, that is the index.js. So if you go through your assets folder assets folder, and if you go to the icons folder, that is on index.js. So here I exported all the icons which we are using inside this project. So just like the same way, I'm going to copy and paste that icons which we needed for this application completely. So let me copy and paste it inside the icons folder. So we are using few font awesome icons, bootstrap icons, and we are exporting everything so that we can use it whenever we needed it. So I leave this code in the description so that you can copy and paste it for yourself. So here now what we need to do, I need to send this icon from here. So what exact icon that I need to forward, that is going to be the envelope icon. So here let me copy, let me delete this, and I'm going to say envelope. So it's not showing the suggestions. Since it's not showing the suggestions, we need to import it manually. Import from /assets/icons, and we need to give it as envelope, not this one. Yeah, this one. Okay, sorry. So far envelope, and we're gonna supply the class name. Class name text Excel, and the text color is going to be text color. All right, save the changes and let's see how it's looking. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Nothing is showing up. Why? Because we haven't added that icon over here. So now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to add those icons in that respective places so that it will work perfectly as it's supposed to be. Cool. Now once it's loaded, first thing is going to be your icon. So let me load the icon. On icons, icon, delete this icon. Now we have our icon over there. Then what we need to do, we need to bring that input field. Instead of type, we need to use the type which we are having in our hand, that is in the property which we are having in our hand. Then we need to bring the placeholder right over here with our placeholder property. Then we're going to use the class name is going to be width full, height full. Then bg it's going to be transparent. The text is going to be heading color, and the text size is going to be text LG, and font semi-bold. So these are the styles that we added over here. Then what we need to do, we need to remove the borders and the outline. So border none, outline none. Save the changes, and that looks like this. See, there we go. So then what we need to do is, all we have to do is to collect the values, right? So by default, the value is going to be our state value. That means your input state value, which is an empty string. Then on change, I need to collect that value to our state. Whenever the on change event is triggered, we're going to call this arrow function, and the event will be fired up. And I'm going to say input state function. I'm going to say e.target.value. I'm going to fetch that value and I'm going to update the state. So this state will be updated, so the value will get updated. Save the changes. Now whenever I'm typing something, the state value will get updated. We got that email address in our state so that we can use that state over here to save it into our database. Fine. So then what we need to do is, like, I need to change the background. Whenever it is focused, I need to change the background color. So what I'm going to do is, to do that, I'm going to create a state separately, use state snippet, and I'm going to say is focus. If it is focus, by default it's going to be false. All right, if it is focus, then what we need to do, if that is focused, I'm just going to say change the background color. If is focus, that is true, then show the shadow as the MD, and the shadow should be in the red 400. Otherwise, shadow should be none. Shadow none. Save the changes. Fine. Now still nothing is happening. So what we need to do is we need to add the on focus event. Whenever it's got focused, let's call this function over here, and let's say set is focus as true. We'll change it to true. Then once the focus is gone, that means on blur, that means it's out of focus, then we'll call this arrow function set is focus as false. Save changes. Now over here you can see if I click it, now it's focused so that you can see the shadow. If I click out, it will gone. If I click this, it will be there. If I click out, it will be gone. Look at that. It's awesome, right? So just like the same way, all we have to do is to bring one by one inside. So let's go here and then let's copy this field, and then we need to bring it everything one by one inside. In the meanwhile, we already installed the framer motion, right? We installed the framer motion. So we need to add some animations also. See here, when I click sign in and when I click create here, you can see it's coming in a little bit slow, like a fade in animation. So we need to do that animation as well. So that's the reason we added the framer motion. So the next what we're going to do, we're going to bring two different fields and we're going to do that next. Okay, then so let's get back here, and now what we need to do is to we have to copy this. Let's go here and we have to paste a few more times to bring the necessary fields here. So let's go here. Now what we need to do is I'm going to create one more field for password. We're going to create one more field for the password. So what we can do, we can say use state snippet, and we can say password. By default it's going to be null, and then we're going to create one more, that is confirm password, and that is also going to be empty string for the time being. Let's go back here, let me copy it and paste it one more time, save the changes, and this time this is going to be password here, and instead of this icon I'm going to use the lock icon, font awesome lock icon. Then I'm going to supply the password here, and I'm going to supply the set password field here, and this is going to be password field, and is sign up, of course it's going to be there. Save the changes, and now we have our password field here. Just like the same way, we need to display the confirm password also, but confirm password should be displayed only if sign up is true. Is sign up, then we need to display that field. Let's copy this, let's paste it here, and this is going to be confirm password here, and this is confirm password. This is set confirm password field. Everything is same. What we are missing? Oh, this one. Save the changes, and now it's not showing. The reason it's not showing because the is sign up is the state that is empty, so that will be updated whenever, if you're displaying already have an account, sign in here. When you click this, that will be changed. See, it's changing the text as well, and it's changing that button as well, that text field as well. So let's go ahead and bring that option now. So right after this division, or right inside the division itself, right after here, I'm going to create a paragraph. Okay, so this paragraph, it's basically, if you check over here, see here, if this is sign in, I already have an account. Okay, so if it is a sign up option, it's showing the registration option here, so it's showing I already have an account, sign in here. If I click sign in, if it's showing the message it doesn't have an account, create here. So that's the text, the two different texts showing based on that is sign up state, this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create like if not is sign up. That means if not, basically by default it's false. That means if it is true, what do you want to display? If it is not true, what do you want to display? If it is true, I'm going to bring one paragraph tag over here. Then if it is false, I'm going to bring another one paragraph tag over here. So inside this paragraph, I'm just going to say doesn't have an account. Doesn't have an account. Let's keep that change. Let's keep that thing over here. Say the changes and let's see what is it showing. It's showing doesn't have an account. So now we need to show create one here. That's what we need to do. Okay, so now here in this place, what we're going to do is basically it's going to be a button, but it's going to be like a plain text, but we're going to keep a button over there. So I'm going to bring a button and then I'm going to make that button as a motion dot button. Okay, so we need to import a motion. This is basically coming from framer motion. It's not showing anything. All right, so let it import it manually. Then import from framer motion. So here I'm gonna say motion. Cool. So here what we're gonna do is I'm going to say motion dot button. Let's close it. So the reason why we're gonna create the motion button is, so let's go to the framer motion. Let me go to the framer motion. So framer motion is a lightweight animation framework which helps mainly work most powerful on React applications. So you can go through their documentations like how to create an animation with a nice presentation and all those things, and you can see there are lots and lots of examples. For instance, if I tap this, you can see it's have this smooth transition effects which is easily done by using the motion framer motion. Okay, so to get started with the framer motion, first we need to import the animate presence. We need to go to our index.js file. Let's go back to the index.js file where it is over here, index.js file. So here we need to import one package, import from framer motion. We're going to use the animate presence, and we need to wrap this complete app inside the animate presence, and we need to bring this app over, not there, over there. Save the changes, and let's get back to the login input. Oops, I closed it. So bring that login over there, login, and here what I'm going to do is while tap, whenever you're clicking it, that's the while tap. Whenever you're clicking it, I'm going to say scale. We're going to reduce the scale, that means the complete width and height, to 0.95 or something. Save the changes, and here I'm just going to say create one. So let's go back here and let's go here, and now if I click this, you can see there is a little wobble effect. That's the reason we use that one. Okay, but instead of every time, because we're gonna have a multiple buttons, so I can't keep on write these things in every places. So what we can do is we can create a separate folder called animations, and we can keep that inside that animations folder. So let's go ahead and right click your source folder, and create the animations. Let's go here, source, right click, new folder, animations. Inside the animations folder, new file, index.js. Now what I'm going to do is to just cut this line from here, and let's go here. I'm going to create an export const button click. We're going to create an arrow function, button click is equals, and here while tap, instead of this double curly brackets, single curly brackets. It's one deleted, save the changes. Just like that. It should be an object. So now here we need to spread that operator. We need to spread out this particular variable, so that what we can do, open this, and I'm going to use the spread operator, and I'm going to say button click, which is coming from our animation. So that will spread this complete detail over here. Save the changes, and now still the output will be same. You will get that the function is working fine. Now I can use that same animation code wherever I needed it. Cool, right? So let's go back to the login and let's customize this button a little bit more. So I'm just going to add a little bit styles. Class name is equals, so text red 400 underline and cursor as a pointer and bg transparent. Save the changes. But I think that's pretty awesome, right? So now what we're going to do is, I'm going to copy this exact paragraph, paste it over here. Okay, so instead of doesn't have an account, we're going to change this to already having or have an account. Fine. Then we just going to say here as sign in here, and I'm going to add an on click event on click, and I'm going to change that sign in set as sign up as true. Okay, and over here we're gonna change this button. So copy this and paste it over here, and I'm going to change this to false. Save changes. Let's get back here. If I click this, it's going to be already have an account sign in here, and we got our sign up the confirm password field. And if I click sign in, it's gone back. Cool, right? So now we need to add some fade in fade out animation as well for our login input. So let's get back to our login input. So I'm going to change this division. So press double click that division word and press Ctrl D or Command D. So that will highlight that term. And I'm going to say motion.div, not this one, motion.div. And I'm going to import that motion as well. Import or type motion. Yes. So we imported that motion statement. And we're going to do the fade in and fade out animation. Okay, fade in out animation. This is going to be quite different. So initially, what you need to give the initial state of your animation. So initial state is going to be, opacity is going to be 0. Okay, and we're going to animate it to opacity to 1. And the exit stage is also going to be the same. Change this to exit. So now we're going to use this animation. So now we can see create, and it's having that nice animation over there. Cool, right? Now what we need to do is we need to make this as a reusable. So let me cut it from here and let me go to the animation, and I'm going to create a new function, export const fade in out equals, I'm going to paste it over here and hold your alt key and create a multi-cursor editor. Delete this and put colon over there and move to the end. Delete this and add comma over there. Save the changes. Now we have that awesome object over here. Let's go back to the login input.jsx and let's spread out that login input, not login input, fade in out. Cool. Now it should have exact same animation which we had added over there. Fine, right? So we successfully added that login input animations and all those things. Of course, we need to change one more thing. If you notice here, it should change this to sign up now. If you click it, it should change to sign in again. So we need to get back to the login and let's scroll to the top. This is the place. I'm just going to cut it out and I'm going to say if is sign up what we need to do, if it is not sign up, we need to keep it as, okay, let's keep it, if it is sign up, we can keep it as sign up. If it is not, we'll keep it as sign in. Save the changes. Let's get back here. Now it's showing sign in, create. Now it's showing sign up. Cool. We finished that. Then what we need to do, we need to bring this button, this nice and sick button over there, right after here. Exactly. So let's go ahead and create that now. So what we need to do is, this is going to be the button section. Enter. And I'm going to create this as a motion dot button. And of course, it's going to have that button click eons. Cool. And this button is going to be sign up. SIGN, sign up. Okay. And then we're going to add some classes over here. Class name, which is going to be, width is going to be full, and px is going to be 4, and py is going to be 2. Let's see what does we have. We have like this. Nothing look exactly the same. We're going to okay, so now what we need to do, we need to make this rounded MD, and then we need to change the BG red color 400, and we'll change this to cursor pointer, and keep this as a text white color, and text size is going to be XL, and we're going to keep it as the capitalize, and on hover, I'm going to change the BG red color to 500, and transition is going to be all, and then duration is going to be 150 seconds. Let's see. Look at that. So we successfully created the button, but what we need to do, we need to change it for sign in and sign up as well. So let's cut it out, and I'm just gonna say, like, if it is sign up, then is sign up. If it is sign up, then we need to bring that. If it is not, we need to display something else. So if it is sign up, it should show sign up. If it is sign in, it should show sign in. So we have two different buttons. So if I click sign up, it will show sign in. If I sign up here, it will show sign up. Cool. So we have that button now. Then what we need to do is to bring these two different lines like this, right? Basically, this is a complete division. This is a division, this is a text, and this is a division. And that's what we're gonna do next. So right exactly where we need to create that line is just after this division. Over here, we need to bring that line. So here, I'm just going to say, first I'm going to bring a complete division, and we're going to say that as flux item center. We're going to say that flux item center, and justify between, and gap should be 16 at least minimum. Then I'm going to create a division, which is going to be width as W24. 24, and height is going to be 1 pixel. Basically, we don't have 1 pixel, so we need to type it by ourselves to give the custom values. So you need to open a square bracket and then type your custom values over there. Then rounded MD, and BG is going to be white. Save the changes, and now you can see a line over here. See, this is that line. So what we're going to do is copy and paste it one more time. In between, I'm going to create that paragraph. Class name is going to be text white, and that is going to be R. Look at that, like this. So then what we need to do, we need to bring that sign in with Google button. This one. sign in with Google button. So let's go ahead. This division, it's finishing here. That's going to be the motion.div. Enter. And this division is going to have button click animation. And of course, it's going to have some classes styles. Class name is equals with so first we need to use the flex item center and justify center, and px is going to be 20 and py it's going to be 2, and then pg light overlay backdrop blur md, and let's see, there we go. This is how it looks now. Then what we need to do, we need to change this to cursor as a pointer. Then we need to make this a rounded 3 XL minimum so that we can get a curve perfectly. Then we need to change, we need to add some gap in between, because we're gonna load that this icon and of course this text, so there should be some gap between them. So inside this division right now, I'm gonna bring that icon first. So that icon is FC Google, which is coming from your assets icons folder. And then I'm gonna supply the class name for it, which is text 3XL. Then we're gonna bring a paragraph, which is sign in with Google. Then class name, it's going to be capitalize. We're going to use the capitalize, and text base is the text size, and then text heading color is going to be our text color. Look at that, like this. We have a nice wobble effect for both of the buttons. So then what we need to do is, all we have to do is to connect the Firebase with our server. Then we need to create the API endpoints to collect the details from the front end and to validate the refresh token, and that's what we're gonna do next. All right, then, since we successfully created this UI design, now it's time to integrate the Firebase in our front end. So let's integrate the Firebase in the front end, then we move on to the back end. So now what we need to do is go to your Firebase project which you created, and we have this Firebase config.js, right? So we need to configure this inside our application. So before that, we need to install the Firebase. Let's make sure whether we install the Firebase or not. So let's go to package.json and let's see, we haven't installed the Firebase. Okay, so what we need to do, let's go here and then let's go to the client over here and just say yarn add Firebase. Okay, enter. So that will install the necessary packages to configure the Firebase inside our application. So this will take like maximum 10 to 15 seconds. So let's wait until it's done. Let's go back here and let's see how to configure all these things. Like, okay, so this is the content that we need to copy. So now what we need to do is go back to your Firebase, sorry, your Visual Studio Code, and it's downloading. And here inside the source folder, we're gonna create a new folder called config. Right click, create a new folder called config. All right, so now the Firebase is installed successfully. Let's close this and let's minimize the animations, assets, components, and then let's expand the containers as well, and let's expand the config. Inside the config, I'm going to create a new file called firebase.config.js. So later, if you're going to config any other extra to your front end, you can put it inside the config folder. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to bring that line, copy this, and let it bring it inside. So let's paste it over here. All right, so we need to replace all these keys inside our environment folder to keep it securely. Okay, so what we need to do is to go here and let's import few packages first. Import from Firebase /app. So So we need to get this initialize app. So for that, what I'm going to do is get app, then get apps, then initialize app. These are the packages that we need, classes that we needed from the Firebase app. Then we need to get the Firebase storage as well. So import from Firebase / storage. So we're gonna get the storage option, get storage. Okay, so then what we need to do is like let's do one more time. Okay, so here now what we need to do is we need to create the application first. So let's create a const app is equals. So to create an app, what we need to do is first we need to get the list of apps. So we need to get the app information from the Firebase. If the app information is already there, then we don't need to create, or we don't need to initialize a new app again. So what happens if you're initializing app like this? So if you're directly initializing the app with the configuration, it will initialize every time a new application. We don't want that. So get apps dot length, we'll get that length. If the length is greater than 0, that means there is we have an app. So then get that app information. If that is not, then initialize the app with the Firebase config which I have in my hand. All right, so then we need to export this to our, we need to export it from here, then only we can use it from inside our any components. So before exporting it, I'm going to export the storage as well. Storage is equals get storage using this app. Okay, then export, we're going to export the app and as well as the storage. Save the changes. Now we exported it successfully, but what we need to do, we need to replace all these things inside an environment variable. So let's go ahead and create an environment variable inside your root folder, that means your client folder. So right click your client folder and create a new file and name that file as .env. So now inside the root folder, we need to create the variables for each and every keys over here. So let me show you how to create a variable. So here, this is how you need to create a variable for each and everything. Like React app, you should prefix everything with React underscore app, and then you can give your key name over here. So we have Firebase API key and auth domain and the project ID and Firebase storage bucket, messaging ID and the Firebase app ID. So let me copy this completely, create it exactly the same way, then put it inside over here. Now all you have to do is to copy and replace these keys one by one. Copy and paste it inside the double quotes, and then copy this from here, auth domain, put it exactly to the auth domain, then project ID, copy it and put it in the project ID, don't miss the double quotes, and put the storage bucket exactly to your storage bucket variable, and then copy the messaging ID, paste it over here. So this is to avoid push all these keys publicly to your GitHub account. So we should avoid this. Okay, so that's why we are putting all this in the environment variable, and inside the git ignore file, we will ignore this environment variable to avoid uploading it. All right, so then what we need to do, we have to replace everything. So hold your Alt key or Options key in your Mac and create the multi-cursor editor and select everything to the right side, delete it, and then just add process.env dot, here we need to bring that variable, add comma over here so it will not show any error. So let's bring one by one key from here, Firebase key, copy and put it to your Firebase key, and then copy this, put it for your auth domain, project ID, put it in your project ID, storage bucket, for storage bucket, Firebase messaging ID, all right. So then let's go here for, where is that? Okay, for the environment and Firebase app ID and put it for your Firebase app ID. Fine. So now what we need to do, we need to add this env file inside the git ignore. We need to ignore that file. So open your git ignore file and then open this git ignore, and here we need to ignore that file. Basically we need to ignore the .env. So from the root of the directory we have this .env file. Okay, so this is the file that it need to be ignored. All right, so now we are totally fine and everything is clear. So this will ignore that particular file and everything, and you can see at the end, you can see if you are creating env.local or development local, test local, production local, there are different types of environment variables that you can create. We created as an env, so we added that in the git ignore file and save the changes. Now this file will be ignored if you are uploading all these things to your GitHub when you're committed and pushing it to the GitHub. Let me close this and let me close this environment. And now we need to restart our client, because the reason the local environment file should load successfully. Clear? And yarn start. So this will reload that environment file. All right. So now we have this Firebase configuration successfully configured with our front end. Now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and perform all the actions what we need to do with this the sign in or sign up with Google. We need to perform everything one by one. So that's what we're going to do next. All right then, so let's get back to your Firebase project over here, and let's go to the build, go to the authentication. So we need to enable the authentication methods. What are the authentication that we're going to use? Basically we are using two different authentications over here. One, sign in with your email and password, and sign in with the Google. So let's go ahead and enable the email with password, enable email/password, and click save. And then click add new provider. We're going to use the Google provider. Click and enable the Google provider. Select your default account which you created, and then click save. So once this Google authentication is enabled, that will provide you the client ID and the web SDK configuration, security key, and everything will be automatically generated. If you go here and edit it, and if you expand it, sorry, not this one, this one, see, you have the web client ID and you have the web secret client ID. So let's keep it safe. Close this. And now if you go to the settings tab over here, you can see the authorized domains. These are all the authorized domains. Later, if you're going to purchase a new domain, you should add the domain over here. Then only it will authorize the user to use these kinds of authentications and everything. And user account linking. See here, link accounts that use the same email. For instance, let's say the user creating two different accounts with the same email, that will not allow the user to create an account with using same email. So if they want to create an account with the same email, we need to use the different configuration. So if you are using a Facebook authentication, LinkedIn authentication, so user might have the same email for each and every providers. So in case if you want to allow the user to have multiple accounts with the same email ID, please enable this option. Otherwise, leave it as it is. In this case, I'm just going to keep it as it is. I'm not going to change the settings. Then if you go to this templates, if you are using email address verification, you can see this is the basic templates that the user will receive if you want to ask the user to verify the email address. Okay, so then this is the users place where you can see the users once they successfully signed in inside our applications. So fine, we enable the authentication. Now what we need to do is we need to go through the documentation. Then we need to integrate the authentication methods inside our Firebase application. So that's what we're going to do next. All right, then since we successfully enable the authentication methods and everything, now we're going to enable the option to work with the sign in with Google. Let's finish this, then we can move on to this one. So to work with the sign in with Google, to refer the Google documentation, click here, go to docs, click it, and that will take you to the Firebase documentation. And here you can see the build. In the build menu, you can see the authentication option. Click the authentication. And in the left side, you can see iOS, Android, Flutter, and web. In this case, we're going to use the web, expand it. And we're going to use the email, sign in with email password, where it is. Password authentication. And then we're going to use the Google authentication. So let's go to the Google authentication. So we have two different methods. Either you can use the Google sign in with pop-up, or you can use the first we need to get the authentication provider, what authentication provider we're going to use, and then we need to get the auth information from our application, whether this authentication is enabled or not. Then if you scroll down, you can see we have sign in with pop-up authentication, and if you scroll down, you can use the sign in with a redirect option. We have two different authentication, one sign in with pop-up and another one is the redirect. So in this case, that depends on you. Both configuration is exactly the same, but only this method name is going to be different. It's up to you which is suitable for you. We can go with that way. In this case, I'm going to use the sign in with pop-up. All right, so let's configure this. Let's get back to the Visual Studio Code, close this, close everything except the login, close others. I closed everything except the login. Let's keep it simple over here. And this is the sign in with Google. This is the place where we are happening. So this on this place, I'm going to create an on-click event, and I'm going to say is login with Google. I'm going to create a method. So let me copy this and let's go to the top of it. And right after here, I'm going to create a method. So const login with Google, expand it. In this case, I'm just going to say console.log. I'm just say clicked. We need to make sure whether it is working fine or not. So let's get back here, go to your React app and right click and inspect the elements. And let's get back to the console. And over here, now if let me change this to right side. So if I click this is too big. Let me reduce the console size. Yeah, this is fine. Now if I click this sign in with Google, you can see we get the message as clicked. That means our click event is working fine, so that it's triggering properly. So here now we need to get the authentication informations first. So to get the authentication information, we need to import two different methods, get auth and then the provider, what exact provider that you're gonna use. So right after here, I'm gonna import from Firebase /auth. I'm gonna get auth method, and then we need the sign in with pop-up, that method. As I said, we have two different methods, sign in with pop-up and sign in with redirect. Both are themed for Google only. So in this case, I'm going to use the sign in with pop-up. Then we need to get the Google auth provider, because we're going to use that auth provider only. So right over here, first what we need to do, we need to get the authentication information from our app. So here const Firebase auth is equals get auth information from our app, which we configured in the Firebase configuration. So we need to import that one also. So import app from /config/Firebase config. So we get that app information and we are supplying it to the authentication information. So this will get the what are the providers which we enabled. All the information will be stored over here. Then we need to create a new instance for our Google provider. So const provider is equals new Google auth provider. Save the changes. So now we have the authentication and as well as the provider information. So since we successfully clicked this, so this function needs to wait until the user clicking that sign in the email and using and providing the password and everything. So we need to change this function as an asynchronous function. Async. Okay, don't import that package, then otherwise if it will shows the suggestions. So don't import this package. It's importing from Firebase util, so don't import it. Okay, just type async over here. So mostly you might even myself, I did this mistake and then I will search for what is the mistake. After the very long time I figured it out. It's if I press the tab key, it's automatically importing that package and it's changing the functionality. So don't import it. So over here now what we need to do, we need to say await sign in with pop-up. So this function needs three different parameters. One is your authentication, then is your provider, and once it's done, it will gives you a promise. We need to handle that promise. So first we need to supply the Firebase auth which we have. Then we need to supply the provider which we created for the instance. dot then this will provide it as a promise that will gives the user credential. Okay, so once we got the user credential, we need to check whether there is a changes in the authentication or not. So Firebase auth dot on auth state change on authentication. Once the authenticated, there might be a change in the state, so we need to get that, and then we need to use that. Let's keep it as a cred, that's a credential. So we'll get that credential, then open it. So here, if we have that cred object, if we have the credential object, then what I need to do is I need to get that refresh token. So let me show you what exact object that we are getting. So if I console.log that cred information, so we console.logged it, and now if I click this, a pop-up is appeared. Let me bring a console inspect. What is that? Oh, here it is. Let me bring this. Now if I choose this account, that will allows the user to, and you can see we have that user credential completely over here. We are not supposed to show get the details directly from here. We need to validate this access token. We need to validate the provider. This is the provider data. If you want to use this data, you can use it. But what is the proper way is we need to get this access token. We need to send it to the backend, and we need to make sure whether the token is validated, because this is a JWT token, Java Web Token. We need to send it to our backend. We need to validate it. Then we need to using backend. We need to fetch this detail again, and we need to put it inside our the Redux store. Okay, that's the proper way to access your refresh token, because this token is validated only for 1 hour. Okay, so it will be automatically refreshed for every 1 hour. It will be automatically refreshed. All right, so let's delete this console log, delete it, and then I'm gonna make sure if this cred is there. That means if you get the credential, then cred dot get ID token, get the token, and then once you got the token dot then send that token. Let's get that token and let's console log that token for time being. Save the changes. And now if we sign in with Google, sign in, now you have your access token in your hand. So now what we need to do is we need to make sure this token is validated properly. So we need to send this token to the backend, then we need to validate the token informations and everything. So that's what we're gonna do next. Now the in the front end, that means in the client side, the authentication is successfully done. Once this is validated, we're gonna get same way, we're gonna authenticate and we're gonna get this token and we're gonna pass it to our backend. So what will be easier once we validated this token? So that's what we're gonna do next. All right, then since we have this token, let's get back here and let's minimize the client completely, because we're gonna work now purely on the server side. So let's expand the function and let's get back here. Index, let's bring the index.js, nothing is there, and let's bring the package.json. So far we have only Firebase admin and Firebase functions. So we need to bring 3 different packages, that is course.env and then express, those packages. So let's go ahead and then let's get back to the server, clear, and I'm just going to say Firebase function is using the npm. So let's get into the cd functions. Make sure that you are navigating your functions directory, then run this command. So cd functions, then here you need to run npm install. Since Firebase functions, cloud functions is using npm, we need to use the npm install. So npm install express, that's the express app which helps us to create the API endpoints. Then we're going to use the .env, that is for loading our environment variables inside our express app. Then course, this is to enable the cross-origin platform, because we are trying to integrate our Node.js with our client app. So that will show cross-origin error access, and it will not allow you to access that. So we are going to enable that cross-origin error by using the course package. So install all these 3 packages. So now we added all those three packages. If you go here and you can see we added those three different packages. So now there is no needed of this package.json. Close that one. And now what we need to do, let me delete all these things. Okay, so here they just given a way like how to export the functions and everything. So this is one kind of way that you can export in case if you're working with the Algolia and all those things, you need to keep those things as a separate function. So this will helps you to maintain the function as separate, a function inside a function like that. So let me close this. We don't need this anymore. Delete it. And now what we need to, we need to get that Firebase admin because we have that Firebase admin. So const admin is equals require Firebase admin. Let's get that Firebase admin. All right, now we have the Firebase admin. To work with the Firebase admin, we need a service account key. So where you can get that service account key, go to your firebase.json, go to your project settings, click the service accounts, and then this will load. This is the credential. See, this is how you need to link your service account key. This is the way that we can link our service account key. So what we need to do is, let's generate this private key. We need to keep this private key securely. So let's bring this. Let me okay, so now what we need to do is we need to bring this inside our application. So what can I do? Let me take this and let me bring it over here and put it inside the functions folder like this. Put it inside the functions folder. That should be inside your root folder because functions, since functions is our root folder. So put it inside that and let me copy this name and I'm gonna rename that file. Right click, rename it and paste it. Enter the changes. So then what we need to do is to we are not supposed to upload this file to our GitHub account. So what we need to do is we need to ignore this file. So let's create an env folder. So right click your functions file and create a new file called .env, environment variable. So what we need to do is we need to ignore that service account file. I'm sorry, totally sorry. So basically what we need to do is we need to ignore it. So I created the environment folder. I'm sorry. So let's let it have that file also because we need to ignore that file also. That's what I tried to say. So let's go to the git ignore. Currently inside the git ignore, we don't have anything else. So what we can do is, I'm sorry. So now what we need to do, all we have to do is to ignore those files. So let me copy this. Just ignore those files just by adding these name over here, .env. Okay, so this will ignore the file env. Make sure, double check. We need to ignore the service account JSON and env, and we need to ignore this file, and we need to ignore this file from the root directory. So save the changes. This will ignore all those files from our root directory. Now in the index.js, what we need to do is let's load that configuration. We need to load that configuration, otherwise it will not work. So require, we need to load the dot environment. Then we need to get that config functions config. All right, so now we have that config. Now we need to get that service account key const. Let's paste that service account key. Okay, service account key is equals require dot slash service account key dot json. So that loaded inside this variable. Then what we need to do, we need to create an app. So const express. Let's get the express object first. Require express. Then using that express, let's create an app. Const app is equals express instance. Save the changes. Now we have the app in our hand. Then what we need to do, we need to basically, we're going to work with the JSON data. This is the body parser for our JSON data. So we are passing everything as a JSON format. So we need to enable the JSON parser, body parser. So we don't need to download a external body parsers or anything, because by default from the app itself we can use express.json. So this will act as a body parser. Okay, use is a handler which helps you to make sure what exact body parser we're gonna use. All right, so now then what we need to do, we need to enable the cross origin, because otherwise we will get the cross origin issue. So const course equals require course, and then we need to make sure to use this course. So app dot use, inside the use handler we need to call the course object, open the cross, and inside here we need to supply an object called origin. It's going to be true. We are enabling the origin as a true. All right, then what we need to do is, since the origin is enabled, now we need to enable allow access control. We need to enable the access control also. So app dot use, open it. This is going to take two different parameters: require, request, response, and next. Okay, three different parameters, and we're going to call an arrow function. Inside here I'm just going to say response dot set. We're going to set the response as access control allow origin for everything. Access control allow origin basically for every response. Okay, then what we're gonna do, I'm gonna do like next, move to the next. Okay, now what this will enable the cross origin, so that we can send the data from one, like from our backend to the front end. That will enable. Now what we need to do is we need to initialize our Firebase credentials. So let me copy this one and let me paste it directly. This is Firebase credentials, so paste it here. Now this will initialize our Firebase credentials with our service account key. So let me supply that service account key over here. This is it. Save the changes. And now what we need to do is I need to export this app, otherwise it will not work. So exports dot app, we are exporting with the name called app, then functions dot https dot on request, we're gonna call this app. Save the changes. Now this app is exported. Now what we need to do, we need to create the API endpoints. All we have to do is to create the API endpoints over here. So I'm just going to check whether this is working fine or not. So app.get, if any link is coming through this route, that means basically home route, I'm going to get the request and as well as the response. I'm going to create an arrow function and I'm going to return that response dot send as hello world. Save the changes. Now we need to run this. So let's go to your package.json, and there you can see if you are using this serve command, it's basically triggering Firebase emulator start only the function. So to run your Firebase functions in your local, you need to run this command. So instead of running this entire command, we can simply say npm run serve. So that's what we're going to do. Let's go to the functions, make sure that you are inside a function. Then here we just need to say npm run serve, enter. So that will triggers that command, specify that host port in firebase.json, unable to start 299.99999. So the reason why it's showing is because in my case already I'm running a file, I'm already running a Firebase functions in that port. So that's the reason it's not allowing me to run this. So Firebase json.config, let's go to the Firebase JSON. Over here we need to configure this port like this. We need to configure this port. So what I'm going to do to avoid this unwanted issue, I'm just going to stop my server for the time being. Stop it. And now let's rerun this. So this will work. There we go. So it's working. And now you can see this is the link. Copy this and let's go here and let's paste it here, slash enter, and you can see we got that hello world. So we created successfully an API endpoint, right? So now our API endpoint is working fine. Next, what we need to do is to configure a separate API route. We need to create a separate route for our users. Then we need to validate our JWT token. So that's what we're gonna do next. Okay, then, so what we need to do is, since we successfully configured the Firebase configurations and we created a separate API endpoints, now what we need to do is we need to create a separate route to manage each and every route separately. That will be the best practice. You can work inside the same file itself, but that will make it more complex to follow through it. So let's create a new folder inside your functions and name that folders as routes. And then inside this routes, I'm going to create a new file called user.js. New file user.js. So for that user.js is going to be empty. And right after here, we need to navigate that route to this specific file which we created right now. So what I'm trying to say is here const user route is equals require dot slash routes slash user. So then app.use, if the API endpoints is coming like this slash API slash users, then you should load this user route. Okay, if API endpoints is coming like this instead of this home route, after this, if it is coming like API slash users, then it should load this user dot route. Now let's go to the user.js, and here first we need to create that route. So const router equals require express dot router. So this will create that router, and of course we need to export this router, otherwise it will not work. So module dot exports is equals router. We're gonna export this router. So inside here, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create an API endpoint. So router dot get method, and if it is any home route is coming inside, then comma request, we're gonna get the request and we're gonna get the response, create the, and we're gonna return this as response dot send. I'm gonna say inside the user router, save the changes, and we save the changes as well here, and we are not getting any error. It's loaded the environment variable as well. Fine, that's good. Let's go back here. Now if I refresh this, we will get the hello world. That's fine. But after this app, if I change this to API slash users, if I press enter, that will give inside the user route. So now we are inside the API user route. Fine. So it's successfully working fine. So instead of using this 127.0.10.1, we can use it as localhost colon enter. That will also work perfectly as it's supposed to be. So this is our route link. So let's get back to here. Let me close this and let me go to the user route, and here I'm going to create a separate route for validating our JWT token, which we are collecting from here. This is the token. So now what we need to do over here, I'm going to say router dot get slash JWT verification or something, verification. If we are going that, and this is going to be an asynchronous, it should wait until it gets done. So request comma response is equals an arrow function, and we're gonna pass that token through the authorization header authorization. Okay, so to work with this API much better, we need to download a software called Postman, because every time I can't use this. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get that Postman application. So Postman, if you search for Postman download, please download this. It's an API platform which helps you to work with your API much better. So let me go back here and let me open my Postman, because I do already have a Postman installed successfully. So you guys please go ahead and download that and install it in your machine, and let me bring it in this side, and then I'll keep it the right corner, and let me keep this in the left corner. Fine. Now we can work together, and I'm gonna create a new API request, and I'm gonna paste that URL which we copied from the localhost 501 full stack app the user central API/user, and we're gonna use this verification. Copy this and paste it over here. For the time being, we are going to send response.send as JWT verification. Save the changes. If everything is working fine, this is going to be the get, and here also we have the get, and if you click send, you should get that response over here as JWT verification. So this is how you need to validate your API. So now we have our API. This API is working fine. So let me delete this. And here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the if request. From the request, inside the headers, if I have that authorization, then what I'm going to do, if I don't have that authorization, I'm going to return the response status as 500. 500 means that's an internal server error. So, and I'm going to send a message as an object. Message is equals like we're going to say we can say as token not found, something like that. Token not found. Fine. Now if I check this, you will get the message as token not found, because the reason we haven't sent any header authorizations. That's the reason. So if I have that token, if I have that authorization token, so what we have to do is to here to send the authorization. So we need to go to the headers, and inside the headers I'm going to use the authorization. We're going to use the authorization, and I'm going to pass that token. So let's go ahead and sign in one more time, and let's get the valid token right now. Let's sign in, and here we go. Copy this token, copy it, and we're gonna send the token like bearer token. So I'm just going to say bearer, not this one, not here, over here. Let me delete this. B capital, bearer space our token. This is how we are sending the token. We are okay. So now let's send this. Okay, you will not get anything because we are not returning anything. That's why it's taking sending request and anything. See? Okay, so now what we need to do is, if we have that request, so const dot token, we need to extract that token. Okay, so I am sending the token like bearer space token. So I need to split it by using this space, and I need to get the first array element, because that's our real token, right? So from the request dot headers, dot authorization, in this object, I'm going to split this using split method. I'm going to split. How we are going to split? We're going to split this bearer, and we're going to split this token separately, and I need the index number 1, because once you run this, you will get an array, and in that array, the 0th index will be your bearer and the first index will be your token. I need the first index. So once you got that first index, I'm going to say request return response.send 200. We got the token back over here, 200, and we just going to send that token. We're not going to send, but for the validation, I'm just going to make sure whether it is working fine or not. Now if I click send, there we go. We have our token object, it's splitted, and we got our token object. Okay, so now what we need to do, we don't need to send it, we need to validate it. So I'm gonna decode that token. Try to decode that token. What we need the admin privileges. So let's create the admin. Const admin is equals require, and I'm gonna say Firebase admin. Okay, then over here I'm going to get await await admin.auth. Using auth object, I'm going to verify this ID token, verify the ID token, and send that token over here. Okay, token. So once it is verified, that is going to return a promise. So that is going to be your decoded value. Okay, save the changes. And then, so since it is a try, of course, we need to have a catch object. So I'm going to say error. If there is any error, okay, I'm going to return the error just like this way. Return response.send, and I'm going to send a message like success as an object is going to be false because it is failed. That's why it's false. And the message is going to be dynamic string literals. That's a backtick error in basically it's going to extract error in extracting the token. So then I need to append that information, append that error over here. That is going to be error, error. Okay, this is the issue. So in case if it is failed to decode the token, this is going to send this message, error in extracting the token, and what is that exact error. All right. Otherwise, over here, now what I'm going to do, like if there is a token, if the token is verified, if it's going to have the decode value. If not decode value, if not a decode value, then I need to send the response. So I'm just going to copy it. I'm going to send it over here as a JSON data, JSON, and I'm going to send this as success fail object over here. And I'm going to say another message as unauthorized access. Unauthorized authorized access. Save the change. So if there is no decoded value, then this will be returned. In case if there is a decoded value, then we need to return response.status as 200, then .json, let's say success is going to be true, and of course we're going to send the data outside. That is going to be your decoded value. So basically, to understand much better, we are sending the tokens through authorization and we are splitting it so that we can extract the bearer and our token separately. The first index is going to be our token. Then using try and catch, we're going to validate. While doing this, if there is any error, we're going to catch that and we're going to say error in extracting the token. If there is no mistakes, this will validate the token. If there is no token is there, if the token is not valid, then it doesn't have any value. So I'm just going to say if not decoded value, I'm going to send the message as success as false and the message as unauthorized access because the token is invalid. If the token is valid only, this is going to be returned, because if the token is not valid, this will return. So this function will be exited. So it's not going to execute this one more time. That's the reason I keep it with I return without any condition over here. All right. So now this will work perfectly. This is the token. And let's send this one more time. And here we go. The token is validated. And now we have our user information. So this, it's need to be passed to the front end. And we need to keep these informations in the React store. So now what we need to do, we need to create a function to access this API. And we need to pass a token to validate that token. And we need to get that information in the front end. That's what we're going to do next. Okay, then since we successfully validated the token from our server API, so let's get back to the front end, to our client. So let's go here. So this is the place where we need to validate that token, right? So what we need to do is, one second, we need to create an API. Okay, we need to create an API by using Axios. Then we need to call our API endpoint to validate our token. So that's what we're going to do now. So let me minimize this. Let's keep it aside and let me make it full screen. Okay, so we need to import a package for this client app. Let's go to the client, make sure that you're inside the client, and then run the command called yarn add axios. So this is the package which helps you to call the API endpoints from the front end. So I'm going to create a new folder inside the source folder, and I'm going to name that folder as API. Inside this API folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.js. So inside here, we're going to import the axios first. Import axios from axios. Save the changes. Then what we need to do is we need to get that base URL. So I'm going to export that base URL because later we need to use this base URL for our Stripe payment. So I'm going to export this base URL is equals. We need to get that base URL. Basically, the base URL is inside our Postman. Let's go here. And from this to this app, this is our base URL. Copy that and paste it over here. This is our base URL. Later, once we deployed it in our Firebase Cloud Function, we need to just update this URL. So we don't need to change the entire coding for that. Save the changes. And now let's get back here. And let me minimize the Postman app. All right. So here now what I need to do is I'm going to create a function export const validate user JWT token. This is a function. Here, this function is going to get a parameter that is nothing but our token because we need to send it to the front end, right? Then I'm going to create a try and catch. Try and catch. If there is any error, so I'm just going to return it as null. While doing this, if there is any error, I'm going to return the user object as null. If it is validated, you're going to send the user object. Otherwise, it's going to return null. Fine. Now, what I need to do is const response. We'll get that response equals await axios dot get method. The reason why we are using get, we have it as a get method only. Got it? Get method, and the API endpoint is going to be slash. We're gonna access our base URL. All right. So this will be processed. So right after here, I need to get that slash API slash users because that is our user route, right? See here, because that's our user route slash API slash user. Copy that and paste it over here. Then inside the user route, we are calling this JWT verification. So copy that. So this is our API route. So along with this, I'm gonna send the headers. To send the header, let's open an object. This is the configuration. Here, I'm going to use the headers object. Inside the headers object, I'm gonna call this authorization. Go to the Postman. I'm gonna call this authorization. Here, use this authorization object, and we're gonna send that token by using bearer space. Over here, I'm gonna append this token. So bearer and empty space. This empty space is must. Then only you can extract the token. Okay, now we are sending this token by using bearer just to encrypt it. That's it. Okay, so now what we need to do, once this is successfully done, we're gonna return the data to the front end. Response dot data. So we are sending the data. We'll get the data. That means basically you will get this decoded value. Inside this decoded value, what we have two objects, success, and we have the data object. So I'm gonna return that data object. I don't need that success. So I'll get that data. This is the response data, that basically the complete information, this complete information. This is the response data. Inside that data object, we have this, our own data object. I'm just going to return our own data object. That's it. Now this function is working fine. Now let's go here, and where is the login? This is the place where we got the token. And over here, I'm going to call that verification, verify that token. So I'm just going to say validate JWT token. Make sure that is imported from your API and pass that token which you have in your hand over here. So now it will return a promise. If that promise have the data in its hand, then I'm just going to say console.log data. Save the changes. Now if I click sign in, that will sign in. It will sign in with our Gmail. The token will be passed to our backend by login validated. I haven't printed this. What is happening? Let me stop the server. Let me restart it one more time. So it's loading. Fine, now it's loaded successfully. Let's sign in. Let's bring this email account one more time. And now here we go. The token is passed to our backend and it's successfully validated and it's returned back our data. So this is the data object that we are expecting. So it's having the authentication method, authenticated time, email, whether the email is verified or not, from where it is being identified, and then what is the name, picture. We have every single information about that user. So now we have this data. What we need to do is we need to store it in the React store. So before moving to the React store, we need to successfully finish our email authentication as well. So let's move to the email authentication. Let's exactly do the same steps what we did for the sign in with Gmail, and then we will move on to the Redux concept. All right, so let's move on to the next one. All right then, so let's get back to our Visual Studio Code over here. So we need to get this login input like email and password and confirm password. Since we already created states for each and everything, so we have that information already in our hand. So where is that? Okay, so we have two different options over here. One is sign in and another one is the sign up. So let's go for the sign up first. So where is that method? Sign up. So for this, I'm gonna create a function like on click. Whenever I click this, I'm gonna say sign up with email password. This is a function we're gonna create. Copy this because we need to create an account, then only we can sign in. So let's go ahead and create that. So const sign in with email password is equals an arrow 6 function. Let's create it. All right then. So here we need to make sure first, if any of these values are empty, if any of these 3 values are empty, we are not supposed to do anything, right? So if these values are not empty, then only we need to create an account. All right, so let's go here. So here, if the user email or the email, we already have that. So password, all right, or confirm password is, if any of these 3 bracket is equals to empty string. If it is equals to empty, then what I'm going to do, we're gonna say console.log they are empty. Save the changes. So now let me close that. If I click sign up, you can see it's showing the messages they are empty. Let me fill this sample at gmail.com, and I didn't fill the password field. If I click that, still the password field is empty. Okay, this is not supposed to be like this. It should be like this. Triple equals to, we need to check each and everything. Like this. If any of this field is empty, then it should be empty. Sign up. Yes, they are empty. If I have a password, now it's not working. Fine, now it's working successfully. The condition is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Cool. Then what we need to do is, I'm just going to say, if this is empty, we need to throw an alert like record fields must be filled. So I'll keep it as empty for the time being. Else, if it is not empty over here, I'm going to check one more time whether the password and the confirm password. So if the password field it's equals to confirm password, then only we need to start. Otherwise it should show an alert message. Alert message. We need to create that alert message later. For the time being, let's keep it as alert message here. Alert message. Save changes. And now inside here, if it is equals, this is the place where we're going to create that create a user account with email and password. So let's go to the Firebase documentation, where it is, here it is, and let's go to the password authentication. Well, if you scroll down a bit, you can see you have a method called sign in with email password. And if you scroll down, not there, well, here it is. Create an email with create user with email and password. So the parameters, you can see the authentication, which we already have, and we need to supply your email and the password. That's it, simple as that. So let's go here. Inside here, I'm gonna say await create user with email and password. If it is not importing for you automatically, better go to your Firebase auth and import that class by yourself, that method by yourself. So now in my case it's imported. Okay, so now what I need to do, I need to supply 3 different inputs. One is our authentication, which is Firebase auth, which we already have, and another one is our email, so user email. Make sure they are string inputs. Then comma, we need to supply our password. Since we already validated, if the password is equals to the confirmed password, then only it's going to create that user. All right, so await, and this is going to be an asynchronous method. Async, since we are using await, we need to keep it as asynchronous. So let me say comment it for the time being, and I'm just going to say console.log equal. So we need to make sure whether they are equal or not, then only we need to check that. So let's go back to the React app over here, and I'm going to say sample@gmail.com, and password field over here, I'm just going to say sample@123, and then sample@123. Let me sign up, and they are saying us equal, so they are equal now. All right, so now what we need to do is, let's disable this option, and then now what we need to do, we already passed the email, password and everything, so this will return the promise back, and then we need to get that user credential. So user credential, and let's open it, and just like the same way, we're gonna copy this method, copy it, and I'm gonna paste it over here. So since the user is successfully created, the state is going to change. We're gonna get that credential of that user, and we're gonna validate that user information. So exactly the same method, save the changes. So let's go to our login input once, because before creating an account, we need to make sure whether the email which we created, whether we validated that email or not. Since we haven't validated that email, okay, so we need to validate that email before creating an account. Make sure it's following that specific pattern or not. Only if it is following that specific pattern, then only we need to create an account. So that's what we're going to do next. All right, then, so let's get back to our Visual Studio Code over here. So we need to get this login input like email and password and confirm password. Since we already created states for each and everything, so we have that information already in our hand. So where is that? Okay, so we have 2 different options over here. One is sign in, and another one is the sign up. So let's go for the sign up first. So where is that method? Sign up. So for this, I'm gonna create a function like on click. Whenever I click this, I'm gonna say sign up with email password. This is a function we're gonna create. Copy this, because we need to create an account, then only we can sign in. So let's go ahead and create that. So const sign in with email password is equals an arrow6 function. Let's create it. All right, then. So here we need to make sure first, if any of these values are empty, if any of these 3 values are empty, we are not supposed to do anything, right? So if these values are not empty, then only we need to create an account. All right, so let's go here. So here, if the user email or the email, we already have that. So password, all right, or confirm password is, if any of these three bracket is equals to empty string, if it is equals to empty, then what I'm going to do, we're going to say console.log, they are empty, save the changes. So now let me close that. If I click sign up, you can see it's showing the messages, they are empty. Let me fill this sample@gmail.com, and I didn't fill the password field. If I click that, still the password field is empty. Okay, this is not supposed to be like this. It should be like this. Triple equals to, we need to check each and everything. Like this. If any of this field is empty, then it should be empty. Sign up. Yes, they are empty. If I have a password, now it's not working. Fine, now it's working successfully. The condition is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Cool. Then what we need to do is, I'm just going to say, if this is empty, we need to throw an alert like record fields must be filled. So I'll keep it as empty for the time being. Else, if it is not empty over here, I'm going to check one more time whether the password and the confirm password. So if the password field is equals to confirm password, then only we need to start. Otherwise, it should show an alert message. Alert message. We need to create that alert message later. For the time being, let's keep it as alert message here. Alert message. Save the changes. And now inside here, if it is equals, this is the place where we're going to create that create a user account with email and password. So let's go to the Firebase documentation, where it is, here it is, and let's go to the password authentication. Well, if you scroll down a bit, you can see you have a method called sign in with email password. And if you scroll down, not there. Well, here it is. Create an email with create user with email and password. So the parameters, you can see the authentication, which we already have, and we need to supply your email and the password. That's it, simple as that. So let's go here. Inside here, I'm gonna say await create user with email and password. If it is not importing for you automatically, better go to your Firebase auth and import that class by yourself, that method by yourself. So now in my case, it's imported. Okay, so now what I need to do, I need to supply three different inputs. One is our authentication, which is Firebase auth, which we already have, and another one is our email, so user email. Make sure they are string inputs. Then comma, we need to supply our password. Since we already validated, if the password is equals to the confirmed password, then only it's going to create that user. All right, so await, and this is going to be an asynchronous method. Async, since we are using await, we need to keep it as asynchronous. So let me say comment it for the time being, and I'm just going to say console.log equal. So we need to make sure whether they are equal or not, then only we need to check that. So let's go back to the React app over here, and I'm going to say sample@gmail.com, and password field over here, I'm just going to say sample@123, and then sample@123. Let me sign up, and they are saying us equal, so they are equal now. All right, so now what we need to do is, let's disable this option, and then now what we need to do, we already passed the email, password and everything, so this will return the promise back, and then we need to get that user credential. So user credential, and let's open it, and just like the same way, we're gonna copy this method, copy it, and I'm gonna paste it over here. So since the user is successfully created, the state is going to change. We're going to get that credential of that user and we're going to validate that user information. So exactly the same method, save the changes. So since we successfully created the sign in, completed this method, so let's go ahead and make sure whether everything is working fine or not. So let's go here and let me refresh the changes. All right. Sorry. So now let's go to the create one, and here let's type the email address. So I'm just going to use vetrivel.galaxy@gmail.com and give us the password over here. Let's say sample at 123 and sample at 123. So now if I click sign up, so it's showing equal, and look at that, we got that message. So if I scroll down, you can see the user ID and you can see that email which we added over there, and the email is not verified. Of course it's not verified, and since this it's got the JWT token, it's sent to the backend and it's been validated and it's got the information. So it's successfully created over here. So let's go here and let's see where is the users. Let's go to the authentication, and here we go, we have our email. So the create is successfully working fine. So this is awesome. And now what we need to remove this email account and this field. We need to make sure these fields are empty. So once it's successfully logged in, we need to remove that field. So once the token is validated, this is the place. All right, so I don't need this console log, and right after here I'm just going to say set user email as empty field and set confirm password as empty field and set password as an empty field. So we all know that. So let me cut this, and once this function is called, once this password and confirm password is equal, we're gonna add that over here. Save the changes. Now this is working fine. So now what we need to do, all we have to do is to sign in with email and password. So that's what we're gonna do next. So since we successfully created the sign in, completed this method, so let's go ahead and make sure whether everything is working fine or not. So let's go here and let me refresh the changes. All right. Sorry. So now let's go to the create one, and here let's type the email address. So I'm just going to use vetrivel@gmail.com and give us the password over here. Let's say sample at 123 and sample at 123. So now if I click sign up, so it's showing equal, and look at that, we got that message. So if I scroll down, you can see the user ID and you can see that email which we added over there, and the email is not verified. Of course it's not verified, and since this it's got the JWT token, it's sent to the backend and it's been validated and it's got the information. So it's successfully created over here. So let's go here and let's see where is the users. Let's go to the authentication, and here we go, we have our email. So the create is successfully working fine. So this is awesome. And now what we need to remove this email account and this field. We need to make sure these fields are empty. So once it's successfully logged in, we need to remove that field. So once the token is validated, this is the place. All right, so I don't need this console log, and right after here I'm just going to say set user email as empty field and set confirm password as empty field and set password as an empty field. So we all know that. So let me cut this, and once this function is called, once this password and confirm password is equal, we're gonna add that over here. Save the changes. Now this is working fine. So now what we need to do, all we have to do is to sign in with email and password. So that's what we're gonna do next. All right, then, since we successfully created the user by using the sign in with email and password, so let's go ahead and create the sign up we already created. So now we'll go for sign in. So let's go to the authentication over here. If you scroll down, we can see we have this method sign in with email and password. So you need to supply your authentication email and the password, so that will give you the credential back. So let's go ahead and try to do that now. So where is that sign in button? So this is sign in with Google, and here we go. So let me create a method const, and let's say not const over here, sorry, on click is equals, I'm gonna say sign in with email pass. All right, this is the method that we're gonna create. This is sign up with email pass, and this is sign in with email pass. So let's scroll up over here, and this function is finishing over there. So const sign in with email pass, have an account, open the brackets, open here. And now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say if, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. Of course, we need to keep it as an asynchronous function. If the user email is not equals to an empty string, or and password field should not be equals to empty field. Only if this is true, then we need to go for sign in option. Otherwise, I need to throw an alert message. So basically, we're gonna have that alert message over here too. We need to create a separate alert components and everything, then we'll integrate those things later. Now here I'm just going to say await sign in with email and the password. This is that method. Make sure that is imported. Sign in with email and password. Fine, it's imported. And now I need to supply that authentication. We need to supply Firebase auth, because that's the first parameter, then email, then password. We have our user email and we have our password. Once it's successfully done, that will gives the user credential dot then, that will gives the user credential. Then the rest everything is going to be same. Copy this from here to here, paste it here. This is going to be exactly the same. So once the user is successfully logged in, we need to navigate the user to different location. That means to our home route. It should not be still inside our it should not still inside our the same location itself. Over here, this is the place where the token validation is happening. Once this token validation is done, we need to navigate the user to different location. So to do that, I'm going to create const navigate equals use navigate. So it's not showing that method suggestion. So let's import it. Import from React router DOM. We're going to use a hook called use navigate hook, and I'm going to use that hook over here. All right. So this is login with Google. Once the token validation is done, I'm going to say navigate the user to the home route, and I'm going to replace that URL route as true. Save the changes. Copy this line, paste it right after here after the validation, and paste it right after here after the validation. Now, since the user successfully logged in, let's give that. So vetrivel@gmail.com, sample at 123. Oops. Sample at 123. Sign in. It's showing Firebase error. Authentication wrong. Sample at 123. That's the password. Invalid wrong. Okay, let's create a new user then. Sample at 123.com. Sample at 123. Sample at 123. Sign up. Okay, so user created, so the user logged in, so it's re-navigated to that location. So let's get back to the login. So let me give sample at 123.com, sample at 123. Let's sign in. There we go. So it's successfully signed in now. So account creation is also working, account sign in also is working, and the Gmail authentication is also working. So we successfully finished the part, which is basically the authentication part. So now the authentication part is done. All we have to do is to install the Redux, and we need to make sure how to add these stuffs to our data store, our Redux data store. So that's what we're gonna do next. The client and install these two different packages, yarn add Redux space react-redux. These are the two different packages that we need to install. Yarn add react Redux and Redux. So let's install it. So it's installed successfully. So basically what we need to do is we need to create actions, which like what action is going to perform, set user or get user, whatever it is. Then we're gonna need a reducers to perform those actions, and we need a store, which is a globalized store. It's a globalized store, which basically going to store all our details in that store. Then we need to dispatch the actions. So each and every actions needs to be dispatched. These actions will be dispatched and performed by the reducers, and data will be stored in your globalized store. So these are the steps that we need to create. All right, so let's revert the changes and let me close everything except this login. Okay, so now let me collapse everything and let me go back to the client, expand the source, and inside the source folder what I need to do is I need to create a new folder, and I'm going to name that folder as context. Inside this context I'm going to create two different folders. One is for actions and another one is for reducers. So right click your context and create one more folder called reducers. Okay, so inside this reducers I'm going to create index.js file to maintain all the reducers, because in this project we're not going to work with a single reducers, we're going to work with multiple reducers. So, and inside this action I'm going to create new file, and that file is going to be user actions.js, and inside the reducers I'm going to create one more file, that is user reducer.js. Okay, let's go ahead and create the actions first. Basically actions, these is nothing but it's a function which is going to return a type, what kind of action type it's going to return. So I'm going to say export const. We're going to get the first we're going to set the user details. So set user details, which equals, okay, and then return what type it's going to return. Basically the type is going to be set user, set underscore user, and we need to send the data also, then only we can update the data to our store. So usually that will be sent, that you will get that user data over here, and we will send the user data in an object called user as a user. Basically this user is our logged in this data. We're going to send this data over here, and we're going to pass this user in the object called user object to our reducer. So let me copy this and let me paste it one more time. and let me change this to get user details. We don't need to send anything, and we don't need to send this, and let me change this to get. This is set user action and this is get user action. Save the changes. Now let's go back to the user reducers. This is the place where we're going to create a reducer. So let's create a user reducer now. Const user reducer. Okay, const user reducer is equals. This is going to have, this is a function. This reducer is a function. Basically, it's going to have three different parameters or two different parameters. One is your state. Initially, the state value is going to be null, and then actions. What exact action that is going to perform. Initial, the state value is going to be null, and then we will send the action. Along with the action, we are sending the type and we are sending the details as well as. All right. So here I'm going to use the switch case, and I'm going to send the action dot type. We're going to send this exact object over here. So this will going to perform according to that object. So if that case is equals to this get user, if the type is equals to get user, basically we need to return the state value, whatever the value which is in that, we're going to return it. Then if the case is equals to set user, then we're going to return action dot user. Through the action, we're going to send this user object as well. We're going to send that user object over here, set user. Then by default, we're going to return the state, return state, save the changes. All right, and then I need to export this. So export default user reducer. So now we exported the user reducer and we have the user actions. Okay, so now what we need to do is, in a real-time, as I said, in a real-time project, you are not going to have a single reducer. You might have a multiple reducers. So we need to combine those reducers over here. So to combine those reducers, I'm going to import one package from Redux, All right, and that package name is going to be your what is the name of combined reducers. All right, so now what I need to do is I'm going to create const my reducers. This is going to combine all the reducers which we are creating, and we can pass it to our store as a single value. So here I'm going to combine this reducer in the name as user, and this user reducer is going to be converted as our user object. It's imported, and this will be stored as a value as user. And then I need to export this, export default as my reducers itself. Save the changes. Now let's get back to our index.js, because this is the place where we need to create the store and we need to wrap everything inside our store. So what we need to do is, to create a store, first we need to import one package. So import from Redux, we need to create a store. So create store. All right, so don't worry about this. It will showing that as a strikeout. So because in a latest version they changed this to configure store. Okay, so we're going to use the create store itself. All right, so let's use the create store itself. It will work perfectly as it's supposed to be, so you don't need to worry about it. Then we are going to import from React Redux. From the React Redux, we're going to get that provider object itself, because we need to provide the store, whatever we're going to create, we need to provide that store throughout our components. That's why we need this class. So then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a store over here. So const my store is equals create store, which we have, create store, open the bracket, and inside here I'm going to supply my reducers. So we need to monitor each and every actions which is performed by here. So to do that, what we're going to do is, you need to search for like what we can say, search for React Redux dev tools. Search for React Redux dev tools, and there you can find this developer tool. So click that, and please go ahead and download this tool, Redux developer tools, so that you can see that developer tool over here, because I already installed it. So go ahead and download that, install it, and then if you scroll down to the next one, Redux tools. Okay, so click here. So that will takes you to your GitHub official page, and this is that software, that Chrome extension will looks like once it's successfully installed. So you need to go through their documentation, click the browser extension installation and configuration, click this, and if you scroll down for Chrome, that will provide you the Chrome web store where you can download that version, or you can download it manually. And if you scroll down a bit, you can find this line, Window Redux extension tool sets or something. Copy this line. We need to provide this tool, this extension, along with our create store. So that's help that extension to monitor our Redux store, what are the action is performing, what action is triggered, and everything. So copy that line and paste it over here after your successful installation. Then what we need to do is we need to use that provider to support, to provide that store throughout our app component. So wrap this app component inside here, and right after here I'm going to create a store, which is basically our my store. Save the changes. Once it's successfully saved, our entire web page, it's been refreshed, and now still it's not showing over there. Let me refresh it, and here we go. Now that tool is activated. If you click that tool, and now you can see by default our user state is being null. So for none of the action it's been triggered, so that's the reason it's showing that user, it's null. So what we need to do is we need to get that user token from here, and we need to push that token over there. So that's what we're gonna do next. All right then, so since we successfully configured the Redux, so next what we need to do is we need to store our user details to our Redux store. So let's get back to our login. We need to get back to our login container, and over here, this is the place where we are sending the details to there. So what we need to do is, and we need to add one more functionality, because what we need to do every time whenever the page it's been refreshed, we need to make sure is there any authentication changes or not. So we need to get that. So let's get back to the app.js. Where is our app.js? Let me go to the app.js. Here it is. This is the place. So here I need to do the exact same thing what we did inside the login. So let me copy this Firebase auth, copy it, and let me put it over here, and let's import all these functions, get auth and app from our Firebase config, import it. And after that what we need that use navigate. I think use navigate is not necessary. All right, so then what we need to do, we need this Firebase auth, this method over here. So let me copy from here to here. Let's go back to our app.js, and I'm going to say okay, so I'm just going to create a use state, and then use state snippet is loading. By default it's going to be false. Then we're gonna get the use effects. It will takes two different parameters, and the second one is going to be array of dependency injection. This is going to be a single array. First I'm going to say set is loading as true, because we need to set that loading, because whenever it's taking time to check that authentication, we need to show some nice spinner animation or loader animation, something. That's the reason we are setting that is set loading as true. Then I'm going to call this method on Firebase auth on authentication change. We're going to get that verification token. Then we're going to validate that token. And once this is done, we are not going to navigate the user. Let me close that. And here console.log, instead of console.log, I'm going to dispatch that user details to our user object. So const dispatch equals use dispatch hook from the React Redux, and I'm going to send this detail. Okay, so we are getting the data object, which is perfectly fine. We are getting the data object. So let's save these changes and let's make sure whether we are getting the data object or not. Look at that, we are getting the data object. So don't worry about this, why the use effect is executing two different times. That's a problem with the React now. It's in the local host, the use effect is rendering two different times, but once it's uploaded to production, it's executing only one time. So don't worry about it. Now we got this details over here. So now what we need to do, we need to push that detail to our cloud. Okay, so let me log in with my Gmail. Login. Let me click the Gmail login and let me click here. All right, so now we have our my Gmail informations over here with picture, URL and everything. So now what I need to do, instead of console.log data over here, I'm gonna say dispatch all these informations to our user details. So I'm getting the data only directly. Okay, so dispatch, what is the action name we have? The user action we have, that is set user detail. So I'm going to call that method set user detail, and I'm going to send that data to that. So save the changes. Okay, so let me go here and look at that. Now our user details, it's been stored over here. That's awesome, right? So now we have our user details inside our Redux store so that we can use it whenever we needed it. So every time whenever the user refresh the page, this will load and collect the user information. So let's get back to the login. Okay, so what we need to do is over here, so 1 second. Where it is, just give me a minute. All right, so now what we need to do is, so this is the place over here. What we need to do is, if that is loading, if the data is loading, if it is loading, so I'm gonna say we're gonna render this component over here. So I'm gonna say motion dot div. So we need to import that motion over here. So motion. So then what we need to do, I'm gonna get that fade in out, which we created that animation tab. So here I'm gonna say like this is going to be a complete screen. That means basically it's going to be an absolute position to top of it. All right, so we're gonna keep that to the top of that layer. So what we can do, so this is going to be in the fixed position, and top of everything, this only should show, and insert 0. Basically that means top, left, right corner, bottom, it should pin to every single corner. And bg light gray, and backdrop blur medium, and flex item center, and justify center, and width is going to be full. And inside here, for the time being, I'm just going to say the data is loading, or I'm just going to say loading, something like this. So now it's showing at is loading, because still we haven't changed that state. Okay, because we enable the state over here, but we haven't updated it. That's the reason it's showing loading. So what you need to do is, I'm just going to change that state right after where it is the token validations. It's done right over here. Okay, once this if condition everything is validated, the data being pushed to that. So I'm going to say set interval. Using set interval, I'm going to say 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, set that loading to false. So now let's refresh this. It's changed to loading. Once the data has been validated, and look at that, it changed to main. So now all we have to do is to change this text later to as a main loader options and everything. So we need to do the same thing for dispatching this information. So let us copy this and let's go to the login, and where it is over here, paste it, and let's copy this, and after here paste it, just import this, and we don't need this console.log anymore. And let me copy this, and I need to paste it straight away right after here, and right after here let us delete the console.log data, save the changes. Now still the use dispatch is showing an error because we haven't imported that package use dispatch. Now use dispatch is solved, but that is one problem. If the user is navigating to login one more time, that's showing the user as the login page one more time. See, it's not supposed to happen. So what we need to do is, all we have to do is to get back to the login page. So what we are going to do is over here, so we're going to get the user object. If the user object is already there, then we are not supposed to allow the user to go back to the login. It should come back to the main screen itself. So we need to select the user object first. So I'm going to get the user object. So const user equals use selector. I'm going to use the use selector hook provided by the Redux. So I'm just going to get the state. The state value is going to be the user state. You can go here and you can see this user state. We are accessing this state. All right. So user state, save the changes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this completely. Or we can, what we need to do is, this is, okay, we need to create a use effect hook. We need to create a use effect open. Okay, single injection. So we're gonna say if there is an user, if there is an user, then if the user is already there, then what we need to do, we have to return the user back to the navigate page. So navigate to home route, then replace the URL as true. Save the changes. Now we will get back to the login. Let's go to the login, and that will be validated, and the user will be get back to the, it's not working. Why? The user is there, name and everything is there. We are missing something. This is not supposed to happen. If there is a user object, we need to return the user. So like this, that is not working. Then what should be, if user, then return navigate to star slash replace true. So if the user is this, then it will be returned. Otherwise, this will be returned. We are getting an error. Uh, uh, uh. We are getting an error. Actually, we are not supposed to check over here. We are supposed to check in the app.js. That's the mistake we are making. Not here. Save the changes. This is the place where we are getting. If the user credential is there, it should be the user credential is there, then we are supposed to dispatch the details, and that will be navigated to the home route. So it will be fine. It will refresh the page. If there is no user credential, else we need to navigate the user to the login. This is for login only. This is fine. Why it's so confusing? Or we need to write it in the use effect. Use effect, use effect, use effect. Just a minute. Created. So here, if there is a user object, then what we need to do, let me refresh this. It's loading and it's validating. If I go to the login, that user detail, it's loading, so it's verifying the JWT token, but still it's remaining same, but it's getting the user object. Okay, here. So here you need to supply the user object. Once there is any changes in the user object, it's need to be rerouted and it's need to be navigated to the home page. See, it's working fine. So let's get back to the login. If the user manually typing that login, that will goes to the login page and it will push the user get to again the main screen. All right, so we were successfully created that login integration part. So now we have our user details in the global store, and now we can use that whenever and wherever we need it throughout the child component. So next, what we're gonna do, we're gonna do this home page, the header navigation option. That's what we're gonna do next. basically it's the gradient color, square, and different animation type. Nothing else. Okay, so you can copy that, save the changes, and right up here, this is just an SVG code, and I'm going to copy that SVG code. So we're gonna load in the app.jsx. Say alert. For the time being, it will be loaded over here. Say the changes, and that will show the alert over here. So later we're going to display the alert only if our alert state is active. So let's update that states everything later. First, let's finish the UI. So let's go to the UI now. So what we're going to do is, so this alert is going to take two different properties. Basically, that alert is going to take two different properties. One is the type, what type it is, it's success or warning or danger or whatever it is. Then the message. All right, that's the two different types. So we're gonna check the type and then we're gonna return it. So let's see, and I'm going to import the framer motion. So motion, and here I'm going to convert this to motion.div, and inside here we're gonna bring that fade in out animation which we already have. Then what we need to do, we're gonna create if out there. This is going to be returned. This is going to be returned only if the type is equals to success. If the type is equals to success, then we're gonna return this. All right, so the place where I'm returning over here, I'm just going to say type is equals success and message equals hi there, something like this. Then over here I'm gonna say let's bring, if it is equal to success, we need to bring the check mark. So to bring the check mark, we need the icons and everything. So let's go to the icons. We already have the index.js and we have that fat check over here, right? We're going to load that. So import from slash icons. We're gonna load the file check from the assets. Class name, text Excel, and the text emerald, like 700 or something, 700, and then paragraph tag. In this place, we're going to discuss that message, what message that user sent to us. And here we're going to have the exact same styles. Let me copy it and let me paste it here. So this is going to be this alert class. It's going to be fixed in a specific location, right? It's going to be fixed in a specific location at the top. So basically we're gonna write the CSS classes like fixed, and it is fixed, and it's going to be top of everything, and from the top 32 and right 32 px, it's going to be, these are the paddings and how the rounded should be, and what is the color it should be, what is the shadow, and what is the item center gap and everything. Let's save the changes. All right, let's save the changes and let's see. This is how the alert message will looks like. So just like the same way, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it for warning and for info and for danger. Warning, danger, info. So for warning, you're gonna use the, let's select this. I'm just going to say orange, and for danger, select this, Control D, and I'm going to change this to red. And for info, press Control D, select these emeralds and change this to blue. This is it. Now all you have to do is to just change this warning. You will see the color like that, and let's change the color info. You will see the color like that, and change the color to danger, and you will see the color like that. Okay, and the icons we're gonna change as like that. For warning, you're gonna use the icon like BS exclamation triangle. Yes, BS exclamation triangle. So save the changes and let's go ahead and check the warning now. Warning, that's the warning symbol. All right, so that is coming from not here, it should come from our assets folder. Yeah, here it is, like this. Then for danger, you need to use the different icon. So for danger, I'm gonna use the exact same icon itself. And for info, exclamation, it's not showing anything, so let's keep it the same icon for the time being. All right, so now alert is successfully done, the UI part is done. Now all we need to discuss, all we need to show this alert message only if the state is active, right? So let's create a user reducer and user reducer actions for the alert message. All right, so let's go to the context folder. Under the actions folder, create a new file called alertactions.js. Under the reducer file, let's create a new file called alertreducer.js. Let's go to the alert actions first. Let's create the actions as per the need, what we need to. So whenever we are triggering the alert message, we are sending two different objects. One is type and another one is the message, right? So every object going to have two different objects. So what we need to do is export const alert success. Basically this is for alert success equals an arrow function, and this function is going to take an object which is nothing but your message. So we'll just send the message and we'll fix the type directly as an inbuiltly over here. Then return. So return, it's going to be an object. So first we're going to send the type as success, right? Try to use complete capital success. Then we're going to send the alert object. Inside the alert object, I'm going to have two different objects. One is success. Try to use the exact same object which we defined over here. Otherwise, it will throw an error. Copy the success, copy, then send a message. Message colon message. What exact message? We shared it with the user. Now copy this and paste it for warning, info, danger. This is for warning, use the same name, copy and paste it here. And this is for danger, make sure they are same, danger, yes. And this is for info, save the changes. Now we have our all actions, and at last we know we need one more thing to set the alert as a null. So set alert null, and we're gonna send the message as null and set alert null. So these are all the actions that we need to create. So let's get back to the alert.reducers now. Go here and we're going to create the alert reducer. Const alert reducer equals. So we need to create the state and actions over here. So state by default it's going to be null. Okay, and the action. So here inside switch action, we need to send the action.type object over here. So case, let's get the first case, which is going to be your get alert state. We don't need to get any alert because there is no object is going to be. So let's set the success, set success, and then return action dot alert. We are sending the alert message, this alert type. We need this alert type. Set success, using that set that alert, copy this and paste it few more times. Then set warning, then set danger, then set info. Then let me copy this and let me paste it one more time. And this set alert. Now save the changes, and at last the last one is going to be your default, and that is going to return state. Save the changes. So these are all the users, and of course we need to export the alert reducer as a default. We're going to export this alert reducer as a default, And now we need to combine this reducer with our index.js. So let's go to the index.js, and here I'm going to say this as alert colon alert reducer. Save the changes. Now this will refresh the entire section. Now it's refreshed, and let's go to the here. You can see alert is null. And now what we need to do, all we have to do is to go to app.js, and we need to say this alerts need to be displayed only if the alert is there in the state. So let's get that state value. So const alert equals use selector state dot alert. Let's get the alert value, and here cut it. If the alert dot type, then display the alert. So the type is going to be alert dot type, and the message is going to be alert dot message. All right, so save the changes. Now it will not display the alert. Now when we need to display the alert, let's go to the login section, and this is the place. So these are the things which is navigating to different sections, so we don't need that. Here we need that alert. So let's bring that alert over here. Alert. And now what I need to do, I need to say, so this is an info, that's the any of the field should not be empty. So dispatch, so dispatch, we're gonna say what is the action we created for info, alert info. I'm gonna say alert info, and then we need to supply the message. The message is going to be required fields should not be empty. Let's check that. Oh god, we can't go back to the sign out, so we didn't have that sign out, right? So let's check that later. All right, so here this is okay, this is this password and confirm password section. Let's copy this and let's send now alert warning, password doesn't match. That's the error now. And here what we're going to display, like yeah, same here, password doesn't match, save the changes. Okay, so now we added the alert message, but we're not sure whether it is working fine or not. So to make sure that working fine, first we need to sign out the user, because we can't go back to the login. If you try to go back to the login, it will redirect to your main screen itself. So let's finish the header section, then we'll add the sign out option. After that, we'll go and verify this alert messages and everything in the login section. This will work perfectly, so no worries. So let's move on to the next one, that is basically your header section. All right then, so since we successfully finished the alert, then what we need to do is let's go ahead and create a new component inside your components folder, which is for your header section. So let me create header.jsx and rafce, save the changes. In the index.js, let me copy this and paste it one more time, and I'm going to change this to header, and I'm going to give this name as also the header. All right, so let me close this, close the alert reducer, alert action, alert reducer, index. Yep, now we have the necessary one. All right, so here this one is going to be only, not this, header tag. Bring the header tag inside, and then I'm just going to say hi for time being, and I need to load this header tag inside this main component. Okay, so let's go ahead and open the main container now, and then we'll add something inside the main container first. So this is going to be our main tag. Okay, and inside here we're gonna bring that header tag, header, from our components, and this is going to be basically w screen and minimum height screen. Flex, everything is going to be in the flex direction, and item center, justify center, and then flex column direction. Okay, and then bg color is going to be the primary color. Save the changes. All right, so let's see how it's looking. It's showing the hi message. That's fine. Let's get back to the header section, and this header section is going to be it's going to have a lot of styles in it. Let's see. So this class name, and this header is going to be fixed, so it's going to be fixed. It's going to be fixed in the top position, and the backdrop blur is going to be a medium, and then it's always going to be top section, so z index, and inset x is going to be 0. The left and right is going to be 0, top is going to be 0, and the alignment inside is going to be flex, item center, and justify between, and the padding it's going to be px12, and the for the medium device, from the medium device, the px is going to be 20, and py is going to be 6 in every cases. And inside this hi, instead of hi, I'm going to display the image over here. But if you let me 1 second, let me stop this server for time being, because I need to start that project. So let me show that demo once. Where it is, this one. Let's refresh this. Loading. Not sure why it's taking so long. Expect. It's taking so long to load. Let me stop this. Let me go here and localhost. It's loading our app only. Let me it's loading now. It's getting the details. It's got the details, but still it's validating that login, user token, and everything. Okay, so let it load. So here now we can see we have this logo and the city. So that's what we're going to create over there at the top of our header section. So what we need to do is, all we have to go ahead and load that thing inside our, let me close this over here. So we need to bring that nav link this area. So let me copy that. We're going to bring that nav link, link from your React router. Okay, inside this, it's going to navigate to home route. Whenever you click that logo section, that we need to navigate to the home route. And the styles, it's going to be flex, item center, justify center, and the gap between each is going to be 4. Then image, we're going to load the image, which is basically your logo. So logo, we have our logo from our assets. Class name is going to be with 12, and the paragraph, which is going to be your city paragraph. So save the changes. So this will looks like this. All right. So once that one is done, next what we need to do is we need to bring the navigation bar. So I'm going to create a nav bar, class name, and that is going to flex item center and justify center, and then gap between each is going to be 8. Inside this, I'm going to have an UL tag. Basically, this UL tag is going to be hidden for mobile screen, hidden, only enables from the medium device. It's going to be flex and item center and justify center, and gap between is 60. Now inside here, we're going to bring that nav link instead of our li tag, because this nav link itself is going to have that li tag only. So I'm going to say slash home, because basically this is going to be the home. And then let's copy this and let's paste it as menu. Copy and paste it one more time, and that is going to be the services. Copy and paste it one more time, and about us, and yeah, these are the things. Menu, this is going to be services, and this is going to be about us. So if you save the changes, so that will display it like this, but once it is in the home route, it needs to show in a different style. All right, that needs to be shown in a different style like this. So to do that, what we need to do, all we have to do is to get back to our here, and inside the source folder we need to create a new folder called utils, and inside this utils, let's create a styles.js. okay, inside the utils we're going to create the styles.js, and we're going to add that styles, which is basically the active styles for our object. So I'm just going to copy those styles over here. So you can see they are nothing but the CSS classes. I created 2 different objects, is active and if it is not active. So I'm going to use this nav link, have an object. Let me create a multi-cursor editor. Okay, so that nav link have an object. So equals class name. So this class name have a property with an object called is active. If it is active, then what we're going to do, we're going to display if it is active. If it is active, we're going to display is active styles. If it is not, we're going to display is not active styles. Basically, this property is provided by your nav link itself. Okay, so you don't need to worry about it. Save the changes, and now you can see that we have our active styles. Now if I change this route to menu, you can see it's showing menu. And if I go back to home route, we got our access over here. Cool, right? So this is nothing but because our backend function is not working. That's why it's showing that error. So leave it. No, don't worry about it. So close this. And now the home action is almost done, because next what we need to do is we need to bring this cart and we need to bring that user profile over there. So that's what we're going to do next. We successfully finished the first part of our header. Then next what we need to do is we need to bring this cart icon just exactly the same way like this. All right, so let's go ahead and do that part. So this is the place where our UL tag is being completed. All right, so let's go there and let's see where is the UL is completed. Right after here. So right after here, now what I need to do is I need to bring that shopping cart icon. So to do that, I'm going to create one more division, motion.div, not this, motion.div, enter. And of course we need to import the motion package as well. So let's go ahead and import that motion. Why it's not showing suggestions? All right, so import from framer motion, and here we need to say motion. So now that will be fine. And this is going to use that button click animation which we already created. So type button extract that button click, and of course it's not showing the suggestion as well. So let's go ahead and import that. Import from /animation, and here we need to bring that button click. So that can be imported now, button click. So we need to spread that. So now inside here, what we're going to do is we're going to bring that shopping cart. So basically, if you notice here, you can see shopping cart. Top of the shopping cart, we have the count of that items. So let's bring the shopping cart first. So I'm just going to say MD shopping cart. So of course it's not showing the suggestions. So let me import that one as well. Import from /assets/icons, and we need to import the MD shopping cart. Okay, material design shopping cart. Now you can use that, and I'm going to give some font styles for this. So class name is going to be text3xl, and then text color. Save the changes, so that will be displayed over there. And if you click that, it has that nice wobble effect. And of course we need to change some styles for these this thing. So let's change that to class name is equals, that is going to be the relative position, and the cursor is going to be pointer. Now you can see the cursor is pointer, and if you click that, it's having that nice wobble effect. And we need to create one division over here, that is going to be div. Okay, and for this div I'm going to create one paragraph, and here I'm just, for the time being, I'm just typing this number 2. Then what we need to do, class name, so width W6, we're going to keep it W6 like 24 pixels, height 24 pixels, and then it's going to be rounded full, it's going to be a perfect circle. Then BG red 500. So now save changes, so that will display like that, and everything should be arranged perfectly. Flex item center, justify content center, justify center. All right, so now what we can do is, so right after here, let me save the changes and let me make sure that you can see everything. So let me enable the word wrap. So fine, now we can see everything. And now what we need to do, we need to make this as an absolute position. Once I make this absolute position, it should move on to the minus top 4. So that will be at that position, and we need to move it to minus right 1. So that will be perfectly at the top position. So this is basically like the trial and error. You should adjust it until you feel perfectly fine. So text primary, and then text base, and then font semi bold. So now you can see that the exact design we achieved. So now the shopping cart is done, and right after that, now we need to bring that user information. So basically, if you noticed here, it's showing user information. If the user is not there, we need to display the login button. So we already have our user object in the cart, inside our All right, so its user object is showing now, so we need to re-log in one more time. That's fine. So if the user is not there, so let's get the user object from the Redux store. So const user is equals use selector hook. We need to get the use selector. Why the suggestions are not showing? Import from React Redux, and you need to get the use selector. So get the state is equals state dot user. Save the changes. Now we got the user object in our hand, and right after this division we need to load that. So over here what I'm going to say is if the user is there, then we need to display that part. So let's give the React fragments. If the user is not, then we need to display this part. Let's create that React fragment. So if the user is not, first I'm going to bring that button over here, the login button. So let me go ahead and design that login button. So let's say nav link to that user should navigate it to the login. If the user is not there, this button should take the user to the login. Then what we're going to do is basically we're going to create a button that is going to be the motion dot button, and inside this button I'm going to give a text as login. All right, so this button is going to have some button click event. So spread that operator and give the button click event and give the class name for it, class name. So we're going to add some px4, that means padding left and right, and py top and bottom 2, and we're going to make this rounded md. And then this button is going to have some shadow effects. So let's see how it looks like. It looks like that. So let's add some border effects. So bg light overlay as a background color. So now we have a light overlay color, and of course we need to add some border as well, border, and then border color is going to be red 300, and then the cursor is going to be pointer. So that looks like that. Fine. So now it's taking the user to the login. Okay, so this is logged in. So now what we need to do, if the user is there, login successfully, we need to print it as a user. So let me log in with my Gmail account. Let me log in over here. So click our account. So now we are logged in. The user object is saved. So that's the reason it's showing the user over there. If you open here and you can see it's showing the user object. Fine, that's cool, right? So next what we need to do is to design this user object. So let's go ahead and design that now. So inside this user object, instead of simply displaying as a user, I'm going to create a division, and this division is going to be class name, relative position. We're going to add this as a relative position and cursor pointer, because we're going to keep a menu option. If you see here, we have a menu option over here, which is absolute position. So that's the reason we are going to make this entire division as a relative. When I hover it, we're going to bring that menu option. So let's go ahead, and now the division is ready. Inside this division, what we're going to do is we're going to create that image layer first. So basically that is a division class name. We're going to fix that division with a specific height and width. So width 12, and height as well as is going to be 12, and rounded full, and shadow md, and cursor is going to be pointer, and overflow it's going to be hidden. And for the time being, I'm just going to give the bg green 200 so that you can see that color over there. All right, so now that's the design we created. I don't need this color because I'm going to bring that image inside that. Okay, so what we can do is we can say flex item center, justify center, and let's bring this image inside. Let's say motion dot image and self closing tag. We need to supply this class name for it. Class, it should take the width full and height full, and of course it's going to be the object cover. It should cover the complete circle. All right, then we need to supply the source. Basically the source is coming from the user object. So user question mark dot. So this is the conditional rendering. So please use the question mark wherever you're using an object which is coming from the Redux, because if you are refreshing if this is mounting fast, it will throw an error. So better use the conditional rendering. And now we need to get that photo URL. So let's go here and copy this picture and let's put it over here. So that will give the user picture. If the user have the picture, we need to load it. So user.picture. If the user doesn't have a picture, we need to load the avatar from our assets folder. So let's load that avatar from our assets folder. Okay, and I'm gonna write a style for this image. So what we need to do is, because if you notice here, when I move my cursor over here, you can see the image is a little bit zooming in. So we need to do that. That is can be done by using your while hover by your motion framer motion itself. While hover, I'm going to increase the scale of that image. That means the complete size to 115%. That's more than enough. So then now you can see, if you move, you can see that effect over there. So then what we need to do is, we need to add this referrer policies, because we are using the Gmail image. Sometimes it will not show it properly over there. So add this no referrer policy over there, so that this image will load perfectly if it is not loading. So you don't need to worry about it. This will handle that issue. Okay, so now it's successfully done. So next what we need to do is, we need to move on to the next part, which is basically that the drop down menu which we are having over here. That's really simple, because this is that image. So right after that image, what we need to do is, we need to bring that menu. So let's create that motion.div, because we need to have that smooth transition inside. So we're going to use the framer motion to achieve that. So then what we're going to do is, I'm going to create a class name basically. So class name is going to be px6. We're going to add the padding 6, and we're going to add the py4, and now we're going to add some bg light overlay and backdrop filter as blur md, and rounded it's going to be md. Let's see what we see over there. You can see we have a nice button of a small section over there. All right, so then what we need to do is, we need to add some shadow. So we need to add some shadow, my bad. Then what we need to do, we need to make it this as an absolute position. Once I added this absolute position, that will be perfectly underneath your image. So but I need to adjust the position a little bit. From the top I need to move it 12. That means almost 48 pixels. Okay, so exactly in the same place. Then from the right I need to push it to 0 position. That's fine. Then what we need to do, everything is going to be flex, but in a column direction, flex column direction, and gap between each and every object is going to be 4. So inside this, I'm going to bring the links. Okay, exactly the same link. So let me copy that link and I'll paste it over here. Let me paste it over here. These are the links that we're going to create it inside. Okay, let me close this. Save the changes. And link it's not imported, so let's move to the and import that link it from React router DOM. So now you can see we have that this dashboard, my profile, orders, and everything. All right, so then what we need to do is, all we have to do is to add that 2 different buttons. Sign out button over here, we need to bring that sign out button over here. So let's create that button right after this HR. We need to bring that button. So I'm just going to say motion.div, and that is going to be the spread operator. We can use the button click, and I'm just going to bring 2 different menu options. One is the logout menu, logout. So let me copy and paste it here. This is the logout button, which is basically coming from your assets icon, and we're fixing the size as 2XL, text color, group hover. We having the group hover. So group hover, that means basically whenever I'm hovering it, it should change the color of your paragraph and as well as the color of your this logout button as well. That's the reason. So here I need to create that group first. Class name, it's going to be group. Okay, group. We created it as a group. So then I'm going to keep it as a flex item center and justify it in the center. And px is going to be 3, that means left and right, and py is going to be top and bottom 2, and rounded md, and I'm going to add some shadow also, that is also shadow md, and bg gray color is going to be 200. And on hover, whenever I'm hover it, I'm going to change the bg gray to 200 so that I can make it here as 100. Then gap between these objects, it's going to be gap between these objects. What we can fix the gap as 3 for these objects, gap 3, and pretty much done over here. So now we can see that icon. Then right after this, we're going to bring that paragraph tag, and that is going to say as sign out. So let me copy this class, which is we need to add it for. So basically that is nothing but your text size, color, and everything. What is the text color you're going to use, and what is the size, and on group hover what color it should change. Save the changes, and now we can see that over here. All right, so when you're hovering it, it will looks like this, but there is a small mistakes in the menu option. But why? Because I haven't added a width for this division. I'm going to make this width as 48. Save the changes, and now you can see it's perfectly fine. All right, so this is perfectly looking good, awesome, and we need to display this only when we are hovering it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to this is the division, and from here to here it should not display initially. We're going to hide it completely. Right after this division, we need to bring it. So we need to create a state to monitor that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state. So use state snippet. Let's say is menu. By default, it's going to be false. So only if that menu is true, if that state is true. If is menu, then we're gonna render it. Save the changes. So now this will not be displayed, but what we need to do is we need to make the state as an update. We need to update the state. When we're gonna update that state? Whenever this division for this, where is the division? This is that image, and to the top of this image we're gonna have that when we enter into on mouse enter, whenever we enter into that division, we're gonna call this callback function, and we're gonna change that set is menu state. Set is menu to true. So now if I go inside, it will bring that division, and when I come outside of this particular division, I'm going to change that state. So where is that motion division? So for this, I'm going to add on mouse leave. Whenever I'm leaving this division, on mouse leave that division, we need to change that state value. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to paste it over here, and we're going to change this to false. Save the changes. Now if you come out, it will go back, and if you go in, it will come there. If you come out of this, it will be a removed. But the smooth transition, the transition is not a little bit smoother. So what we need to do is we're going to add a property. Okay, we're going to add. So what are the properties that we need to add? So here, let me open the animations. Inside the animations, we haven't created for a slider. So for sliding in, it should come in smooth and it should go out smooth. So what I'm going to do is for this, I'm going to say initial stage. This is not the motion division. Where is that? Oh, here it is. For the initial stage, the opacity is going to be 0. Okay, and the y value, it should come from bottom. The y value is going to be initially 30. Let me copy and paste a few more times, and this is going to be animate, and this is going to be exit. So once it started to animate, opacity should change to 0, and y value should change to 0. Okay, so initially it's going to be this. When it's animating, it should change to this. Once it's animated, while exiting, it should move on to this. So let me copy this, copy. So now let's see whether it is working fine or not. Look at that, it's coming in smoothly. So let me cut this from here, because we can use this same style wherever we need it. And let me go to the animation, and here I'm just going to say export const slide top, and let me open the object, and let me paste it over here, and open your multi-cursor editor by pressing Alt or Option key in your keyboard, and remove this and add the semicolon, and at the end add that and add the comma. Now this is fine. and here we need to spread that operator. So let's spread it out like slide top. So that will gives you the exact same option. So now we successfully completed the mobile menu, sorry, the header menu option. When you scroll down, when you move to it, so this will be disappeared and it will be perfectly fine. So now it's successfully responsive. All right then, so since we successfully finished the header section, so next what we need to do is we need to move on to the next important concepts. Basically, that is your dashboard, the main admin dashboard. We're going to finish the admin dashboard and then we're going to come back to the front end to monitor all those changes and everything. So next what we're going to do, we're going to fix this dashboard. That's what we're going to do now. All right. Finish these that header menu. So now let's move on to the dashboard. So what we need to do is, all we have to do is to create a dashboard container. So let me close everything, close others, close it. All right. So we totally forgot about one thing. We didn't add this sign out option. So let's finish this and then we'll get back to that, the dashboard function. Sorry. So what we need to do is, all we have to do is to go to your login one more time. Where is the login? Or press Ctrl P, search for login. There we go. So here, this is for login. And where is our header? We need to move on to the header. Yeah, that's the place where we are having our sign out button. So we need to add the sign out button over there. So let's do that now. So to sign out, what we need to do is we need to get the Firebase auth. Where is our sign out button? Sign out. Here we go. This is our sign out button. For this, we're gonna add an on click event. On click. We're gonna call sign out method. So I'm gonna create this sign out. So const sign out equals callback function. All right. So this function, to get this function, we need to get the Firebase auth. So const Firebase auth equals get auth, and we need to get the app information from our Firebase app. So for this function, I'm gonna say, so we need to use the Firebase auth dot sign out. That is a method called sign out. We're gonna call that method, and then this is going to return a promise. Once this returns a promise, all we have to do is to navigate the user to that specific location. So to that, we need to create a const navigate. You need to use the use navigate hook. So we're going to create a navigate is equals use navigate hook from your React router DOM, and we're going to say navigate the user to /login and replace the route. It's going to be true. And since it, while doing this, if it's catching any error, all we have to do is to get that error, and we need to console.log that error. Save changes. So let's make sure. Let's go here, and if I click the sign out option, so nothing is happening. I Control J, function is running, and this is also running. If this is fine, it should redirect the user to the login, right? So why it's not working? So let me refresh this. All right, so here, let me log in one more time. Login. So we got it. And now if you sign out that user, it should navigate the user to login. Why it's not navigating the user? It's going back and coming back to the login instantly. Oh, that's because this one. This is because of this, because since we haven't removed that user object from the login, so what we need to do is we need to update. Once you signed out, if this is, we need to dispatch the user, dispatch const dispatch is equals use dispatch, save the changes, and right after here I'm just going to say dispatch. We need to make that user as a null. So in the user, let's open the user action. In that we need to set the user object as null. So let's create, otherwise let's say user reducer, there is no actions to set it null. So let's say this and set user null, and then set the user as null. Let's go to the user reducer. Let's create this action one more time, paste it, and set this user object. Instead of this, it should trigger this action. Let me copy this and let me paste it over here, save the changes, and now okay, so let's say set user null. Okay, we need to send the user object. In the user actions, we don't need this parameter because we are already sending the detail as null, so we don't need that. And here we don't need anything to send, basically it's null. Let's go to the login over here. Let's log in one more time, and if I click vetrivel.galaxy, so it's loading, and here we go, the user is validated. Now if I click sign out, here we go, because now the user object is null. But there is one problem. What is the problem is, even if you logged in successfully, every time if you are refreshing it, your app.js is not validating that token. Okay, it's working fine, but if I refresh it now, it's working fine. If you refresh it, it's working. I think we added that line in the app.js. Let's go here and make sure. Yeah, we validated the token. Sorry, I thought we didn't validate it, so it's working fine. Now if you click sign up, so that will take the user to directly to the login, and it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. All right, so now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to get back to the dashboard so that we can work on the dashboard. So that's what we're going to do next. Okay, then so now let's close everything. And then what we need to do is we need to work on the dashboard now. So let's go to the containers. And let's create a new container over here. That is going to be the dashboard.jsx and RAFCE. Save the changes, and let's go to the index.js. Copy this and paste it one more time. We're going to generate the dashboard, export the dashboard from here, save the changes. Now the index work is done. Now all we have to do is to go to the app.js. So it's coming to the main, and let's go to the main. Okay, so now what we need to do is, so just like the same way, we need to configure the route for our dashboard also. So let's copy it and paste it over here, and let's bring the dashboard over here and make sure that is imported. Yes, it's imported, and since it's imported, so anything is coming to dashboard, dashboard. So let me do something. Click the dash. If I click the dashboard, this is what I'll copy that link and then I'll paste it. Otherwise we need to change it over there. Anything if it is coming to the dashboard, that should go load this specific file. Then inside the dashboard we can specify a different routes for dashboard alone. So this is for dashboard. Inside the dashboard, anything if it is coming, you should load the dashboard component. So that's what we're going to do now. So save the changes. Now it will load the dashboard. You can see it's loading the dashboard. So let's get back to the dashboard now. Currently in the dashboard we are displaying only these two. All right, so let's go ahead and then do all the necessary stuff. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to separate this dashboard into two different locations, like left menu and the right menu. That's what we're going to do. So what we need to do is, let's go to the dashboard, and let's change this to class name, and we'll give this width as screen object, width screen, and hatch screen, and then flex item center, and then bg primary. All right, save the changes. So this is how it looks. Then what we need to do is we need to divide, we need to bring two different sections. So that's the reason I'm going to create two different components inside the components folder. Let me go to the components folder, and I'm going to create two different files. One that is db database dashboard left section .jsx and rafce. Save changes and go to the components and db right section .jsx. So rafce, save changes. And now we need to export these two things. So let me copy this and paste it over here, and this is going to be db left section, copy and paste it here, and let me change this to db right section. Let me copy this and paste it over here. So now we exported it so that we can use these two inside our dashboard. So here I'm going to bring the db left section from the components, and I'm going to bring the db right section from the components. Save the changes. Now you should have db left section and you should have the db right section. So this is pretty much done. Now what we need to do is we need to go to the db left section and we need to fix all the left sections options and everything. So just like the same way, if you go to the dashboard over here, you can see we have two different sections. One is left and another one is right. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to build this left section, then we're going to build this right section. So let's go here. Let's go to the db left section. Okay, so this is the db left section. So inside here, what we are going to do is, so this division, let me delete everything. So if you have a look at it over here, you can see we're having this portion, the very big portion. Inside that we're having this logo and the navigation bar and everything. So let's go there and create that stuff. So over here, I'm going to say class name is going to be hatch full. That means basically it's going to take the complete height and py 12 padding top and bottom 12, and flex, everything is going to be flex column, and then bg light overlay, the background color, and then backdrop blur is going to be medium, and shadow it's going to be md, and then minimum width is going to be 210, and the maximum it should be 300, and then gap between each object is going to be 3. So let me go here, and currently you should able to see like this. All right, so then what we need to do, all we have to do is to let me enable the word wrap so that you can see it completely. All right, so now you can see everything. Now inside this, I'm going to bring a nav link. So nav link, so basically this is going to be come from your header tag. So let me go to the header, and let me copy this nav link completely from here, copy, and let me paste it over here, and we're gonna export this import that nav link, and of course we're gonna import this logo as well. So save the changes. Now you should be able to see that logo over here. All right, so it's coming over there, but the problem is it should not go to the center location. We should keep it in the starting position. So I'm gonna say this as start. Save the changes. So that should bring your content in the starting position. All right, since it comes to the starting position, of course it doesn't have the padding option. So let's give the padding option. So let's say px6. Save the changes. So that will gives you the padding option over there. Why it's taking so long to refresh? hanging. My PC, it's hanging a little bit. I'm not sure why. All right, that's fine. So it's loaded now. So then what we need to do right after this nav link, we need to bring one a straight line. So I'm going to use the HR tag. So that will gives us a straight line over there like this, a straight line. So then what we need to do, we need to bring this navigation link. We need to bring all these navigation link. So I'm going to create a UL tag, UL, enter. So basically this is going to be exactly the same as your the navigation link which we created from our home header tag. So what we can do is you can copy and paste it exactly the same thing, and we can alter it. In this case, I'm just going to copy and paste it one by one because we already designed it. Just we need to make some alteration in the navigation link. So let's copy it and then paste it. Copy and paste it. So is active styles and it's not active styles, basically they are same, exactly the same. Change it and import the is not active styles. We just added this style few more little bit. Okay, if it is active, in the header file I just used to mention it only is active styles, right? But along with that, if it is active, I created a conditional rendering like that string literals, and then I added that active styles. Along with that, I added these styles over there, border and border styles and everything. Let me save the changes, and that will brings the styles over here. Since if it is active, that will display the values like this. Got it? So now if it is go to the orders, it will choose the orders like this, items, add new items, users, everything will come perfectly. This is the home. Now here in this home page, we need to display the remaining stuffs. So that's what we're going to do it in the next video. And one more thing, at the end, we need to bring one more division, which is going to display the text like this, like a box. Inside the box, we have these options. So let me do that thing also. That's basically a simple division. There is no options, no in database connections or anything. All you have to do is to just after this, you're going to create that division like this. You're going to create a division with the width full, and inside that division you're going to have this circle. Inside that circle you're going to have a question mark, just a basic normal UI, so that you can able to do it by yourself with the otherwise just pause the video and then copy this in that particular place. It's just a UI, there is no action in it, so just a UI, that's it. Okay, all right then. So now let's move on to the DB the dashboard right section. So that's what we're going to do it in the next video. All right then, so since we successfully finished the DB left section, so let's move on to the DB right section over here. So all we have to do is to create a separate route for all these orders, items and everything one by one. So let's go here and fix this first. So class name is going to be flex column. Everything is going to be arranged in the column direction. So let's arrange it in the column direction, and py it's going to be 12, which is exactly same as your left section. And of course it should take the complete, so it should grow as much as space available, whatever the space available, it should take everything. Hatch full to make sure whether it is low, take every space, give a background color so that you can understand. See, now it's occupied the complete space over here. All right, so then what we're gonna do is I'm just going to remove this background. I don't need anything, I'm just going to remove it, save the changes. All right, so this is looking fine. And instead of this DB right section, I'm gonna bring our database header, DB header. So we need to create a DB header. So what we're going to do is we're going to create the DB header now. Okay, so since we don't have the DB header, so what we need to do, we need to create the DB header. So the reason why I'm asking you to create the DB header is because we need to create this design. This is what we need to design it now. So let's go ahead and create a new component over here. So where is that? Components. Let's create a new component called DB header, database header .js. Sorry, not database, dashboard header. So RAFC, save the changes, and let's go to the index.js and let's copy this, copy and paste it, and let's change this to DB header copy this and paste it over here. So save these changes. Now this will be ready, and now here I need to bring that db header basically, which is coming from your header file itself, but we need to bring this from our components. So let's change this to /components. Save this changes and let's close this. All right, so now that will displays the db header over there. So it's showing the db header. So let's move on to the db header now. So if you have a look at your db header, what we need to do is, one second. So in the db header, if you have a look at it, you have it should take a complete width, of course, fine, and we should take the flex item center and justify between, and here we have a paragraph, and here basically we're having a division. Inside the division we have a search icon, input field, and filter icon, and these icons over here. So let's go ahead and build one by one. So what we need to do is, so just for this division over here, so we're gonna say class name. It's loading too much. Class name, come on, class name. So width full, and then flex, and then item center, and then justify between, as I said, then gap between each and every object inside it should be 3. So then what we need to do, delete this. Inside this division, we're going to bring that paragraph tag. I'm going to say paragraph tag, and here we're going to say welcome to city, that's the restaurant name, and then we're going to display this username. So basically, if the username is there, then only you need to display that username. Otherwise, you should not display that username. To access that user object, you need to get the user object first. So const user is equals, okay, you need to get that user object. To get that user object, all you have to do is to use the use selector hook. So let's go here and use the use selector hook and supply the state, and then get that state dot user. Now you have your user object from your Redux store and it's showing welcome city over there. Here I'm just going to say if there is a user, dot name, if the user does have a name, because you can see over here, if the user have this name property, then only you need to display that name over there. Then I'm gonna render this span tag over here, span tag, and inside the span tag I'm just going to say it as, I'm gonna say, let's bring the string literals over here, and inside here I'm gonna say hello. After here I need to display that name, username, so user question mark dot name. Use the conditional rendering always whenever you're working with the store objects. So then after this I need to print 3 dots and an exclamation symbol. So save the changes, so that will display the value as welcome to city and hello vetrivel Ravi, showing my name over there. That's perfectly fine. And then what we need to do is to create class name. I don't know why it's loading this much. Come on, maybe because of heat. My laptop is too hot now. So class name, come on, yes, class name. And then here let's give that text to Excel and text heading color. We'll give the size as text to Excel and the text heading color. And for this span tag, what we need to do is we need to make this as a block display, and text we need to give a gray color, and we need to give the size as the base color. So these are the things block. This will brings this line completely to a next line, and text base and text gray color. So save these changes, and that will make the corrections over here, and it looks like this. So since it looks perfectly fine, so what we need to do is, so and this padding, it's not working. Why? It's because we haven't added any padding for this. So px, I'm gonna say it as 12 as well. Save the changes, and that will push it a little bit inside. So now we have that enough space over there. So right after this paragraph tag, all we have to bring that next division. Basically that's going to be a next division. So div, so inside that div, what you're gonna have this search box and then 3 different icons over there. So let's bring that search box first. So for this division, I'm gonna say it as the flex item center, justify center, and gap between each object is going to be 4. All right, so then what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring that that search box. Basically for the search box, what we're gonna have a division. Inside that division, I'm going to bring the md search icon, but it's coming from a React icons, but we don't need it from there because we already have it inside our assets icon folder, /assets/icons folder. All right, so now we have that objected from our icons. It's showing that md search icons from there. Fine. Then what we need to do is we need to bring an input, and basically that's text input, and the placeholder is going to be search here, something like this. Then what we're gonna do, I'm gonna bring one more icon, that is bs toggle icon. That means bootstrap toggle icon, toggle to this one, assets, from the assets icon folder. It's fine. Then what we need to do is for the search icon and for the this toggle icon, I'm going to create a common class. So hold your alt or control key and then type this class style name over there, text gray 400 text 2x. So that will looks like, it's taking time, and that looks like this. All right, so since it is not showing properly, what we need to do, we need to add that style for this. We need to add a bunch of styles for this division, so which is basically going to be class name, it's equals flex item center, and then justify center, and then gap is going to be 3, and px padding, px is going to be 4, and padding py it's going to be 2, and then color bg light overlay. Come on, why it's loading this much? py 2 and bg light overlay, and then backdrop blur, it's going to be md, and rounder it's going to be md, and then shadow it's going to be md. Save changes, and let me enable the view to a word wrap, and now we can see that we have a nice search box over there. But in the input box, you can see we're having some background options and everything. So what we need to do is we need to remove the outline and the background and everything for that. Copy it, and then I'm going to paste it for that class name, paste it. So this is that we're going to remove that border, outline, bg, and transparent. Width, we fixed the width, and text base and font size and everything, we fixed everything. So now you can see that the text box is looking absolutely fine. All right, so then what we need to do is next we need to bring the 2 different icons. Basically that's a notification icons over there. So let's, after this division, I'm just going to bring that notification icon. So that is going to be with the motion, framer motion division. So let me copy that and let me paste it over here. So this is that. So see here, we created the motion division and we fixed the size and width and height and everything. Then we loaded this icon inside that. That's it. We didn't do anything, just the styles. Let me import everything as it's. So motion, it's not showing over here. So let's go ahead and import it by ourselves. Motion, import it. All right, so now if you save this changes, and that will brings that icon over there. Oh, we haven't imported the button click. import the button click. It's not showing suggestion. Okay, so import from /animations. So that is going to be your button click. It's why it's loading too much. It's button click. Save the changes, and that will be fine, and that will brings that icon. Come on, we already did that. But still why it's showing that error. Button click, it's done. Yeah, now you can see we have that, and it's having that wobble effect a little bit. That's fine. So just like that same way, now we need to bring our user image as well, and after that we need to bring that logout button also, and we need to call that exact same sign out options also. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna copy that, and right after this division I'm gonna paste it. So basically this is a complete division. Inside that division we're gonna have that particular option, like image. We're gonna load the user image. If the user image is there, we're gonna load that user picture. Otherwise we're gonna load this avatar. And then so this is the division. This division contains this one more division inside and one more button, and basically that's the logout button, which is coming from assets. If you save these changes, that will show you the user image, and after that will shows you that logout button as well. So for this logout button, we need to bring that sign out option. Let's go here. Let's go to the header, and let's copy this sign out. Let's copy these everything from here. Copy, and let's go to your DB right section. Not here. DB, where we need to go? We need to go to the DB header, and right after here we need to paste everything. So let's import this get auth. We need to bring the get auth information, get auth, and you need to bring the use navigate information, and you need to bring the use dispatch. So import everything. Use navigate is there, use dispatch is there, and then finally you need to import this set user null as well. So this needs to be imported. All right, so now everything is imported, and finally you need to call that method over here. So on click, I'm going to call that sign out option, sign out method. So save these changes. Now if you click this sign out, that will take the user to the login, and we missed this app as well. So import this app from the Firebase config. Now that issue will be resolved. So basically now we finished the DB header option. So the DB header is successfully done. So next what we need to do is we need to create this DB home. We need to create this DB home, but we can do this DB home later because we need to work with this data and everything, right? Orders and everything. Otherwise, let's give some dummy information. Later we can update that information over there. So let's go ahead and create the DB home. All right. Okay, then so since we successfully finished the DB header, so now what we need to do, we need to fix this routers and everything. So let's get back to that. Let me close this DB header, so we don't need that anymore. And let me bring it over here. And here for this, I'm just going to name this as a division. And right over here, I'm gonna create a class name. And this class is going to be flex. And that is going to be flex column. And after that, flex 1. And overflow y, it's going to be scroll. Overflow y, it's going to be scroll, and scroll bar, basically we don't need none. Scroll bar, it's not showing. Y scroll bar. I think we have to install that Tailwind scroll bar. Let's search Tailwind CSS scroll bar over here. So this is the one. So we need to install this one. So let's copy this yarn, copy it, Control J, go to the client, and let me add that over here, yarn add tailwind scroll bar. Make sure that you are inside the client folder, otherwise it will throw an error. Then we need to add this, copy it and go to your tailwind config right inside this plugin area, paste it, close it. And now if you search for scroll bar, you can see and type scroll bar none. So we don't need that scroll bar. If you want to customize it, you can customize it as you wish, but in this case I'm going to remove that scroll bar. All right, so then what we're going to do, I'm going to bring the routes over here. So routes, which is coming from React router DOM. Then we're going to get the route, and the path, it's going to be /home. If it is /home, we're going to create the db home, and so we need to create a components for each and everything. So let's go ahead to the components and let's create a new file. Let's name it as db home.jsx rafce, save the changes and close it. And let's create orders. Let's say db orders.jsx rafce, save it and close it. And let's create one more, that is db items.jsx rafce, save it and close it. And let's create new item, db new item.jsx rafce, save it and close it. And let's create a new item over there, that is db users.jsx rafce, save it and close it. All right, so now we have everything. Let's go here and let's copy this header and paste it for like 1 2 3 4 5. So 1 2 3 4 5. So this is going to be db home, not header, home, and this is db orders, and this is db items, and this is db new items, and this is db users. So let's copy this, paste it here, 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 copy this as well, and paste it here. So now we created the components and we exported it as well. So if it is /home, then we're going to load the element db home, which is coming from the components. Save the changes. Now it shows the db home over here. So route is working perfectly. Let me say 1 2 3 4. So here this is going to be db orders, and this is going to be orders, and this is going to be db items. So this is going to be items, and this is going to be db new items. So this is going to be new item, and this is going to be db users, and as well as this is going to be users. So home, orders, items, new item, users. So save the changes. And now, because make sure these things are exactly matching your left section, because those things, these are the URL route that we created for your navigation. So make sure that you're using the exact same orders, items, and nav, because that's what we did over there. And now if I go to orders, let's load orders, items, add new items, users. So everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now we fixed the route. So then what we need to do is, all we have to do is to go to the items, so that we need to import this, install this material table. So that's what we're gonna do next. So we're gonna bring the material table and to display the dummy information. Then we can work on the adding new items, so that we can create our own items and list out everything over there. Fine. So save changes and let's go ahead and do that next. Not this one, save here. All right then, so now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and install the material table. So search for materialtable.com. so that will take you to the material table. So click get started over here, and here you can see the install option. So these are the things that you need to download and install in your version. So once you install it, it will show some error. Let me show you how to handle all those errors. So let me copy this, and what we need to do is let's go to our terminal, and over here we need to install one by one. So let's copy this, paste it, then right after that give a space and copy this add material UI core, copy it, and you need to paste it. So enter. So once it's installed, it's showing an error. What is that error? Host key verification. Make sure that is exists. I think we made a mistake. Oh, I missed the at keyword over here. That's the reason. All right, so while copying the package, please make sure that you're copying everything perfectly, otherwise it will throw us an unwanted issues. So now it's installed, and let me go and check over here. It's refreshing, and let's go to and copy this. We don't need this, and of course we need to add this also because it's using the material UI icon. So copy this and yarn add material UI icons. So install that. All right, so now what we need to do is let's go ahead and check whether it is showing any issues or not. No, it's not showing any issues. So these are the things, and if you scroll down over here, you can see the tables. What is the tables that you need to use? In this case, we're going to use the remote data. Basically, we're going to create our own data, remote data example. If you expand this like this, we're going to use this table. If you click the show source code, and this is the source code that we're going to use. Okay, we're gonna use this is the source code that we're gonna use. Okay, so now what we need to do is, so let me copy this completely from here, copy, and I'm going to DB orders. So I'm just going to say inside the DB items, I'm just going to say this should take the class name, this should take the flex item center, and justify evenly. No, it should be center, justify center, and gap should be 4, and then we can say padding top. From the padding top you should say 6, and width it should take full. All right, so then let's say the changes, and now let's see what is it showing. Let's go to the items. Okay, so here we are. So then what we need to do, we need to bring that table which we copied it, and let's import this material table. So basically this material table is coming from the package of your material table itself. So let's go ahead and import that. Let me copy this name, copy, and then import material table from material table. Save the changes, and let's see what is it showing. It's showing bunch of errors, right? So we need to install all these packages because basically it's showing a bunch of errors, and this is because we need to handle this error perfectly. And I saved that not here, I saved it somewhere. Okay, so I missed that URL, other bookmarks, sign in. All right, so I missed that bookmark. So let me show you how to resolve all these issues and everything. So to fix these issues and everything, so what we need to do is, first of all, we need to wrap this complete item, this data table, we need to wrap this complete item into a theme provider, because this will work only with the theme provider. Okay, so let's import that from at material UI. We should get that MUI and material, so that packages needs to be downloaded and everything. This material, this is the place it's showing this error, so we need to install all these packages and everything. So open your command prompt and just install all the packages what I'm going to show you right over here. So yarn add space, you need to install at emotion react because that needs to be installed when you're working with material UI. And as the same way, you need to install at emotion add emotion React. We already copied it, so let me copy this and paste it one more time. That is going to be add emotion style. Then we need to install the add material core UI core, which we already downloaded. Let's download it one more time. And we need to download the add material UI icons, which we already downloaded. Let's download it one more time anyways. And we need to download the at MUI icons / materials, because that's the icons it's been used inside the table. So we need to download that package. Then we need to download the MUI lab. Of course, we need to download that. Then we need to download the at MUI materials. Basically, these are the packages that it's showing error. So we need to download everything, and then download MUI styles. Paste it over here. All right, so now everything it's been fine, I think so. So material table we already installed. All right, so now let's press enter. So this will download all the necessary packages. An error occurred. Why? Something, we made a mistake. So what is that? Yarn add at emotion react. At emotion react. Is there any spelling mistake? No. Then yarn add at emotion style. No. Add material UI / core. Add material UI / icon. Add MUI icons material. Add MUI lab. Add MUI / material. Add MUI styles. So what it is showing, material UI version 4 does not exist. Receive. So let's click this, open it, and let's see what is it showing. How to migrate it. Migrate to this. Then let me try to install everything one by one. Yarn add. Let's figure it out which package it's showing issue. Copy and paste it. Okay, that is installing. Then copy this and paste this one. Yarn add emotion styled. All right, so it's installing. Then this is we already installed it. Anyways, we run it one more time. So yarn add material UI core. So then add these icons anyways. Yarn add material UI icons. Fine. Then let's go ahead and install icons material as well. Then yarn add icons MUI icons material. So it's installing. Then copy this. Let's install MUI lab itself. So it's downloading, taking some time. All right, so this will download the necessary packages, because it took me almost 2 days to figure it out what exact mistakes that we are making with the data table. Finally, I figured it out. It's missing because of this packages and all those things. I found it somewhere in the Stack Overflow, but I forgot to save it in the bookmark. So that's the reason now we are struggling again. So let's copy this and let's paste it. Since it's installing now, it's taking some time. All right, then, so it's installed. Now what we need to do, yarn add and paste this one, add material UI, enter. So that's also downloading. I don't know what mistake we made in the bunch of packages. All right, so anyways, we successfully installed. Just one more that we need to install. All right, then, so that also is successfully installed. Then add the last package, add material UI styles. So let's download that one as well. So it's downloading. So we finished everything, like material table, UI styles, UI icons, material lab. Okay, we installed everything which we needed. So let's wait until this successfully installed. Please wait. All right then, so it's going to install successfully. So finally it's done. So then what we need to do is, let's get back to our DB items over here. Let's scroll up, and now after this material UI, we need to import from, we need to import this at MUI slash material. So from this slash material, we need to get that theme provider. So theme provider, get that theme provider. So theme provider, then we need to create a theme. For this we need to create a theme. Okay, so then what we need to do is, we need to create the theme object over here. So const default theme equals create theme, save the changes. Then this table should be wrapped completely inside that theme provider. So theme provider, and then you need to supply the theme which you created. So let's say default, we'll keep it as default material theme, so that we need to know what material, what theme that we are creating. Let's create it as a default material theme itself. Paste it, and oops, not like that. Paste it and supply it here as well. So save the changes, and now let's go ahead and let's check it out. Still it's showing export default use pagination module has no exports, but it is showing. Okay, so we don't need this data and everything. Let's remove this data from here, remove it. Let's keep it empty. And still it's showing an error, pagination error. Why it's showing that pagination error? Not sure why it's showing. We added everything as it's asked. Data table, everything is added. Material table, we created an MUI, and we created the theme, and we supplied the default material theme. And material table, we have the columns. Let's go here and let's get some dummy detail. Let's say get started with, hey, not this one, but is some example. We have some examples. Actions, let's go to the actions, simple action examples. Let's get this detail. Okay, so let me copy this table now, copy, and let me supply that table over here. Save the changes, and let me check whether it is working fine or not. It's supposed to work over here, but still we are getting this error. Why we are getting this error? Let's go ahead and fix this issue. Let's search for that error, or let's search for, let's go to the data table itself. Let's go to the material UI, and let's search for data table. Data table, go to the data table, and this is the data grid that it's using. Not this one, not this one, not this one. Damn, I missed that pagination. I saved it somewhere, but I missed that. I don't know where did I missed it, using data table and everything. Running affiliates. Why we are getting this issue? So export default reported as use pagination. Why we are getting that error? All right, guys, so I didn't change anything at all. I just re-executed the same packages and installations and everything. I installed which exactly in this website over here. Just we added the same packages over here, just like added using the Material UI, Motion React Style, and then MUI icons, and then MUI Lab. We added the same packages which we already installed, and then one thing, I just stopped the server and then I reinstalled the server. So now it's showing that thing over here. So now if I search anything, it's filtering. So the data table, it's supposed to be, it's working perfectly fine. Okay, so it's working perfectly. Now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to adjust this styles and everything. So to fix this style, let's go here and let's write some styles. Let's find out that this is the division and MUI paper route. This is the paper route. Let's copy this. For this we need to add, let's say, width 100%. Now it's taking the width 100% as it's supposed to be, and the icons are not working perfectly. I'm not sure why. The reason its icons are not working perfectly. So we need to, because this is a search icon basically, so if the icons is not working perfectly, so we need to see like this, the icons are not loading perfectly. Maybe we need to install the Material UI icons one more time, and then we'll just try to refresh it. We'll see what's gonna happen. So since it's working fine, now we need to update this inside our, because it should take the complete this paper route, this MUI paper route should take the complete width as 100%. So let's go ahead to our index.css. Let's open our index.css and then let's copy and this style and let's put it inside our index.css. Let's go to our index.css over here, and right after here I'm going to paste this style, save the changes, and now this will always take the exact 100%. So let me refresh this. It's taking some time to refresh, so it's loading, it's loading, and now it's taking the 100%, but still it's not taking the that complete icons and everything. So we having some issues with this package.json in this material icons over here, either this icon or this icon. So we're going to install it one more time. So let's clear this. So yarn add, paste it, install that one. So make sure we don't get any errors while installing. We are getting some warning. Let's ignore the warning, that's fine. It's installing that package, and let's install this icons as well. What is the icon which we are installing? On our material icons, we are installing Material UI, this one. So let me copy this and let's install that on which building, and it's successfully done. So yarn, oops, so yarn add that, taking some time. It's adding. So let's restart the server. Oh, this is function and this is the client. We didn't start the server. Let's restart the server. Yarn start. So it's loading, and of course I need to start in a different port. Yes, it's loading now. Loading. It's loading now. Let's wait. It's taking some time to load. Let's see whether the icons, everything is loading perfectly or not. Nope, still the icons are not loading properly. Why? Maybe the problem with the icons over here. Let me close this TB items. Let's go to the access icon section. In that, instead of this icon, let's try some other. Instead of this, let me give delete. Save the changes. It's showing we are getting the error in that package. I'm not sure why it's not working. We did everything exactly as it is, so we need to figure it out why it's not working as it's supposed to be. So let's go ahead over here, install, get started. We already installed this, and I think we need to add this icons. Let's add this link in the index. We missed that part. Let's go to the public folder and let's go to the index.html. I think that's the might be the reason, because we didn't added this. So right after this link tag, let's paste that, save the changes, and it's refreshing now. It's reloading. I think that might be an issue. If that is an issue, then we are fine. Otherwise, we need to figure it out why it's not working. It's taking time. Still, the issue is persistent, I think. Now, we are good. So this is the issue, guys. This is the problem. So we are good. So we successfully integrated that material table. Now we don't need this. We don't need this. So all we have to do is to repeat the same thing to our add new items and users and everything. So what we can do is, it's better to keep this as a separate table. So as a separate table. So instead of writing everything over here, I'm just going to cut this. Going to cut it. I'm going to delete this as well from here, from here. Now we know the data table is working fine. I'm just going to keep it as it is. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new table over here. So I'm going to create a new table. Why it's not changing? I already changed it. Still, I already saved it, but now it's changed. It's taking some time. I don't know why. Now let's go to the components and let's create a new data table for ourselves, JSX, and let's keep it as RAFCE. It's taking some time. Save the changes, and let's go to the index.jsx, and let me copy this and paste it one more time, and let's say data table, and let's copy this from here and paste it over here. Save the changes, close this. Let's go to the data table, and I need to bring the data table over here, right? We need to bring the data table from here. Come on, load it. Data table. So it should not come from this data table directly. It should come from /components, and this should be inside this curly brackets. Save changes. All right, so now that will display the data table right over here. So now what we need to do is, let's get back to the data table, and we need to bring that data tables and everything over here. So let's do that now. Just like the same way what we did, we need to bring the material table and the theme providers and everything. Just import those two things, and instead of this, I'm going to bring that theme provider, and it's going to have, we're going to supply these columns. We're going to try to use this as a reusable table. So we're going to supply the column data, because if you have it, what are the things we need to supply? If you go to this any examples, let's go to the remote data, or let's go to the filtering or fixed columns, basic filtering, this one. Let's go to the remote data and remote data table example. If I go to the source, you can see you need to supply the columns and you need to supply the title and you need to supply the data for each and everything. All right, so what we need to do is we need that thing: columns, data, title, and actions. These are the things that we need to supply for the table. And now let's supply that material table. We need to create a theme over here, so I created the theme. Then what we need to do, we need to supply the theme provider. So I'm just going to create that theme provider and paste it over here like this. So this is going to be that, but it will show an issue right now. Okay, it will show an issue right now because we don't have any table or any columns or anything. All we have to supply these information through the front end, the place where we are supplying. Right now it doesn't show anything. The table title is, everything is empty. It doesn't have any records to display. Okay, so the data table, everything is working fine now. So what we need to do is let's go to the DB tables, and this is the place where we're gonna display the columns and everything. We're gonna display the columns. Let's give the columns. So what are the items columns that we need to supply? We need to supply the image URL, product name, product category, price, and everything. And we need to supply all those options inside. Let's do that next. So before moving into this particular section, first we need to add some items. So that's what we're gonna do next. Then we can come back and fix this data table to display the data as we need it. So let's go ahead and create the new items first. All right then, so now let's move back to the, let me close everything, close all, and then I'll go to the DB new item. Okay, so over here, so let's navigate to add new item. In this case, we're gonna make sure, and the first section, first division is going to have these styles. So let's say class name is going to be these things. So let me paste that over here. So what we're going to do is basically the class name is going to be flex, item center, justify center. Everything should be in a column direction, padding top and padding left and right, and the width is going to be 4. So save the changes, and now we can see it will be taking a little bit. Okay, so now everything is coming over there. So then what we need to do, we need to create one more division over here. So let's say division. Basically that division is going to be a center area with a border item. So I'm going to bring that border styles, everything inside. So let me copy that style and paste it. So please pause the video and write all these styles, because to avoid extra timing, I'm just copying it and pasting it. So we're going to create the borders and border colors and everything. So let's save the changes. And now you can see we have a nice border over there. Then what we're going to do, everything inside, we're going to create a new field, which we're going to create a separate component to validate our input items and everything. So if you go here, if you click the add new items, each fields over here are a reusable component. These two components are reusable components. So that's what we're going to create now. So what we're going to do is, so right after here, I'm going to create an internal component, const input value field as a component. And I'm going to say this as return, and a function return this. All right, so this is going to take a parameters like what type, what is the input type, and what is the placeholder, then what is the state value, because we need to get that value from that field. So state value, then state function to trigger that event. All right, so then what we need to do is we need to bring that input field, I'm going to copy this, I'm going to put that input tag inside here. All right, we can see input tag, what is the type and what is the placeholder and what is the style it's going to be, and what is the value and what is the state value. So this is the state function. I'll copy this and I put it over here, state function. All right, so we basically getting the value from the target and updating the state value, and we are getting the placeholder, everything from the place where we're gonna call this method, this component. So basically this component, first what we're gonna call this as an text field. Okay, that is the text field, which is basically it's going to read the name of the item. Okay, so name, item name here, and we need to create the state over here. So use state and use state snippet. We need to create a name for item name. Come on, use state snippet item name. So initially the item name is going to be an empty string. So now you should get the item name bar. So this is the prop that we are making mistakes. So copy this and supply it over here. Save the changes. All right, so now that will display the item name over there. So now if you're typing something, that will be displayed over there. Cool, right? So once it's focused, the border color will be in a red. So everything styles is returned over here, focus, border, red, and everything. So then what we need to do, we need to bring these options, the deserts icons, the categories. So let's go ahead and do that now. So after this, now what we need to do is we need to create one more division. Basically that division is going to be class full. It's going to be complete and it's going to have a flex wrap and everything. All right, so here I'm just going to paste that. So flex with the full item center, justify around gap and flex wrap and everything. Inside here we're gonna get these statuses. So let's go ahead and create the status object. So what I'm going to do is, so we have inside the utils folder, we have the styles.js. Let's go here and right over here I'm gonna get that statuses. Status is nothing but your categories. These are the statuses, the category. So I'm just going to use that statuses over here, id 1 2 3, title drinks, and the category is going to be drinks. So please pause the video and create these statuses and everything. So save the changes and go to the data items, and right after here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to render it now. So I'm going to get that statuses object from the utils statuses. If that is a statuses, then statuses dot map. Okay, we're gonna map it. So then I'm gonna get the data from here and I'm gonna render it now. Each and every component is going to render. Don't use the curly brackets, use the normal brackets. And here I'm going to display the paragraph tag. Okay, so I'm going to display that paragraph tag and you need to supply the key. Key is going to be each data is having its own ID. So let's go bring that ID. So data.id, I'm going to bring that ID, and then class name, it's going to be, basically I'm just going to use a dynamic string literals right here, and then I'm going to pass these styles over here. Let's paste it, and inside here now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that category data.title. Inside that we have the data.title. Save the changes. So now that will display the titles and everything over here, but it's taking some time. So see here we have the titles and everything, but why it's showing outside, that's the reason, is because this is completely outside. This division is supposed to be inside after here. That's the reason it's showing completely outside. So now it will be inside over there. Now what we need to do is, so when you click this, this should be highlighted with a difference. So what we need to do is, for that I'm going to create a category state. So over here I'm going to create a state with a category. Okay, then what we need to do is, so right after this status is the place where we are getting these statuses, I need to check a condition over here. So if the data.category is equals to our own category, if the data.category, so let's write a condition over here. So if the data.category is triple equals to our own category, then what we need to do, we need to change the color. We need to change the color to BG red 400. Then text primary, we need to give the text as a primary object. Then what we need to do, we need to bring that the BG transparent options and everything. So then if it is not, I'm just going to keep the BG as a transparent. Save the changes. And now, okay, now what we need to do is, on click, whenever I'm clicking it, I need to update the category. On click, On click, I'm gonna update that state value. So set category, set the category as data.category. So we're going to update this data.category whenever I'm clicking. So if I click it, this will be updated as a drinks. If that drinks is equals to the state value, then this is be highlighted. So if I click the drinks, you can see that it's highlighted because I clicked that, so that it will be triggered the drinks as a category. So this will be triggered and that will be stored in this state value. And we are checking whether the data.category is equal to that state, then highlight this in this way. If I change this, see, now it's working perfectly fine. So next what we need to do is to create that this upload field, this one we need to create this one. So that's what we're gonna do next. Okay, then, so since we successfully finished that category section, so then what we need to do, we need to go to this particular area over here. So let's go ahead and do that. So then what we need to do is we need to bring, after this we need to bring one more field that basically it's going to be your title field. So right after here, I'm just going to copy this, exactly copy it, and I'm going to paste it over here. Then I'm going to create a new state over here, and that is going to be used state and use state snippet, and I'm going to give that as a price field, the price. Initially the price field is going to be an empty string, so save the changes, and now that will use the title over there. So here this is going to be the number field, number, and this is going to be item price here, and this is going to be set item, not set price, and this is going to be the price. All right, so now you can see this is a number field so that you can increase the price and everything. All right, so now what we need to do, it's working perfectly as we expected. So then what we need to do, we need to bring one more division. So this division going to have a class name, which is basically width, full, and bg. We're going to use the card color. So I'm just going to copy and paste that style. You guys please pause the video and then please use this style. So now we have this nice box over there which given by this division, and enter here. So what we need to do is if this is loading, we need to show a loading option over there. Otherwise we need to show the this option. So once, what I'm trying to say here is, if I click this, that will start uploading the image to the cloud. While uploading, it will shows the progress and the that loading option and everything. So to do that, we're going to create one more state. So use state snippet, and is loading. If it is loading by default, what we're going to do is by default I'm just going to keep this as true for the time being. Let's fix this first, then we'll move on to the next. Then here I'm just going to open if is loading. If it is loading, then I need to do something, otherwise I need to do something. All right, so if it is loading, I'm going to display the text as loading for the time being. So initially the condition is going to be true, so it's showing that. All right, so if it is loading, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a division inside here. Instead of this, I'm going to create a division div, and inside this division I'm going to supply the class name as width full. It basically should take the complete width and height and everything. So let me copy that and paste it over here. Save the changes. So now basically it will take the complete height and width. If I'm typing the loading text over here, so that will be displayed in the center of the screen. Look at that. So it's displaying in the center of the screen. So but what we're gonna do is basically we're going to get the we're gonna get that information like spinning animation. We are going to get the spinning animation. So if you search for Tailwind CSS loader animations, like you can go here, the flow byte. If you go here, you can find a lots of animations over here, loading animations. Okay, so choose your animations which you prefer to use. So please choose that, and then you can copy it and paste it over here. In this case, I'm just going to create one more component. Let me create one more component, and I'm just going to use the spinner.jsx and rafce, and I'm going to export it over here. Let me copy and paste it one more time, and I'm just going to say spinner. This is going to be spinner. Come on, why are you taking this much time? It's taking too long to load. I don't know why. Spinner, and copy this, and let's paste it over here. Save the changes. Let me close this, and I'm going to bring the spinner animation right over here. I'm going to bring that spinner right over there, but that spinner is not supposed to be come from here. It should come from components folder, and this is supposed to be this object. Save changes, and now you should get that text as a spinner over there. And now what we are going to do is, so now we get that spinner. So I'm going to paste my custom spinner object, spinner thing over there. So here, let me copy this. So I created my own custom spinner. I'm going to paste it over here. Paste it, save the changes. So that spinner should look like this, So this is basically done by plain CSS. Just like plain CSS, we created a division which is occupying the complete height and width. Then I created a plain circle over here, and we are using the animate ping. Basically, Tailwind CSS will provide you some default animation, ping, bounce, and all those animations. If you go through their documentation, you can find it over there. Then I added this absolute position where I blurred it a little bit, so that you can see it's with the blur effect. We have a nice animation over there, right? So right after here, I need to bring that progress also. So how that items is progressing and everything. Like we need to display the progress bar. So we need to display the progress, how much item is so far it's been processed, which means progress. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a state to monitor that progress. Basically the progress is going to be null. So I'm just going to create that state over here, paste it, then save changes. And right after here, we need to display that progress. So later we'll customize that progress later. So this is for the loading part. Okay, this is for the loading part. If this is not loading, so let me change this to false. If this is not loading, then what we need to do, we need to write the styles over here. Okay, so basically once the image is uploaded, you will get an image download URL. So we're going to create one more state to get that. So use state and use state snippet. I'm just going to say image download URL, and that is going to be null initially. Save these changes, and this is the place. So here I'm just going to check if not image download URL, I need to render this following. Otherwise I need to render this. Save the changes. So this position, basically inside here, I'm going to create a label. All right, save the changes. Inside this label, I'm going to create a division, div. My laptop is too hot, that's the reason it's taking too. So now this division is going to have some CSS styles. Let's copy that CSS styles and paste it over here. So this having this flex column, item center, height and width, full, and everything. And inside this division, now I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to create one more division basically, which is going to show these two icons, which is going to basically show this division. Basically we paste one more division inside, flex column, justify center, item center, cursor pointer, and everything. And we use this paragraph to display this cloud icon. We need to import that icon, but not from there. We need to import it from our /assets/icons. Save the changes. So now it will shows that icons, and it will shows an option click to upload an image option. All right, so right after this paragraph and right after this division and this division, to exactly in between this division and the label part, you need to bring an input tag. So bring that input tag. So we need to create this function. This is the function which helps you to upload an image to the cloud. So const upload is equals, so keep it empty. So now so far it will not show any issues in this particular part. So now if you click anywhere inside, it should load that option. It will load this option which able to display this which able to choose a file from the location. So now we successfully finished that particular thing. So now if you click anywhere inside, that will load this option. So far we successfully integrated this part. So now what we need to do, all we have to do is to complete this this upload options and everything. So let me go here. If I go here, no, okay, so if I go there and if I choose an image, if I click this, okay, so currently nothing is happening, but the image is selected. So what we need to do is inside that upload image, we need to get that image details and everything. So let's go here. Once I uploaded that image, once I triggered that image option, I need to send an event over here. We need to get that event. So I'm just going to say set is loading as true. Set is loading as true. Loading as true. True. Then I'm going to say I'm going to get that information, file information from the targeted file. I'm going to get that files of the 0th index. In the 0th index, you'll get that file information, and then I'm just going to say console.log image file. So let me go to inspect elements. Let me go to the console. Let me clear everything. And here, if I click this, that will be loaded. If I choose this image, so that the state should be updated. It's not updated. Why? It should be updated now. Whether it is refreshed. Yes, it is. If it is loading, of course it should show this. So the status should update it right now. So where we are missing, I think we are not missing anywhere. Everything is fine. Save this changes, refresh it over here one more time to get that updated state value. So now let's check it out over here. Let's click this and let's open it, and look at that. Now we are getting that loader is loading perfectly, and we are getting this file informations. All we have to do is to send this file informations to our Firebase. So let's go ahead and do that next. So now we have our file in our hand. So next what we need to do, we need to upload the file to our Firebase cloud storage. That's what we're gonna do next. All right, then since we have our file in our hand, so let's go ahead and upload this file to the Firebase storage. So what we need to do is, so let's okay, so let's go here. Let me delete this, we don't need that anymore. And I'm going to bring the upload byte resumable method, which is basically from your Firebase storage. So let's go here and let's go to the storage, and let's go to the web and click get started, or click the upload files over here. If you click that upload files, and then if you scroll down, you can see what are the things you need to create. We need to get the storage reference, and you need to give the reference of your storage, how you are going to do and all those things. And you need to use two different methods, upload bytes, or to get the progress informations, of course you need to get the upload resumable bytes. Where is that? Here it is. We need to use this byte resumable to get the upload progress. What is the upload progress is going on, and this is how you need to get the progress and you can get your download URL. So we're gonna use this method. So before moving into that, let's go to the storage first. So not this is our, let's go to the file which we created, full stack app feb23, and let's go to the storage. And here I'm going to create, and there I'm going to create a new folder, upload. Let's create a new folder, and I'm going to say that folder as images. Add that folder. All right, so that folder is now added. So now let's get back to our application over here. So this is the place. First we need to create the storage reference. So const storage reference, const storage reference, because you need to create the storage reference first. See, they are creating the storage reference first. All right, so then what we need to do, we need to we're going to use this method reference. So we're going to use this method refer from Firebase storage. All right, so that is imported successfully. Then we need to supply our own storage reference. So let's create that. So const storage is equals get storage from the Firebase. Use that, and we're gonna get that information from the Firebase. But actually we already did that. We exported our storage from the Firebase app, which is nothing but your storage itself. See, we already exported that storage from our Firebase config.js, so we can use that itself. And then now we need to supply the file name for us. So we already have our file name, and we need to supply the location where we need to upload this. So we need to upload this into this images. Let's click this, and let me copy the images name. Better copy it, otherwise type it without any mistakes. So here I'm going to create a string literal, and I'm going to paste it. So slash, right after here I'm going to append the date dot now method, date dot now. Okay, along with that, after here I'm going to add underscore, and I'm going to add the file name. So image file dot name. So this is the location. Inside this location we're going to create a time frame for that file when it's being uploaded, so that a random unique number will be prefixed with your file name. All right, so save the changes. This is the file storage reference. Now we need to go for upload task. You can see we need to move for this upload task. We need to create this upload task, then we need to execute all these things one by one. So let's go here and let's create that. So what we need to do is, first we need to create the upload task. So I'm going to copy this, copy it, and I'm going to paste it over here. So here upload task, we need to import this package, import this class from the Firebase storage, make sure it's imported. And this is the storage reference we created, and the file is going to be our file which we are having in our hand, which is image file. We upload it. Then we need to monitor this task. So upload tasks dot on. Okay, upload task dot on. So that's going to have a state changed. Whenever there is any state change, we need to call three different methods. One is for your snapshot, and another one is for your error, and third one is for your getting your download URL. So let's create three different methods over here. So comma, first method is for your snapshot. Let's get that snapshot object, and it's an arrow function. And the second one is for your error. We're gonna get, if there is any error, we're gonna get that error. And then third one is going to be your download URL. So let's get that download URL. So save the changes. These are the three different methods. Now let's get inside the snapshot, and over here we're gonna get that progress. Of course we created the set progress state, so let's use that set progress state. And inside here I'm just going to use this snapshot dot byte transfer divided by this exact thing. Let's copy it and paste it over here. All right, so save the changes. So this will update that snapshot progress. And in case if there is any mistakes, of course we need to give an alert message. So let's get the alert from the our data store. So const alert is equals use selector, and we're gonna say state is equals state dot alert. Now we have our alert in our hand. Let's have our dispatch object as well. Dispatch is equals use dispatch, save it. In case if there is any error, so we need to inform the user. So let's say dispatch alert not set alert. What is that alert action? Come on, we forgot the alert action. Alert action, so we're gonna say alert danger or alert warning, something. Alert warning, no, it's an error, so we need to go for alert danger. So copy this. So we're gonna say alert danger, and we're gonna supply a message, and we're gonna supply the message as error over here. We're gonna send that error, not this one. We're gonna message as dynamic string literal. Let's use the error, and we're gonna supply that error over here, send that error object inside our alert message. All right, in case if there is any error. If it is no errors, then what we need to do, we need to get that download URL. So once this alert is being triggered, of course after 3 seconds we need to remove that alert message, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set this alert message as null, alert null, save the changes. So after 3 seconds, this again it will be dispatched as a null message, so that alert will be gone. And now here we need to get the download URL from there. So I'm going to copy this from here, and paste it. So let's get the download URL, import that package, and upload task, make sure the file name is same and the snapshot is exactly the same, and we're going to get that reference over here. Then we're going to get that download URL, and once you got that download URL, I'm going to say set image download URL with that download URL. So once you got the download URL, and what I'm going to say, I'm just going to say set is loading as false. Okay, then after that I'm going to say set progress is going to be null. All right, and then we need to say dispatch this alert message that image is uploaded successfully. So after here I'm just going to say alert success, and we'll get that alert null. All right, now everything is fine. Save the changes, and let's go here. When it's uploading, we need to display the progress message, right? So right after here, for the time being, I'm just going to say progress message over there. So what is the progress count? I'm just going to display that progress count over there. So now if I click this, it's loading. I'm just going to choose this. So now it's showing 100, showing 100%. That means it's uploaded. Now if you go here and if you check your images, let's click the images and look at that. We have our image over there which is successfully uploaded right now, which we uploaded it right now. So this is successfully uploaded. So let's delete it. Now since we have that download URL in our hand, now we have the download URL. If we have the download URL in this place, now what we need to do, we need to display that image over here. We need to display that image. So basically I'm going to display that image, copy that. So I'm going to copy it completely. Instead this particular place, I'm going to save. So we are going to use this complete position, whatever the space available. Then we're going to bring that image. This is an image while hover animation. We don't have that. So what we can do is we can say while hover. So to bring that, first we need to import the motion package. Let's import the motion package, motion. Then what we need to do, we need to scroll down and we over here, while hover, let's bring that hover. While hover, I'm going to say scale. The scale of that object is going to be 1.15. That means 115 percentage. And this is going to be image download URL. Let's bring that image download URL, and let's bring that image download URL. And since we don't have this method, so let me copy this method from here, and let's create a dummy method for so far, because we don't have that method anyway. Console.log, oh, not console, sorry, const delete the image from the Firebase. All right, so let's save these changes for the time being. I think it should work right now. Save these changes, and we don't have this, so we need to import this md delete as well. We need to import these two from the assets it's imported, and then we need to import that import from dot slash animations. What is that? Button click, save the changes. So since, let's bring this, we don't have a button click, save the changes. I think the spelling mistake. All right, that's fine. So now let's try one more time. Let's click this. So this will show that file. Let's choose that file. Let's choose it one more time. And it's showing that upload progress, and it's showing that image perfectly. All right. So then what we need to do, when I click this delete button over here, when I click this delete button, that should be delete that image from our database, and we need to display that click here to upload option one more time. So that's what we're gonna do next now. All right. So let's do that. All right, so since we successfully uploaded the images to the cloud, now we need to delete that image. So set is loading. So user might not feel comfortable with this image, so if they wish to change it again, so he will click this delete option. We need to delete the image from the storage, and as well as we need to display that that upload options and everything. So I'm just going to get the delete reference, const delete reference is equals reference from the storage which we already have, and we need to send that image download URL over here. All right, so then we're going to use this delete object method. So delete object method, which provided by our Firebase storage. Then we need to supply our delete reference over here. So if you go through their documentation, you can able to find out how to delete a file. So here, if you click the delete files, and if you scroll down, you can see how to delete a file. This is the object that right now we are using. So now what we need to do, let's get back here where it is. So delete. So this will return a promise. So dot then. So once we're going to call this method, I'm going to get to call this method, and I'm just going to say set image download URL. I'm going to say it as null. That is going to be null again. Then set is loading as false. That will change to false. All right, so then what I'm going to do, I'm going to dispatch a message as, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here, right after here, image removed from the cloud, save the changes. All right, so now let's try this. If I click this, it will be loading, and it's showing the message as image removed from the cloud. So all we have to do is to update this progress option over here. We need to update this progress option. Let's go, where is it? This is the place. We need to update that progress option because that's looking completely awkward. So what we're gonna do is, I'm going to bring a progress bar. So we're gonna bring that progress bar. So let's search for material UI progress bar. If you search for that, you can open the very first link, and you can see we have this progress bar like this linear buffer or linear determinate. So you can use whatever the progress for that you wish. Is that case, like if you click this code, in this case let's use this one, linear with the label. Okay, so get the code, and this is the code. You can see this is the one that is going to use over here. Okay, so if you wish to use this one, you can follow this, use this components and everything, supply the value as it's mentioned over here. So but in this case I'm going to use my own progress bar which I created by myself. So over there, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a condition over here like math dot round. We need to round that values. So math dot round, if the progress is greater than 0, then I'm going to render this component. All right, so I'm just going to bring that division over there. Let me bring it and save it over here. These are the divisions. So we created the width, flex, and item center and everything. Inside that I created one more division to maintain flex, justify between. So this is the progress text, and this is that this is the place where the text is going to be displayed, and this is the progress bar. Okay, so please pause the video and create this, and let me show you how this exact output is going to be. Let's say this, download it, click it over here, and you can see, look at that, just like that it will shows the progress, and the right side it will show the percentage, and at the bottom it will shows that the progress bar. If it is a very big image, then it will take some you can see that animation. So what I can do, I can go to the downloads and I can choose any very big image, or this one. I choose this one. It is only 2 KB. We should have a very big image, almost an MB size or something. Let me choose an image. Let's choose this one, 2.3 MB. So open it. See, like this. We have that nice progress animation over there. Cool, right? So now we have that image. So now if I click this delete option, that will be deleted, and we successfully uploaded the images in the cloud, and we got that download URL and everything in our hand, right? So next what we need to do is we need to create a button, and we need to create an API to store all these details in our Firestore collections. So that's what we're gonna do next. All right, then since we successfully finished this image uploading options and everything, let's go ahead and create this submit button, just like this. Let's go ahead and do that. So what we need to do is right after this image upload, where it is, basically this is the division where over here. All right, so we need to bring that button. So I'm going to bring that button as motion.button, enter, and this is going to be on click. We're going to call submit new data. We're going to call that method. Basically we need to create that method and we're going to say button click, and inside here we're going to say as save, and then here we're going to say class name is basically width 9 divided by 12, that one, then py4 or 2 rounded md, and then bg red 400 text primary, and then on hover we're going to say bg red 500, and then cursor is going to be pointer. Save changes, and this will throw an error because we haven't created that method. Let's go here right after this delete object. Let's create that method const submit new data is equals an arrow function. Let's save the changes. Now it's done. Now you have your button over here with this bubble effect. Fine. Let's go ahead and create the submit the new record. So where it is, where it is, where it is. All right, so now what we need to do is first we need to collect all these details. First we need to collect all the details, then we need to create an object called data. So data, so we're going to send this data as a product. We're going to send this like this. So let me copy this and let me paste it over here, like product name, product category, and product price, and the image URL. This image URL is going to be image download URL. All right, so now what we need to do is, so since we collected this detail, let's make sure whether we have all these details which is coming through over here or not. So let's console.log it, console.log data. So let's go here and let me type, let me bring, where is that? Let me bring one more folder and desktop. Where is the desktop? Here is the desktop, images, images. There we go. We have lots of images over here. So let's try this. Let's say chicken 65. Let's say that's Chinese, and price it's going to be 12, and let's upload that image. So we're gonna upload this image, which is coming from desktop, images, img, not this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Here it is. Open it. So it's uploading now. All right, so it's uploaded. It's showing that alert message. Now let's go to the console, inspect elements, console, button, click OK, save changes. If I click this, we have that product name, image, URL. So we got everything what we needed. All right, so we got everything. So then what we need to do is to we need to get back to the backend. So but that's the place where we are creating all our products and everything, right? So we need to get back to the product. So we need to create a separate route for our products. So let's go to our server, which is, this is not that one, our server, expand the server and functions and index over here. So first what we need to do is we need to create a separate route for our product. So what we need to do is I'm going to create a separate file in the routes for our product.js, okay, and in the index.js I'm going to create a separate route. Whenever it's coming through as a product, we're going to send that product route right after here. Okay, so we're going to create the product route, basically, which is our products, which is going through this products. And if anything coming through API/product, we need to load this route. So here first what we need to do, let me bring the users and let me copy these two. So first we need to copy those two of them. Let's copy those two things, copy those two and paste it over here. And then what we need to do is to export the app. Let's copy this, and at last, at the end, let's export the router, save the changes. All right, so now we don't need this user object anymore. Let's close that. So here now what I need to do is I'm going to create a new item. I'm going to create a new router. So router dot post. I'm going to create a new router, which is basically, it's going to be a create route, create / async and request comma response equals, open it, open the function, and here we're going to open the try and catch error, open, save the changes, and inside the try now what we need to do is I'm going to say const id is equals date dot now. Okay, so that will create the date dot now. Then let's go ahead and where is that, let me close this db item, save new product. This is it. Let me copy this data and let me paste it over here. Instead of these places, what we're going to say, request dot, sorry, instead of plain request item name, category, price and everything, I'm just going to say request dot body dot those names. So we'll get that, and then we need to send the product ID as well. I'm going to send the product ID, which is basically nothing but the string which we created over here. All right, so now we have this data. Next, what we need to do is I need to send this to the collection. So I'm going to collect that const response equals await db. We need to create a database so that we can send it to the database. So const db equals admin dot firestore object. Then now I can send it. So db dot collection, the collection name which we're going to create is that nothing but the products. Then I'm going to set the document. So dot doc, then open it. Then what we need to do is I need to open a string literals, then double slash, inside in between I need to send this ID which we generated, ID. Then I'm going to set the data, not this. All right, so now we have the set data. Once this successfully returned, this will returns the response. So we're going to return that response to the user like this. Return response dot status send and success true and data dot response. We're going to send that data, and if in case if there is any errors or anything, of course we're going to send that error as well. Response dot send success false message error. All right, so now this is successfully created, and the route is also being monitored, so added over there. And let me check whether it is showing any issues or not in the function. No, it's not showing any issues, everything is fine. So let's get back to the API. So now we need to get back to the API over here. Let's go to the API, 1 second. Okay, so let's go to the API, where it is, go to the API index.js. Let's bring it, and right after here, now what I need to do is I need to add new product. So basically we are going to create add new product, and we're going to export const add new product, and then we're going to supply a data over here to this method, and this method is going to be an asynchronous method. All right, and inside here, now what I need to do, I need to open the try and catch try. So I'm going to say const response equals axios dot post method, because that is a post method which we created, and we need to pass the dynamic string literals. I'm going to say a base URL. We got the base URL. Then after here, I'm just going to say API slash products. Let's make sure copy this and let's paste it over here. API slash products slash created. Where is that? Created products, create, save changes, create. Oops, not there. Here, create. Then after here, we need to send the data. So I'm going to spread that data object which we are receiving, and we are sending it to the data. So once this is successfully done, I'm going to return the response.data object which we are collected, and inside that we have this data. Inside the data we have this data as well. This is the entire data object response.data. Inside that data itself we have one more data, so we need to say data over here. Then, and I'm gonna have the catch. If there is any error, then of course I'm going to say return null. Save the changes. Right, expected var in the line number 15. I'm not sure from where this is. In index.js, line number 21 over here. So here this should be return response.data. All right, so now the issue is solved. Okay, so now what we need to do is all we have to send this data to the backend, and once the data is being successfully inserted, we have to collect it back and we have to put it inside our products list. So we need to get that product actions as well. So let's go ahead and first let's make sure whether everything is working fine or not. So let's get back to the DB new item. Let's go to the DB new item over here. So right after here, instead of this, I'm going to say add new product, and I'm going to pass this data, and then we'll get that response. If we have a response object, then I'm just going to say dispatch. I'm going to say alert success as new item added, something like that. Then of course after that we're gonna dispatch that as, after very few seconds we're gonna say dispatch it again as a null. Then after here I'm just going to say set image download URL as null, then set item name as empty, then set price field as empty, and set category as null. All these things. All right, so let's save these changes. Let's see if let me console log it, console.log data, sorry, response object which we are getting back. So if I click save, it's showing DB item added successfully, and we are getting a cross origin error. Why? Axios error, network error. We are getting a network error. This is the product, and let's see whether it is saved inside the Firestore database or not. Let's go here. Nope, it's not saved. So let's go here, and I think we have a mistake inside this products. So router.post method, try this, these are the products and everything. All right, await db.collections, db.collection products.doc.set data. Everything is fine. I think everything is fine. Then why it's not working? What is the error we got? Internal file error. So Control J, what we should get the errors over here. What is that error? Is this a mistake? Error, I corrected that mistakes. Response. Okay, so let's try now. Let me minimize it. Let's try one more time. Chicken 65, and let's say Chinese. Chicken spelling wrong. Chicken 65 Chinese. Price is going to be 12. Upload an image. Let's choose that image here. It's uploading, and now let's click this. It's showing null. We are not getting anything. It's showing null. This is the place where we are getting a problem. Here in this, it's getting an issue, I think so. What might be the issue? I changed everything. Everything is perfect. Nothing is there. Everything is fine. No issues at all. Actually, we need to set one more thing for database. We need to set this settings for. So this is not necessary. This basically the settings is for updating. Ignore the undefined properties. Like in case if we didn't send any properties when you're updating, so this will ignore that. But why it's not taking this? Let's. So before sending this, let us console log it. Console.log response. So let's open the postman. Let's open the postman response. Let's open the postman. Where is our postman application? Let's open the postman so that we can check this API endpoints by using the postman app. Here we go. It's opening that postman, and instead of this, we're gonna send this products, and instead of this is going to be create. All right, so now what we need to do, we need to go to the body tag and we need to go to the raw information, change this to JSON format, and let's bring that data over here. Copy this, let's send this data. Instead of this, let me bring this and let me add some where it is. All right, let us type it by ourselves. Product name, product category, product price, and then image URL. So product name is going to be sample name, and product category it's going to be sample, and price is going to be 12, and this is the image URL. Let's try to send this data. Now if I click send, we are getting cannot get. This is a post method, so blunt. Click send, and here we go. It's showing the data written successfully. Here it's showing us the data is written successfully, but from the front end, why it's not working then? If I refresh this, look at that. We have the product ID. Okay, it's not even taking any products. Request.body.item name. Okay, we need to send it in the same name. That's the mistake. Product category, and then product price, and then image URL. So because I'm sending the products everything in that way only. Over here we can see product name, product category, product price, and image URL. That's the reason it's not accepting it. So dump. Come on, let's delete this products, delete it, and let's get back to here and let's create chicken 65 Chinese product 12. Upload an image. It's uploading, and now if you click send, if you save this details, save it, again it's showing null. How could that be possible? Let's go here, refresh the changes. Function is working fine. We are yeah, here we go. We got the details. It's saved, but why we are getting as the response as a null? So that means the problem is in our front end DB item in the index.api. Right over here we are having a problem in the API functions. So we are getting the error over here. Return response dot data dot. Everything is fine. I made a very bland mistake. Oh wait, it should wait until it's collect that data. That's the reason. Damn, battery was such an idiot. So now vanilla, and that is going to be desert, and let's say 14. Let's click that and let's go to the desert items. Anyone? Strings, ice over here. It's chocolate. Okay, here, let's open it. And now if I click save, here we go. Look at that. The function is waiting to write that response and the data is successfully returned. And if you go here and you have these two more different products, so we successfully return our data into our Firebase cloud storage. Now all we have to do is to collect the data back. So that's what we're going to do next. .js, and I'm going to create a new reducer that is going to be product reducer.js. All right. So now what we need to do is we need to finish write the codes for the product actions as well as the product reducers. So let me expand those product reducer. Just give me a minute. All right. So now let's go here. Let me hide this tab. Okay. So now let's create the product reducer. Product reducer is equals. It's going to take the state, and initially the state value is going to be null, and the action we're going to pass it, and it's going to be an arrow function. So switch, we're going to send that action dot type inside. So we're going to create three different states: one to get all the products, and two to set all the products, and the default state. Get all products, set all products, and default state. Using set all products, we're going to set the products by using product. So let's get back to the product actions. Let's go to the product actions. So here I'm just going to say export const then let's say we'll set the product for set all products equals, and we're gonna send the products inside here, products, and then so we're gonna return an object. Basically the type is going to be, which is exactly the same over here, and of course I'm going to send one more object that is nothing but your products object, products : products. Let me copy this, paste it, and this is get, copy, paste it. We don't need this. Save change. So these are the user actions and everything. And let's go ahead and open the index.reducer, and let's create that as products : product reducer. Save the changes. So this will refresh the entire thing. All right. Why it's not refresh? Import it. It's not importing. So import product reducer from /product reducer. Save the changes. So this will refresh the entire document. So it's refreshed. And now what we need to do, all we have to check the product state, whether it is added over here or not. It's not added. Get the home, go to the, it's supposed to be added right now. It's imported products, product reducer. Why in the world it's showing an issue? Products going to be product reducers. Save changes. Let's refresh this, and we are getting the details, and here we are not getting that products. I'm not sure why. Maybe because of that terminals keep on us running, so maybe because of that. Let me stop this, and let me, that is already stopped, but still here we are not, this is supposed to be this color, so that's the reason it's not adding up over here. Not sure. Let's refresh this. Let's empty the cache and let's reload it. Let's see what's happening. It's emptied and it's loaded, and over here still we're having that. These are, oh, the reason is my bad, I haven't exported, so we need to export this reducer. So that's the reason it's not working properly. So we need to export this reducer. We forgot to export this reducer. So export default product reducer. Save changes. Now this will be color changed, and this will be loaded as it's supposed to be. See, so it's working fine. So we successfully finished that. So then what we need to do is to get back to the reducers, close this, reducers, actions, close this. And here now we need to create a function to get back all the details which is necessary. So before writing a function over here, let's go to the product server API. So over here, let's create an API first. This is to get all the products, enter, and let's say router dot get, let's say all, then comma async, and then this is going to be a request comma response. Let's send this inside a function, and I'm going to create one more function. Okay, this is a function like asynchronous method, like async, and inside here I'm going to call a callback function like this, and enter. And inside here I'm just going to say try, and let's, after this I'm going to say catch. If there is any error, we're going to send this error back. Make sure that is error, yes. Then save the changes and write after here. Now what we're going to do, let the query object, let the query object is equals db.collection. The query object is going to be this collection. We're going to get every single document inside that collection, products, and I'm going to create an empty response array, an empty array. Then what I need to do is I'm going to execute this await query dot get everything, get that query. If that is, then it will return a promise. Then we'll get that query snapshot. So let's say query snap as a parameter. Then we'll open the function. So here this will gives you the complete docs. So if you want to go through it, go here, and you can see, go to the web Firestore and read data. You can see the get data, how to get a single data, how to order it and limit the data. So you can see get all documents from a collection. This is what we're going to do here. Okay, so now let's go here. We got the details, and this query snap, it's going to have all your documents information. So docs equals query snap dot docx. This have all those docs. So now I need to loop through it. So docs dot map, I'm going to get each and every doc outside one by one. Then I'm going to push this informations to an array, response dot push. So we're going to push. So I'm going to spread the operator. So doc dot data. So we're going to spread the spread the operator, so spread operator, and doc doc. This have a data method, so that's your original data. So we're gonna send that object to this array. Okay, so once this done, we need to return that response. Let's return that response array outside so that we can access it right after here, because this is inside a separate function, right? So we need to return it outside, then only you can use it over here. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. So return response status 200, then send success true, data is equal to response and everything. So this is working fine. Now the function is ready. So let's get back to the index.api. So then from there, now what we need to do, we need to get all the product informations. So I'm just going to copy this, copy, and this is going to be get all the products. Say the changes. And here we can say get all products, and then we don't need to send any data inside, leave it as it is. And base URL product, instead of create, this is going to be all, and I don't need to send any object, so let's leave it as it is. Then we're gonna get the return response.data and we're gonna put it inside the function. So save these changes, and now what we need to do is every time whenever you are adding a new detail, you need to get that detail. So let's go to the db new item. So this is the place where we are adding the new item. Once this is done, after here I need to fetch that information. So get all products dot then, that will gives you the data. Let's use that data over here. So now what I need to do, I need to dispatch this to set all products. Why it's not showing? Let's import action. This is supposed to be set all products. It's not showing. Okay, let's import it manually then. Right after here, import from /context /actions/product actions. So this is going to be set all products. Where is that? Here, set all products. I'm going to send the data, that is your data. Save the changes. So now whenever I'm adding a new data, so that will push the details to this object, that Redux store. So let's create a new instance. So let's see Pepsi, that's a drinks, and that is going to be 5. Upload the image. Let's choose the drinks, click open. All right, it's opening. So the image is uploaded to the cloud. And now if I click the save option, the data, it's showing it's returned perfectly, but it's showing get all products as null. It's showing an error over here. It can't get this API app / products / all. What is that method I used in the products? / all only. / all only. So why it's not working then? It's showing 404. Showing this is not found, error. Is it not running? It's up and running fine, no issues in that. Then why it is showing an error? So let's load the Postman then. Let's bring our Postman application and let's make sure whether it is working fine. So let's go to the products and let's get all the elements. Click get and click the send option, and see, we are getting the details. But why we are not getting the information over here then? Full stack web 23 your central app /API /all. it's working fine, but why it's not working over here? That's quite confusing. Get all why? So let's go to our, so once the user navigated to the database, so the user is navigating to the data home, right? So let's go to our data home, or let's go to the dashboard itself. Where is the dashboard? Okay, let's come over here to the dashboard over here, dashboard home, and let's get that product details first. Let's say const products equals use selector state dot products. Say the changes, state dot products. All right, so now I'm going to create an use effect. Inside here, I'm just going to say if there is no products, then I'm going to get all the products from dot then data here console.log data. Say the changes. If I go home here, still it's showing this. Oh, it's going in a post method. I haven't called as a post method, where we made a mistake here. See, I'm so dumb. So now you have your data over here. See, we are getting the 3 different objects, and that should be pushed to the dispatch. So let's see, let's go here, not here. Where is that? DB item, let's call this, and let's go here DB home and put it over here, because this is the reason why I'm loading the products over here, is because this is the DB home. Once the user clicks the dashboard, the DB home is going to be loaded. So we need to get that information, right? So that's the reason I'm adding it over there. So let me close this, and now what we can do, I'm going to import this product, set products, save the changes, and I'm going to get that dispatch object. So const dispatch is equals use dispatch, save the changes. So now the data will be pushed to your state. See, data is pushed to our store. Now what we can do, all we have to go to our items, and we need to load those items directly to this data table. So that's what we're gonna do next. All right then, so since we successfully pushed our data to the Redux store, so then what we need to do is, let's get back to the let me close this new item, we don't need it anymore, and let's get back to our DB items, this one, DB items. So here we have the data table objects. So first what we need to do, we need to supply the columns. What are the columns that we're going to display? And that is going to be an array. So we need to supply the columns. So basically, what are the columns that we need to display? We need to display this, not this one. We need to display our product image. We need to display the image. Then we need to display the name. And of course, after that, we need to display, we need to display the action name, image, name, category, and price. These are the things that we need to display. So first, let's supply the image over here. So you need to supply the exact same name. This column name should be exactly the same name. Let me pin that. So first we are going to supply this image URL. So here, let's say the title of that So this is going to be our first column, right? So open it. So title is going to be the image. That means the column heading. The column heading is going to be image. Then the field, FIELD field, it's going to be the image URL. That should be the exact same name as your column. Then because we need to render the image, so I'm going to say render. So if you search for the material table, search for material table, and if you go to the here, and if you click the remote data, example for remote data, you can see the image over here. If we expand this, and you can see how they rendered their image. So like just like the same way, we're going to get the raw data and we're going to render our image in the exact same way how they did it. So I'm going to get that raw data and I'm going to render that over here. So we're going to get that raw data like this, an arrow function, and use the normal brackets. Then I'm going to render this component inside over here, raw data dot image URL, width and height, everything is fixed. So then after here, after this, what we're going to do, we're going to bring the one more section that is basically, which is going to be your name and category. So let me copy and paste it to that as well. So while typing, don't make any mistakes, add comma over here, don't make any mistakes. The second one is going to be your name, products, why it's showing undefined, here it is, products. Let me expand this. So product name, so that should be like exactly the same name, copy and paste it here. And product category, copy and paste it over here. So then what we need to do, we need to bring the product price. So let me copy this, and after here I'm going to bring that product price. So I'm just going to say this as price, and let me copy the product price from here, copy it, paste it here. So then once we render this, we need to render the data. So I'm going to render the information. So render colon raw data. Okay, so get the arrow function, expand the component, and here I'm going to bring that, copy it and paste it over here. And inside this particular space, instead of this dollar sign, I'm going to bring the rupee sign, which is, we have it inside our icons, sorry, index assets icon. We have that rupee, where is that? Here, high currency rupee. Let's copy that, paste it, and let's import this, which is coming from there. Let's change this to /assets/icons. All right, then I'm just going to say class name is going to be text red 400, and then save the changes. All right, so now over here you can see the image, name, category, and the price and everything. Everything is loaded over here, but still it's not loaded properly. The reason is because we haven't sent any details, any data. We didn't send the data information for this. Data is equals products. We need to get the products and we need to supply the products over here. So I'm going to say const products is equals use selector state dot products. Save the changes, and let's send the products over here. Save the changes, and now you can see we have our image and then name and the category and the price details and everything. But what we need to do here, I need to fix this as flex item center, justify center, gap to. Save the changes, and now you can see it's perfectly all right. So we don't need any gap for this. Let me delete this. All right, so there is no gap for that. So then what we need to do is to like text Excel, it's enough. All right, that's perfectly fine. So then what we need to do, like we need to set the actions. So right after this, and I need to change the table title as well. So after the data, I'm just going to say title is going to be list of products. Save the changes, so that will give you the title over there. Then what we need to do, we need to send the actions. So basically actions is going to be an array of objects, and inside this array of objects, I'm going to send the first object is going to be icon. That is nothing but the edit icon. In case if you want to update your record, you need to have that. Then the tooltip object. So if you want to go through about the actions, so if you expand the features and if you search for actions, and there you can see how to set an actions and everything. Okay, so tooltip, then click. This is basically it's going to edit data, comma, and on click. Basically on click, let me copy this and paste it over here. On click, we're gonna get that event and we're gonna get that raw data. And for the time being, I'm just going to say alert, you want to edit. Then after this, we're gonna say raw data dot get that product ID. We're gonna send that product ID to edit that information. Get that product ID. Where is that product ID? Here it is. Copy this and send this. So now I'm just going to copy this exactly and I'm going to paste it one more time. Instead of this is going to be delete icon. This is going to be delete data, and this is do you want to delete. Save the changes. And now we have our own actions over here. Now if I click this, you want to delete, so this you can trigger the delete option. If you click this, you can execute the edit option. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna set that delete options for this particular this button. When I click this, I need to delete that icon, so of course we need to have an options to delete an icon. All right, so that's what we're gonna do next. So since we successfully integrated, and all we have, if you choose this chicken, so now it will be filtered perfectly. If I choose Chinese, that will gives you perfectly. If I choose drinks, that's also filtering. So filtering and everything is working fine. And if you sorting out, it is the sorting is also will working fine. It will sort out the entire record according to the way whatever you are using on a different basis. And if you want to sort it on the price wise, you can sort the record on the price wise. See, all right, so everything is nicely done by your this data table itself. Now all we have to do is to get back to the we have to get back to that what is that, the delete action. That's what we are trying to do over here. We need to delete this record on click. So that's what we're gonna do next. Say this like let is executed. Otherwise what we can do, if let me show you first, let is executed, let if is executed is equals, and I'm gonna say window dot confirm, open it, and I'm just going to say, are you sure you want to, are you sure, do you want, are you sure to, are you sure you want to perform this action like this. Okay, then save the changes. So now I'm just going to say console.log is executed. Okay, so now over here, if I click this, now you can see, are you sure you want to perform this action? If I click OK, it shows true. That means yes, that we confirmed yes. If I click cancel, it shows false. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this completely inside an if condition instead of creating a separate variable. Delete this and delete this as well. If this is true, we need to do something, else we need to do something. else we don't need to do anything. We just need to simply say like that we're not going to do anything else. If this is true, of course we're gonna add a function to, we're gonna send the data through the to the API, then we're gonna delete that ID and everything. So let's get back to the products.js over here, and here I'm just going to say, let's say delete a product, okay, and I'm just going to say router dot delete, open it, and I'm going to say delete slash colon. We need the colon because basically we're going to send the product ID over here. So product ID, so we need to capture that product ID through the URL, then async. Let's get the request and the response object, open it. Inside here, now what we're going to do is, I'm just going to say, I'm going to get the const product, this product ID. Let's get the product ID, which is basically, it's going to come from request dot params. We're going to use the params object, and I'm going to get that product ID from that. All right, so we are using the delete product ID, everything is fine. Then now once we got the delete ID, of course we need to delete the detail from the database. So all we need that product ID only. So here I'm just going to say try, and then I'm going to get that catch object, catch. If there is any error, of course we're gonna do this. Let's copy this and let me paste it here. All right, and here now what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to say await, okay, await db.collection. We're going to send this collection products. Then what we need to do is db.collection, then products. We're going to have that products collection, so it should be inside the double quotes, products. Then what we need to do, we need to send the doc. We need to give the doc information, doc, which is basically, it's going to be an string literals. Inside here I need to supply that product ID, so product ID. Then after this we need to delete that doc, so delete. All right, so this will delete. Once this is done, then I'm gonna say we'll get some result, and we will send that result to the front end. So copy this. So basically that result is going to be, it's all about your delete response, when the user, which exact time the delete data is deleted and all those things. All right, so that's the thing. So this will delete the user record. Now what we need to do is, let's go to the API. Okay, so from the API, now what we need to do, we need to send the product ID. So here I'm just going to say delete a product. So here I'm just going to copy this completely. Copy this, and I'm going to paste it. I'm just going to say delete a product, and here I'm just going to pass that product ID. All right, so we'll get the product ID over here, and this method is going to be delete method. Let's change it immediately, otherwise just like it will become a last time what we did, we were keep on searching where we made a mistake. Like delete all products, delete slash, then here I need to send that product ID, like this product ID. So this will successfully delete that record, and it will return the details and everything. Let's save the changes. All right, so this is enough for us. So now all we have to do is to go here. So here I need to call that method delete a product. I will send that product from over here, raw data dot product ID. So that will return the response dot then response. We know that will get a response. So if you get a response, of course, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna get all the products, and we're gonna update the products in the where is the new item? I think I closed it. in our store, we need to update that. So let's get this information, copy this, and let's go here and let's paste it here. Let's get all the products from the API and let's set all the products to the store, and let's get the dispatch object as well. So here const dispatch equals use dispatch. All right, so let's save the changes. Fine, now everything is working fine. So once this is successfully deleted, so now what I need to do is I need to give an alert message, product removed successfully. So I'm just going to say dispatch alert success. I'm going to say product deleted from the cloud, product deleted. That's it. That's a message I need to give. And then after that, set time interval, set interval. This is going to be 3 seconds. And again here I'm just going to say dispatch alert null, and we're gonna send anything for null. I don't think so. Save the changes. All right, so now we did everything as we need to do. Let's make sure whether everything is working fine or not. So let's click this. It's showing, are you sure you want to perform this action? If I click cancel, nothing will be happened. If I click this and if I click OK, so product deleted, and look at that, the database, it's updated, right? So we successfully deleted that product from the database, like just by simple confirmation actions. So now it's perfectly fine. So user can able to add a new product, and if he wish to, if he can filter it out, and he can able to delete that record as well. All right, so now what we need to do, let's go ahead and click the users to fetch all the users object from our database. All right, then, since we successfully deleted the product from our database, so please go ahead and create a new file in your context as all user actions. Inside these user actions, basically you're gonna have two different actions, that is set all user details and get all user details. I'm re-recording this session because due to some reason my audio is not captured properly, so that's the reason I'm re-recording it. So apologies for that. So just create this, pause the video, and just create these two as a user actions. And let's go to the reducers, and here you can see all user reducer, basically just exactly the same way we are getting the user and we are setting the user and the default state. That's it. And now in the index.js, you need to add this all user reducer over here. Then get back to your server user.js. So basically, if you want to get the user, complete user, even more than after 1000 user, if it should work properly, you should go to the Firebase documentation, go to the authentication section and go to the manage section and click list all users options over there. So that will gives you the proper methodology how to get all the user details directly from the database. So create a separate function and then call that you list all user over here. And you should, before getting this, you should define a global array which is should be empty, and this will be automatically called whenever this user.route is executed, but we are calling manually one more time whenever you're calling this API route. All right, so this will work perfectly. And now if you go to the DB users, so you need to call this method in the use effect, get all the users from the database, that data store, and then execute that query. So this basically get all user is coming from your API endpoint, which is over here, just like this. We need to call the get all users. All right, so now what we need to do, if you go to the DB users, we have that you complete user objects. If you go to your application and check your app, go to the React app, and there you can get all your user objects over there. Now what we need to do is we need to do the exact same thing what we did for data DB items. Just we need to follow the same thing, but what we need to do, we need to send, instead of that, we need to send our custom data with these specific columns what we have over here. So I'm going to copy this completely from here to here, everything. Go to the DB users and I'll paste it here. I'm going to import this data table, and instead of image URL, this is going to be where is that? So few of the users doesn't have the image URL, so not everyone will have the image URL. So let me expand my data over here. You can see photo URL. So what we need to do is, if the user have the photo URL, if the raw data have a photo URL, let's render it. Otherwise, raw data dot photo URL, otherwise we'll render the avatar which we have inside our access folder. Fine. Then display name, if the user does have the display name, get it, and we should get the email as well. If the email is not there, then the user will not get the email. If the name is not there, username will not be displayed. And right after here, we need to get the verified status as well. Copy this, paste it here. We don't need this price column, so let me delete it. Okay, so we need to get the verified. So I'm just going to copy that verified render option, because if it is verified, email, let's say verified, if this is verified, we need to render like this. If it is not, email is not verified, then what we need to do, we need to render this paragraph in a PG red and all those things. And here, instead of products, I'm going to say all users, and instead of products, we're going to say list of users. All right, so then okay, so here for the time being, I'm just going to hide the actions, all the actions from here. Let me hide the actions, save the changes, and here we go. This is how it will look, and you can able to filter the details. Like if I search Ravi, so that will gives the Ravi, so you can filter the records as you want. All right, so now the user's data table is ready and the user actions is completed. All right, so next what we need to do is, let's move on to the home section. Basically we are moving to the home section. So how to bring the chart over here, just like this, we're gonna bring the chart, okay, and we're gonna update the chart details over here. So that's what we're gonna do next. All right then, so now what we need to do is, let me close everything over here, close all, and let me go to the DB home. Here we go. So in this place, what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna get the user details as well. So let me call all the users, because of course we need the all users details over here. All right, so because here we need to show the product count and the orders count, so we don't need the all users. So I think the all users is not necessary. So this is for our orders and this is for our count. So this is for orders and this is for our products table. So we have the products table. Since we don't have the orders table, because once we successfully integrated the payment gateway, then only we'll get the orders details. For the time being, what we can do is, so let's go ahead and fix our DB home. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create this class name. So here, class name, which is going to be this flex item center, justify center, column, width, full, and everything. So that will brings everything in the center. All right, now we have everything in the center. So then what we're going to do is inside this we're going to have two different grids. Okay, we're going to have we're going to have a grid which is basically dividing into two different columns. All right, so that's what it's going to do. Two different columns. The first column is going to be for our first column. We have two different columns. All right, and the second column, it's for our chart. This is for that first chart, and this is for our second chart. All right, this is for the first chart, and this is for the second chart. All right, so let's bring the chart over here. Now what we can do, so to install the chart, what we're going to do is we're going to use the core UI, core chart UI. If you search for core chart UI, you can see this core UI over here. Okay, I'm going to use the React chart components. Inside the core UI, you have a lot of things. In that case, I'm going to use the React chart components. Click the core UI, and that will take you to the chart sections and everything. Okay, you can see how to use the chart options and everything. In that case, I'm going to use the React chart component. And now you can see how to use the reactjs chart component inside by using the core UI reactjs. Let's click the get started, and there you can see how to add the component. So let's copy this, expand it, go to the client and add that yarn add at core UI reactjs. Okay, so let's copy that and install it, and we're going to use this bar chart. And you can see, as simple as that. All you have to do is to supply this data information, so that will create the chart for you over there. So let me copy this chart data, and then let me put it inside the first. Save the changes, and let me go here, and it's showing CC chart is not defined. Of course, we need to bring that CC chart from our, at the top, we need to import it from the core UI reactjs. Save the changes, and now you can see we have that chart over here. So this is showing that dummy informations, like the informations from our the data what we provided over here. So the size of the chart is not looking that much great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this chart completely. I'm going to create a division, and I'm going to say width that is going to be at least 460, sorry, not 460, width is going to 340 pixels in the small devices, and from the medium devices at least it should be, width should be 5. In the medium devices, width should be 508. All right, and then here we need to paste that chart. Now it looks a little bit bigger. That's cool, right? So then what we need to do, we need to bring that pie chart as well as, sorry, let's go here and let's search for this pie chart, sorry, that donut chart. Let me copy this donut chart and let me bring it. And here also I'm going to create one more division, and I'm going to adjust the size of the charts over here. And the size of the chart is, let's show width. Initially it's going to be 275 pixels, but from on the medium device width should be 460 pixels. Let's paste the chart. All right, so now it's showing the chart values and everything over here. That's cool. So now what I need to do is I need to change all these data sets. Basically this data sets, it's showing the data sets for our dummy information. So what I need to do is I need to show the data sets according to my product data. So I'm going to create a different variables just like this. I'm going to filter the record. So what I'm going to do is right over here, const drinks. So drinks is equals, if the products is there, then I'm going to filter that record, products.filter, and I'm going to extract the item one by one from there. Then I'm going to say item dot product category, which is basically coming from your products table itself. Let's go here and let's see, expand the products, and let's get the product category. If the product category is equals to drinks, so this will return a new array and that will be stored over here, right? So just like the same way, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get every single informations, like each and every status separately for desserts and for breads and everything. So do the same thing, and I'm going to copy and paste it for desserts, fruits, rice, curries, Chinese, breads, and every single categories one by one. Then what we need to do, all I have to do is to supply the exact same labels over here. What are the options that we have? Supply the same labels over here, save the changes, and now that will shows the dessert and everything. And then the same way we need to change this to change the labels to like category wise count, so that will display it over there. Then you can give your background color, whatever the background color you wish. I'm just going to leave it as it is, but the data set is going to be not this 40, 50 and everything. Here you need to send the count of these values. Like for instance, if you have the drinks, then drinks dot length. You should use the conditional rendering. Don't forget to use the conditional rendering, otherwise it will throw an error, because it will take some time to refresh and it to load the details and everything. So save the changes, and now you can see we have only the details on drinks and desserts and the fruits and rice, and we don't have anything. That's the reason it's not showing anything. All right, so here it's working perfectly. In future, if you're adding more products into your list, into your database, so it will completely work fine. So let's go here and let's add few data items. So where is the, let me bring the image in side by side so that we can see it and we can add a few images. And where is that? Desktop images, img, this is the one, curry one. So let's say chicken Manchurian, that is the Chinese. Let's say 20 C1, add it. Click it, so that will be new items added. Fine. Then next, what is the next item? So we need to bring this is added, and let's say chicken kebab mix, kebab, that's a bread, let's say 34, 33 or something. Let's add this. So take your time and add few details so that you can able to monitor. You have some few details inside in it. So save the changes. The orders details, sorry, the product details, it's updated in the chart, and then we need to bring the this update this chart information as well. So let's go here and let's bring that labels over here, copy it. Instead of these labels, I'm going to use our own labels. Save the changes, and instead of those background colors, I'm going to bring my own background colors. And instead of that data, for the time being, I'm just going to keep this data as dummy, and later we're going to change this data just like the same way what we did for our products. All right, so now the items is completed and add new items is completed, and the users is also completed. Now this will be completed after once we successfully finish that the orders table. Will change everything over here, and home it's also completed now. So let's, what we're going to do, we're going to move on to the client side and we're going to design the home screen one by one. So that's what we're going to do next. Okay then, so now what we need to do, let's get back to our client side, because client side is completely empty for so being, because just we completed only the header.jsx. So let's get back here and let's go here, and here I'm going to create a new component called home.jsx, and in the index I'm just going to copy this and paste it, and I'm going to change this to home and change this to home. Save the changes, and let's get back to the main.js, the place is just inside the containers, and here I'm gonna load that home. So before loading the home over here, what we need to do is we need to add one more division over there. Let's go ahead and add that. So that division is going to have a very big style. So here, division, and let me paste that so that you can see it completely. See here. So we are making the width full flex column direction, and everything is going to be aligned in the center, both vertical and horizontally. And top, we're going to reduce this. This is going to be a fixed position, so we should not want that home page behind this. So we are adding some margin top, and then the both left and right we are adding some padding as well. For small device this, and for the medium device this will be the padding. All right, and for the very large device this will be the padding. All right, so now what we need to do inside here, I'm going to bring that home, save the changes. All right, so now we will have the home in the home page. Let's bring that home component over here. And why it's showing an error? Because we don't have anything. Save the changes, and now we have our home component over here. So this is added up over here. So then what we need to do is let's go ahead and customize our home.jsx. So let me import the motion first. Motion, that means the framer motion. Then let me change this to motion.div. Enter. And here first we're gonna convert this into let me load. If you open this desktop, this is that image, and let me open this image. Let me bring it over here. So here you can see we have this two layers. One is this and another one is this, right? So basically that's a two different layers. So first we need to make this complete layer as a grid, and we need to bring those two different grids over there. So that's what we're gonna do now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna break this, the first thing, as a grid full and grid, and going to break the column as a single column for mobile devices, and from the medium devices it's going to be two different devices. So sorry, two different columns. All right, so then what we're going to do is now we're going to worry about the first section over here. So that's what we're going to build it now. So let's create two different divisions, div, and let me create one more division, div, and for the time being it's going to be number 2. And for this we're going to add the class over here. Okay, so let's save the changes and let's see how it's looking like that. You can see this is the first and this is the second column. It's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Inside the first division we didn't add anything, that's the reason it's showing that. Okay, so if you monitor that, the first one, you're having this bike delivery, that nice design over there. For that, what we need to do is we're gonna build a division first the overall division. So division, and inside that we're gonna have this styles over here. Let me enable the word wrap. So here you can see we have the padding px py, and you can see we have this small line over there. So what is nothing, we need to bring that paragraph. So we're gonna say that paragraph as free delivery. Save the changes. Now display the free delivery text over there. And to customize this text as well as, I'm going to copy this style and I'm going to paste it over there. Okay, so please pause the video and paste that styles over here, text large, font size, and what is the text and everything, paste it. And then after this paragraph, I'm going to bring the image tag, which is the source is coming from our assets itself, which is nothing but our delivery. And then the class style is going to be width full, height full. Okay, basically here this image should be wrapped inside a complete division. And for that division, I'm going to fix the height as width 10, height 10, and we're going to have a specific styles over there. So class name, because we need to create a round shape, right? If you have noticed here, we have a round shape. Inside that only we having that. So that's the reason we are fixing the height and width, and then we are making everything to align it in the center, and we are making rounded full, BG primary, shadow, and empty. So if I save the changes, let me save the changes, and now you can see that like this. All right, so now the top section is completed. That means the bike section, the delivery section is completed. So then what we need to do is we need to bring our hero text. So hero text is going to be basically that paragraph. Okay, so then I'm just going to say the fastest delivery in, that will be displayed here, and the span tag. Inside the span tag, we're gonna bring your city. So let's have a look in the design over here. What we have this, the fastest delivery in a different color, your city is in a different color. So let's bring some styles for our main paragraph tag. So class name, let's paste it over here. So make it 40 pixels. Text heading color from the medium device, I made it as a 72 pixel, and change the font size as font sans, extra bold, tracking wider. So all these changes will make the styles will looks like this. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to make some changes for your span tag. So let's go ahead and make some changes for your span tag. Let's copy this and let's paste that span tag. We're going to change the color for that span tag, text orange 600. So that will be displayed in a different color. All right, so then what we need to do, we need to bring the hero description. Basically that is going to be your dummy text only. Right after here, paragraph tag, lorem ipsum. Okay, so I'm going to add some styles for this class name, paste it, and that will looks like this. All right, so then what we're going to do, we're going to bring the order now button. Okay, so let's bring that order now button. So that is going to be a motion dot button. All right, and this is going to have that button click animation effect, and this is going to say order now. And for this button, we're going to have some very specific class styles. All right, so it's going to use the PG gradient to bottom left. Okay, so from orange 400, it's going to change to orange 600. PX is going to be 4, and PY it's going to be 2, and rounded XL, and text color is going to be black. And then text size is going to be text base, and font semi bold. Save the changes. So that should looks like this. All right, so we successfully created the first part of our home section, and in the second part, now what we need to do is we need to bring that nice background design first. So let's load that nice background design. So first let's fix this style. So this division is basically, it's going to be class name, paste it. All right, this is the styles for this division. Flex1, flex item center. So basically flex1 will try to occupy the full space over there. Let's delete this number 2, and inside here first we need to bring that background image. So basically let's me copy and paste it, and I'm going to keep that image absolute, and I put it in the top right corner. I'll pin it in the top right corner. For medium device, it should, from the right, it should move like this. Width full and height should be like this. And for medium device, the width is going to be auto and the height is going to be 650. This is for mobile device and this is for medium device. So let's expand this. Let me import that image and make sure it is imported. Save changes, and now we have that image over there. Cool, right? So then what we need to do, I think we're having a huge amount of space. So where is the mistakes then? At the top, we're having a huge amount of space. Let's go to the main, empty, this is the one, empty margin top. We're having a huge amount of space over there. We need to fix that margin top. This is the one. It doesn't have that much top, but from where we are getting this top error, I think it's because of this one. It should be start. Yeah, that's the issue. It should be start. It is not supposed to be center. That's why it's aligning the content in the center of the screen. All right, so now it's fine. So let's go there, go to our home, and then now what we need to do is, so now we finished the image, we loaded that image. So next what we need to do is we need to load randomly. So I'm just going to bring some static data over here, which I already copied from our Firebase storage. It's from our Firebase data. So let's go to the Firestore database. I copied the very selective products for the landing screen. So I just copied these details and I already have it in my hand, just like this. Let's go to the utils folder and put it in the styles over here like this. See, I already copied this data, exactly this data only. Just copied this data from here, and then I created a 5 to 6 different objects. So I choose a very specific objects from there. Okay, so let me use this to render the details over here in the home, to bring this like this, to bring it like this. So let's go here, and I'm going to the home.js. So right after hero section, I'm going to create one more division, which is basically, it's going to be width full. It's going to occupy the width full, then for medium device width, from the medium device width is going to be 460, and margin left is going to be 0. Flex wrap, item center, and justify center, and gap between the each object is going to be 4, and the gap on Y in the top and bottom direction is going to be 14. Okay, these are just a trial and error. You should adjust the details until you feel satisfied with this. So I'm just going to get that random data. If that is a random data, then random data dot map, get the data comma I, we'll get the data object comma I, and let's render it over here. So here we're gonna bring that motion.div. Okay, so for this I'm going to use the stagger animation. So this should load like animating in a smooth way. So let's bring that stagger. We need to bring that stagger animation. So for that, what we need to do is so let me copy that animation style and let me put it into the animation index right over here, the stagger fade in fade out animation. So initial, this is the initial stage and this is the animation and exit, and the transition effect is going to be duration 0.3 and each layer should delay for this specific time duration, and I need to send the key over here. And then otherwise you are because every object should be animated separately, otherwise it will not work properly. So here I'm gonna say key is equals to the the index number, and we're gonna get that stagger fade in fade out. Then let's apply the index over there. Then what we need to do is, let me copy these styles for that, this particular division. So class, it's going to be this is the class name for that specific object, and let's inside this we're gonna load that image of that data.image URL. We'll get that image from there. Then what we need to do, we need to bring that product name. Everything is going to be in a straight one after another only, and then we are going to bring that product category right after this paragraph. We're going to bring that product category. Then after this we're going to bring the product price as well. So copy this and let's bring that product price as well. So please pause the video and please copy these styles and then paste it one after another perfectly. So this will look like this. Okay, so just like the exact same design. So this is the design that, and the stagger animation, everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So once you finish this, so next what we need to do is we need to move on to the home slider. We need to move on to the slider, which is exactly like this. So this is what we're gonna do next. All right then, so since we successfully completed the home section, so let's bring that slider section as well. So let's go ahead and let's create that. Let me close everything, close all, and over here I'm just going to go to the components and let me open the index, and here I'm just going to create home slider.jsx RAFCE, save the changes, and let me copy this and paste it here, and I'm going to say slider. Let me copy this and let me paste it here, save the changes, and inside this main container we need to load the, after this home we're gonna load that home slider. So home slider, bring it inside. So now we have that home slider also inside. Where it is, it's not loaded. Save the changes, client, it's refreshed but we can't see anything. Let's refresh this. It's loading. Yeah, here we go. Now we have our home slider over there. So let's get back to the home slider. Okay, so now what we need to do is, this is going to be, let's import the motion division, motion, and now let's change this to motion division, enter, and we don't need this over here. Save the changes. Inside here I'm gonna add a class name, which is basically, it's going to take the width as full, and flex, it's going to be flex item start, and justify start, and it should be column direction. And inside here I'm going to create one more division, and that division is also going to take exactly the same. So class name, it's going to be width full, flex item center, justify center, not justify center, that is going to be justify between. All right, so now here inside this division, I'm gonna bring a division with a paragraph, which is basically going to be this section. So let's go ahead and bring that, say the changes, and now you can see we have that paragraph with this nice division over here. All right, so next after this, over here I need to bring the slider. Okay, we're gonna bring that slider, swiper slider. We're gonna use the swiper slider for this nice example. Okay, so let's do that now. Once again, just give me a moment. All right, so what we need to do is we need to install a swiper slider. For that, let's go ahead and use the swiper. Go for the swiper, and if you go click this get started option, and there you can see the swiper. Copy this swiper and go to your client and add this yarn add swiper. Press enter, so that will be downloaded. And if you click the demos, where we can see the demos over here, yeah, if we click the demo, and there you can see the grab cursor. So basically this is the one that we're going to use for that, our example. This is the one that we're going to use, and here you can see the React. Click that, that will takes you to the React demo, where you can see the React code from the this. You can see this is the code that you can see, and you can grab it and you can work on this particular area. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate one. I'm going to save that as slider.jsx and RAFC, and I'm going to export it, copy and paste it, and I'm going to save it as slider. Let me copy this and let me paste it, exported it, and here save the changes. And this slider is going to be rendered over here, slider, which is coming from our components, import from /components, and that is the slider component. Save the changes. And now what we have over here, nothing. Why we are not getting the updates instantly? Let me stop the server and let's rerun it. So now we have our text over here as a slider. All right, so then what we need to do is let's get back to the slider over here. Okay, so we already added the swiper, so let's import that packages one by one. So let's import that package swiper slider. This is the package that you need to add from the swiper, and of course you need to use these CSS bundles as well, otherwise it will throws the error. So you can see the egg demos over here. You can see what are the bundles they've been used for that. So we're gonna add these bundles. Okay, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna get that swiper informations, and we're gonna put it inside over here. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we basically going to show only the fruits over here. So we're gonna get the fruits from the state. Let's get the fruits from the state, import this package, and we're gonna create a separate state for to monitor that. And I'm going to get the use effect. If there is no I'm going to update the fruits. Okay, if there is a products, then we're going to filter the products with the fruits, and if there is any changes, we're going to render that, make that changes whenever the changes happening for the product. We're going to render this. All right, and I'm going to import that use effect, and yes, save the changes. So far there is no mistakes over here. Oh, just now I said there is no mistakes. Now we are get so many mistakes. So what is the mistake is nothing but for the swiper styles we need to create. The style is not yet created, so let's go ahead and create these styles inside the assets folder, CSS. Like click new file .css, swiper styles.css. So inside the swiper styles.css, all you have to do is to add these styles, which is given by your swiper. Swiper, we need to make it width 100%, and swiper slide minimum width is going to be 340 pixels. And now let's go to the slider and let's add this use state hook inside the package. Use state, it's added now. So now there is no mistakes over here. So now what we need to do, let's get back to the slider, and I'm just going to say the slider is going to be width full, and then padding top 24, and inside here I'm going to bring that swiper. So basically we're going to use this swiper, objects and everything. I'm just going to copy this swiper from here and I'm going to paste it over here. We don't need this pagination, so I'm just going to delete that pagination, and the class name is going to be my swiper. I'm not going to change it anything at all. Okay, so then what we need to do is this 30 is fine, false fine, grab cursor, it's going to be, I don't need, because by default you can see the slide is starting from the center of the screen. We don't need that, so I'll change this to false. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna delete everything and we're gonna bring our fruits object over here, fruits dot map data comma index, open it, and let's supply that swiper slide over here, and we're gonna say the key is going to be the index, and let's save the changes and let's see what do we got. We got the pagination error. Of course we don't need this. So now we have that refresh it, inspect the elements, and so we're having the warnings only, so that's fine, but we should get this fruits object for the right name. We are getting null. Why? Products, of course products is null, that's the reason we are getting it null. So let's go to the home screen, home, where do we get, okay, so in the main over here I need to get this. See, the products is empty, that's the reason we are not getting anything. So let's go to the main and let's get that product over here. So I'm going to get the product from in the main component, use selector, get the use selector, and then I'm going to use the use dispatch as well. So let me bring the this dispatch as well, and let's import this package as well as, and then I'm going to say use effect. Let's bring that use effect. Let's open the use effect over here, use effect arrow function and the array dependency injection, enter it, and if there is no products, of course we're going to get that product information first. So we'll get that product information and let's set the product information. It's not showing the suggestions. We already set this information, where we already set this information inside our DB items. Not here. Then where we set, yeah, here it is. Set all products, and we'll set the data, save the changes, and now we should have the data over here. We have the data, and now we have our fruits completely over here. Cool. Now you can see we have slide 1, slide 2, and all the things are over here. All we have to do is to create a slider card separately. Okay, create a slider card separately, then we're gonna update that information separately. Fine, so that's what we're gonna do next. All right then, so since we successfully created the home slider, so we're gonna use now we're gonna build this slider card. Basically the slider card is going to be the same option for the filter section as well. So we need to use the same slider card in the two different places. So we need to build that slider card in that way. So let's go here. All right. So let's go ahead and build that slider card, and let's create a component first. Let's go to the components and let's create a new file called slider card.jsx and rafce, save the changes, and go to the index.js file, and let's copy and paste it and change this to slider card. Copy this and give it over here, save it, and let's go to our home slider, and inside this wiper slider over here, I'm gonna bring that swiper slider card. Okay, so we need to bring that over here. Why the hell it's not importing? Import slider card /components, save the changes, and now it's displaying the slider card text over there. I'm going to pass the key, that is the index, and I'm going to pass the data, which is going to be the data, and I'm going to pass the index separately. All right, save the changes. So let's go here and we need to extract that properties of these. So we're going to get that slider property. So let's going to be the data and as well as the index properties. These are the two different properties. All right, so here then what we need to do is I'm going to bring that okay, so what we're going to do is this division is going to have a very specific styles. So bg light overlay, and while hovering it, I'm gonna add some drop shadow LG. Okay, and the backdrop blur is going to be medium and rounded XL. Okay, and it's going to be flex, item center, and justify between, and the position is going to be relative. Then px is going to be 4, py it's going to be 2, and width for small device it's going to be full, but for medium device the width is going to be 340, and okay, so from the medium device, the minimum width we're gonna fix this as 350, and the gap is going to be 3. Save the changes. Let me add some word wrap over here, and now we can see there is some color differentiation over here, and instead of this slider card, we're gonna bring this image over there from our data URL. Now that will you can able to see your image, and you can scroll back and forth over here smoothly. You can see it's working perfectly fine. So then what we need to do is right after this image section, right after this image, I'm going to bring a division which is going to show all your product name and everything. So let's create a division, and this is going to be relative. Then what we need to do is from the padding top, we're going to add 12, and inside here I'm just going to add a paragraph tag which is going to display your product name like this. So that will display the product name. Okay, so then what we need to do is px4 is not working. Yeah, fixed it. Now we have that px4, and right after this paragraph tag, and I'm gonna bring that this amount, we're gonna display that amount. Instead of $sign, we're gonna display the rupee sign. So I'm just going to say high currency. Let me bring that import from /assets/icons. We're gonna bring that high currency rupee. Let me bring that high currency rupee over here, and let me add this for flex item center, justify center, and gap is going to be 1. And for this, class name is going to be text red 500. Save the changes. So now we have that over there. Cool. So then what we need to do is, all we have to bring a cart icon button over there. So we need to bring that. For that, so let's create a division with a motion.div, and that is going to have a button click, and that is going to have a class name equals like this, width 8, height 8, and rounded full, bg red, flex item center, justify center, absolute, and we're going to fix it in a very specific position at the top right. And here I'm going to bring the icon, which is coming from our icon itself, which is basically the basket icon, IO basket. Save the changes. IO basket motion, oh god, motion, and then here we need to import that motion. Save the changes. So now we have that IO basket icon over here. Look at that. So we have this nice sick cart design over here. So later we just need to add this to our cart items, so we will create that later. Now we successfully completed the home slider. Okay, so next what we need to do is we need to move on to our filter section. So that's what we're going to do next. All right then, so now let's move on to the filter section. So let me close everything over here, close all, and let me go here and create a new components over here. It's a filter section .jsx, and let me go to the index.js. So now we need to export this filter section, and let me say this as filter section. Let me copy this, let me paste it over here, save the changes. So now this will be exported, and inside the filter section we don't have anything or a FCE. Save the changes. Now the color will be changed over here. All right, so now we need to bring this filter section right after your home slider. Let's go here. I need to bring the filter section over here. So now I have that filter section over there. So what we need to do is, so we need to add the exact same style which we added for our home slider. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to copy this from here. I'll go here and I'll paste it here, and let me delete this, we don't need it, and we need to import that motion. All right, so instead of our healthy foods over here, I'm going to say our hot dishes. Save the changes so that you can able to see that our hot dishes right now over there. So then what we need to do is, right after this division, so we're gonna bring one more division, basically class name. The width is going to be full, and overflow X is going to be scroll. Okay, and then padding top, it's going to be 6, flex item center, justify center, and gap between is going to be 6, and padding py both top and bottom, it's going to be 8. And inside here we're gonna use this statuses styles.js. Over here we have the statuses, which is basically the categories. We're going to use this for our rendering our filter card. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate inline container, export inline internal component const filter card equals, open it, and return an object. Basically that is going to be the motion.div, enter, and we're going to send the properties of data, and we're going to send a state, we're going to send the index along with that. So we need to mark which state is active, so that's the reason. So let me create a state, first state, and of course I'm going to get the product information as well. So let me get the product information as well, product. All right, so now what we need to do is, here I'm just going to say inside this, what we need to do is inside here we're gonna bring the keys. First let's render the keys equals index. Okay, so then what we need to do, we need to get the stagger fade in out. Where is it? Here it is. Then let's apply that index to that method, index. Okay, then we need to get the class name over here. So let's get the class name. It's going to be these dynamic string literals. So first it's going to be group with this group like this. Okay, let me bring the word wrap. So we're gonna fix the minimum width as 128 pixels and cursor pointer rounded empty and everything. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, so by default the category is going to be fruits. We're gonna render the details according to the fruits. If the data.category is equals to this category, then we need to display a different color. So that's what we're gonna do it now. If the category is equals to data.category, we're gonna display this in a different color. Wait a second. If the category is equals to data.category, then we're going to display it in a red color background. Otherwise we're going to keep it as a primary color. Okay, if it is not, then after that what we're going to do, when we are hovering it, we're going to display it in a different color as well. So when we are hovering it, we're going to display bg red, shadow empty, flex column, item center and everything. And inside here we're going to bring one more division, which is basically a small circle, and that is also going to have a very specific class, and that is also going to be a dynamic string literals. Okay, so first what we're going to do is to bring these styles inside common styles. This is a common style with height, rounded, full, shadow, empty, flex, item center, justify center, group, hover and everything. But when the data category, which is equals to our category, our state category, in that situation this is going to be, in that situation this should display the bg as primary and bg as red. So you will see what exact difference it's going to make. I'm just going to copy this icon and I'm going to put it inside, import that icon, not from here but from our assets, /assets/icons, save the changes. So currently nothing is rendered, and use state, it's showing an error. Use state, let me import it. And here now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that filter card by rendering it bar right exactly inside here. We're going to import this statuses, which is coming from import from /utils. I'm going to get that status Statuses. Why it's not showing any suggestions? Utils slash styles. Yes. Save the changes. Now you can see we have this button. So this is what I'm talking about. Like by default, it's going to be white background. Only if the category is equals to our state category, it will going to display the red. And inside the icon, it's going to display exactly the same opposite. That's why we are using this styles over here. So right after this this division, I'm gonna bring a paragraph text, and that is also going to be exactly the same opposite. If it is white, it's going to display the red text. If it is red, it's going to display the white text, like this. All right, now we know that by default its fruit is going to be the fruit. That's why the fruits is highlighted. So since we need to update that state, so whenever I'm clicking this division, I'm going to update the category. So if I click this, it will be changed to rice, fruit, desserts, rice, curries, fruits. So now we have the nice filter card over there. So right underneath it is what we need to do is we need to render the division. We need to render the product division. So we already have that slider card. All we have to do is to create one more div, class name, and you can say that as widthful flex item center, justify evenly, flex wrap, gap 4, and margin top 12. Okay, inside here I'm going to render our own products over here. So let's go there. Here I'm going to say products, and products dot filter. We're going to filter the product, filter according to our this category filter. So we'll get the data. If the data dot product category equals to the category, then let's map it. But get the data comma I equals, let's bring the slider card inside, and let's apply the key 1, and let's apply the data is equals to data, and let's apply the index is going to be the I. Save the changes, and now you have your fruit section. If I click the drinks, that's going to display your drinks. If I click the dessert, it's going to show the dessert. If I click the fruit, it's going to show the fruit. So we successfully finished this this filtering options and everything. So next what we need to do is we need to work on this cart items. So we're going to work on that specific cart item. So that's what we're going to do next. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to update the cart now. Like whenever I click this icon, whenever I click this, it's need to store the details directly to our database, the cart items to our cart items. So that's what we're going to do now. So to do that, now what we need to do is we need to get we need to create the cart actions and the cart reducers and everything. So first, before moving into that, so let's go ahead and like the place where we are adding it, this is the place. So let's go to the slider, where it is at the slider card. So let's go to that slider card. That's the place where we are adding this is the place where we are adding. For this particular, we need to add an event. We need to call a function. So on click, I'm going to call a function that is going to basically send to cart. That's a function. Copy it, and right after here I'm going to create a function. So const send to cart is equals, it's an empty arrow function. All right, so now for the time being we're just going to keep it as empty. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a backend first, then we'll come over here. So let's go to the, let's say the changes, and let's go to the product.js, where it is over here, product.js. And here now what we're going to do is we're going to create a separate route to update, to create a new cart, to create a cart. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to say router.post. I'm just going to say add to cart / user ID. I'm going to send the user ID with the URL route async request response, open the bracket, and I'm going to say const user ID equals request dot param dot user ID. We'll get the user ID from the parameter. Then we will get the product ID from the body. We'll send the product ID through the body. We'll get the product ID through the body tag. So the reason why we are getting the product ID, it's because we need to get that product information first. All right, so we need to get that product information. So later what we're going to do is, the reason why we are getting that product information, first we are trying to get that product information from the cart itself. Okay, if the product is already inside the cart, then we need to update the quantity. If the product is not inside the cart, then we need to add that product to the cart. Okay, I hope you get the point now what I'm trying to say here. So if the product which is already inside the cart items, so we need to update the quantity. If the user clicks this button, if this product is already inside there, we need to update the cart quantity. If the product is not there, then we need to add this product to our cart. So let's see that. So before to do that, now what we need to do is let's bring that try catch. If there is any error, let's return this error. Enter error, otherwise enter. Over here we're gonna get that cart items from that. So let me copy that thing. So we're gonna say await collection.cart items. Inside that I'm going to create one more doc, basically that is for user ID. For this ID we're going to create one more collection, that is the items, that is that for that specific user, what are the items that the user it's been added. And then we're going to add a product ID document. Inside that document we're going to get that information. If this doc, if the product is already there, then we're going to get that doc information. Okay, so what we're going to do is, if the doc dot data is there, else what we want to do. So if the doc dot data is there, then what we need to do, we need to get the quantity const quantity field is equals to doc dot data. Inside that we have the quantity field of that particular item. We'll just increment it. Okay, then we need to update that particular product. So let's update that. I'm just going to say update. So const updated item await db.collection, exactly the same cart items. Using this user ID from the items, we'll get this product ID, and we're gonna update the quantity of that particular field. This will happen only when if the product is already there. If the product is not already there, then what we need to do is, all we have to create the exact same thing like this. We'll get the product ID from the product ID, and we'll get the product name, category, image URL, quantity. We'll set the quantity as 1 initially if the product is not already inside the cart item. Then what we need to do is, all we have to do is to add the items to our database. So let's add that item just like this. Let me copy it and paste it over here. So const add items await db.collection cart items user ID items product ID, then set the data. All right, so save the changes. So this will work perfectly as it's supposed to be. Okay, so please pause the video and watch it carefully. So let me explain one more time. Over here we are getting the user ID and the product ID from the front end client side parameter. Through the params we are getting the user ID, and through the body tag we are getting the product ID. And here we are first we are trying to fetch the product ID from the cart items. If that product ID is already in the cart items, we are just updating the quantity. If the cart items is not inside that, then we are creating a product item for the cart items. Then we are pushing that to our cart items as a new product. All right, this is what it's doing. So then what we need to do is, let's go to the API /p API. So here, now what we need to do is, in this case, we need to add an item to a cart, add an item to cart. So here I'm just going to say export add new item to cart user ID. We need to send the user ID, then the data as well. So I'm going to say axios.post API /product add to cart. Let's copy this and let's paste it over here. This should be same route. Okay, then we are sending the user ID over here, then we are sending the data over here. So we are getting the product ID from the body and we are putting it in the product ID. Okay, so now this is fine. So we need to send this, where we need to send this information inside our send to cart. Inside our send to cart, we need to add that information. So what I'm going to do is, right after here, add new item to cart. So this will ask the user data. So we need to get the user information from the state, copy the user information from the state, use selector. So here I'm just going to say user dot user underscore ID. So we'll get that user underscore ID object name properly. Where is that? This is the ID. Copy it, paste it over here. Then we need to send the data. So basically we are getting the data over here. Send the data. Then that will return a promise dot then response. Open it. We'll get a response back. So what we're gonna do is, once the response is coming back, I'm gonna we need to trigger an alert message. So dispatch. So we need to get the dispatch as well. So let's say const dispatch is equals use dispatch. Let's say dispatch alert success, and let's say added to the cart. Then after a certain time limit, we need to set this to null. So set interval like 2 seconds or 3 seconds. We're gonna say dispatch alert null, save the changes. All right, so here it's showing use dispatch is not defined. Okay, so use dispatch is not, now it's fine. Now what we need to do is, we need to get all the items from the cart, so that we can able to display it over there. So we need to get the cart items and we need to display that cart items over there. So let's go ahead and do that one also, because what we need to do is, whenever I click this will be added to the cart and we need to fetch that cart items as well. So what I need to do is, let's go to the product as well, and if you scroll down right after here, now what we need to do, we need to get the cart, get all the cart items for that user, specific user alone. So we're gonna get the router. So let me copy this and then let me explain it. So over here you can see we are creating a get route with the get cart items and we are passing the user ID as a parameter, and here we are getting the user ID in the params, use params.user ID, and we are triggering an asynchronous functions. We are getting the collection cart items from this particular user ID. We are collecting all the collection items called items. We are trying to get all the items and pushing it into the response, just like the same way how we fetch the product information, like here, just exact the same code, but just we are going to collect the sub collections. Okay, we are trying to collect the sub collections over here. Okay, so now save the changes, go to the slider card, and right over here, now what we need to do is, we need to go to the API index.js. In the index.js, now we need to get all the cart items. So just like the same way how we get all the products, now we need to get all the cart items. So let me generate that. Here we're gonna get the all the cart items, and we need to pass this method, save the changes, and let's go here and let's go to the slider card, and now we need to call that method get all cart items. So right after here I'm just going to say console.log it for the time being right now, add to cart items, save the changes. Now this will console log it. Let me inspect the elements. Let me go to the console here. Now if I click this, this will add it to the cart item, and we are getting some data back. And look at that, we are getting that product ID and what is the quantity and everything we are getting back, but the alert success it's not triggered. So let's put it over here. Fine. Now so let's go to the full stack over here, our project Firestore collections. Let's go there and let's check whether it is there or not. So cart items is there, and the user ID is there, and the items is there, and the item which we added right now, it's over here. So now if I go to the React and if I click this one more time, let me see, it's showing added to the cart. And let's go here, and now you can see the product is already there. It's updating the quantity. If the product is not there, if I click this, it's showing added to cart. That will create a new product over there. So we successfully integrated the cart items, which is saved permanently inside our database, and we collected the data back. Now what we need to do is we need to create a Redux reducer to store all these details in our Redux store so that we can update the cart over here. Okay, so that's what we're going to do next. All right then, so since we successfully added the products to the cart items, so next what we need to do is we need to push all these cart items to the Redux store. So you can see our Redux store is completely empty. There is no cart items or anything. So what we can do is let's go there and let's go there and let's create that okay, let's go to the cart actions. Where is that cart actions? This cart action. This is the one, cart. This is the place we need to create the cart actions.js, and here we need to bring that cart reducer.js. And here in the cart actions, of course, I'm gonna bring the set cart items and get cart items and clear cart items. We're gonna have three different methods: set, get, and clear. Okay, these are all the actions that we're going to perform. Set cart items, when we are going to set, we are sending the items. Get the cart items, we don't need to send anything. When you're clearing the cart items, we are sending the items as null. All right, so let's go to the cart reducer, and here let's get the states and everything. Cart reducer actions, get cart reducer, set cart reducer, and clear cart items, save the changes and everything. Let's get back to the index, and here let's say cart colon. Okay, so let's go to the reducer index. So now what we need to do, from there we need to get that cart reducer. So save the changes. Now the status, everything will be refreshed. And now what we need to do is let's go to the slider card. Where is that slider card? And here, instead of console.log items, all we have to do is to push this item to the this dispatch. We need to set cart items, send the items over there. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to get back to the main, we need to get back to the header, because that's the place where we are using that let's get back to the header.jsx, and we need to where we home. One second, let me check the cart index. Okay, so I need to get all the cart items. So let's go to the app.js, because to get the cart items, we need the user ID, right? Without user ID, because basically that is inside the sub collection of the cart items. So we need that user ID. So the place where we are getting the user ID, where exactly over here. So whenever this validated the token, this is going to have the data over here. So inside the data, we have that user ID. So using that user ID, I'm going to get that cart items and I'm going to dispatch that cart items. So here, before dispatching the user details to the Redux store, I'm going to get that cart items. If there is a data, then get the cart items and send the user ID. Inside the data, we have the data object, and there we have that user ID, and then we'll get the items, and then we'll push it inside the data. I don't think so. We have the data. We already sending only the data object only, right? Because when we are extracting the informations from the user, we only sending the data only. Directly we are sending the data only from there. All right, so what data I'm talking about is this. Let me go to the index.api. If you go here, if you are validating the user, see here itself we are sending the data object itself, so you don't need to call that over there. So let me go to the main or app.js. Where is the app.js? Here, and let's set this set cart items and save the changes. So now it will load. It's loading. If I go here, and here we go, we have the two products in our cart items. So we successfully have our cart directly. By the time whenever the page is loading, we have our cart items in our hand. So now let's get to the header.jsx, and inside the header.jsx, now what we need to do is the place where we are having, we need to get the cart. We need to get the cart from the Redux store. Let's get the cart from the Redux store, and the place where we are displaying the cart items. So we need to move on to that particular position, and we need to update the cart. So let me go there where it is. Oh, this is the place. This is the place that's displaying that number. So this should be rendered only if the cart dot length is greater than 0. This should be rendered only if the cart length is greater than 0, then only it should be rendered. And here I need to display that cart dot length. Save the changes. So now that will display the current cart items details. Now if I give this, if I add this product, it's showing added to the cart, and the cart details is updated, and you can see we have the 3 products over there. Okay, the reason it's because we updated the cart, so this the Redux store is changed, so the provider changed the information throughout the child component. Look at that, cool, right? So then what we need to do is all we have to do is to design the cart page. Then let's move on directly to the payment option. So that's what we're going to do next. All right then, so since we successfully stored the cart items, entire cart items inside our Redux store, now what we need to do is we need to design our cart. So let me close everything, close all, and let me go here, and let me expand this components where it is, here it is, and let me create a new file over here as cart.jsx and rafce, save the changes. And I need to go to the index.js. Let me copy this and paste it one more time, and let me change this to cart and change this to cart as well. Save the changes. All right, so now what we need to do is let's go here. This cart need to be inside our main.jsx. This cart need to be inside our main.jsx. So what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to create in the context we're gonna create 1 second, we need to create, okay, so we need to create one more action, that is display cart action. We need to create one more action, that is nothing but display cart action. So let's go ahead and create that display cart action and display cart reducer. That's the reason why, because if there is a cart, we need to update a state, right? So we don't know whether the cart is there or not, because that's inside the header and we are using that cart js in the main.js. So both are in a different components. So we need a global variable, so that's the reason we are putting it in the Redux store. So I'm going to create one more action, that is display cart action.js, and here I'm going to say display cart reducer.js. So let's go to the display cart action. So inside the display cart action, basically what we're going to do, we are going to say three different one that set the cart on, and two set the cart off, and then get the current display state of the cart. These are the three different actions. And then let's go to the cart reducer. We have to create the same thing for that those three different states. Save the changes, and let's go to the index.js. So here we have the get cart display state on, and then state off. Okay, let's go here, and here I'm just going to say is cart, then display cart reducer, map it, close all these changes, go to the cart, and let's open the main.jsx. So what we're gonna do is, I'm going to get this is cart product is cart, copy it, put it over here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to say I'm going to bring this cart only when, right after here, if there is cart, if that cart is cart, if that is cart, and display that cart. Otherwise we are not going to display that cart. So where we are going to update the state, whenever I'm clicking this, I'm going to update the state. So now let's go to the header.jsx. So the place where we are updating that cart, whenever I'm clicking that cart, I'm going to change that to on. So let's go to the header. This is the place. For this, I'm going to add an on click, and I'm going to dispatch the set cart on. Copy it. I'm going to say import from /context /actions display cart actions. So I'm just going to say set cart on. That's the one which we are sending it over here, right? Save the changes. We are not getting any error. So now if I click this, the cart, you can see now it's true that somewhere you can see the cart. Look at that, we can see the cart now because the state is true, right? So now let's go ahead and start designing the cart. Okay, so now we have the cart. So what we need to do is, this cart is going to be fixed in the top right corner. So let's bring the motion, and let's bring motion.div. All right, so let's reduce this. And now what we need to do is, this should come slowly. So triple dot slide in. So let's open the animation. So this is for top. Let's copy this and let's paste it. Change this to slide in. So we're gonna bring this from outside. Okay, we are gonna bring that thing directly from the outside. So we're gonna just change this x value to 30, x, replace the y with x. That's all you need to do. Okay, so save the changes and let's spread that operator over here. Slide in animation. Fine, now that is done. So then what we need to do is we need to bring that cart item to the top right corner. So I'm going to write a class name like this. So let me bring it word wrap. So we're gonna have it fixed on top of everything, top right corner, and width is going to be this, and for the medium device this is going to be that, and bg light, backdrop filter, shadow, and height is always going to be the screen. See the changes, and now you can see the cart at the top right corner over here. So then what we're gonna do, I'm gonna bring a division which is basically going to have a width of full and flex, item center, justify between, and everything. So let's go here, div class name, paste it. All right, so now what we can see over here is to paste the class name, width, full, flex, item center, justify center, py, padding bottom, and px. If I save the changes, and inside here I'm gonna bring two different icons. One, let me bring that icon over here, and this is going to be coming from our React icons. So import from /assets/icons, and now we can import this from the assets, and this is coming from our display cart actions. So save the changes, button click, we don't have this, so button, we need to import that butty, button click, save the changes. And dispatch, we don't have the dispatch yet, so because we need to bring that dispatch object yet over here, bring it and enter the use dispatch. All right, now you can see that we have that icon. Now if I click this, it will go on. If I click this, it will come from the top right side corner. All right, so that is now awesome. So then what we need to do, we need to bring the text like a paragraph, your cart or something. Let's see, after here I need to bring that text, your cart, so that will be displayed over there. So right after that your cart, what I need to do, I need to display one more icon that is basically nothing but the button which helps us to clear the cart items. So this is going to be button click, save the changes. Now we have those icons over there. So this px is not enough. If you want, you can add it much more higher. I think this is much more enough. All right, so then what we need to do is, so here we need to bring the cart items one after another. We need to bring all the icons one after another. Okay, so let's go ahead and design that stuffs and everything. This and this, enter, break it, and I'm going to bring one more division over here. So what we need to do is, I'm going to copy this class over here and I'm going to paste it straight away. Flex 1, this should occupy the complete space, so that you can see a very black space over here which is occupying the complete space over there. Then inside that I'm going to create one more division. Basically that division is going to be rendering all your class components and everything, cart components and everything. So let's bring that class over here. All right, basically it's going to take only the 65% of this height, 65% of this height. Okay, so before going to this, what we need to do is, if there is no cart items, I need to get the cart. So const cart is equals use selector from state. We need to get the state dot cart. Okay, so that will use the cart. So inside here, if there is a cart, then we need to go for this. Otherwise we need to display that no cart image. If there is a cart, then only we need to go for this image. All right, so let's save these changes, and then here, if there is no cart, then inside the assets folder in the images section we can find that hero. Okay, that one is missing. Where is that? Let's bring that finder window. Let me bring that over here, and let's go to the desktop, images, img. It should be here somewhere. Where it is? Oh my god. Here, not found. No, not this one. Cart. Did I missed it? Okay, for the time being we just send keep the message like h1 tag as empty cart or something, empty cart, and we can make it a little bit bigger. So class name is going to be text 3xl, and the text it's going to be primary, font bold. Save the changes. Okay, so if there is no cart, of course we have a cart, so that's the reason it's not displaying right now. So if there is a cart, it's going to, if you change the color bg red, now we can see the difference. You can see, so this is the area it's occupying, and this is the place where we're going to display the total and subtotal and everything. All right, so now we don't need this bg, and inside here I'm going to bring the cart, I'm going to render that cart items and everything. So to do that, I'm going to create an internal cart item card. Okay, we're going to create an internal cart component. Export const cart item card equals, I'm going to get that index and the data. Okay, and we're going to return a division. Basically that is going to be a motion dot division, and we're going to get that key as which nothing but index, and we're going to get that stagger fade in fade out, which is nothing but index. Okay, cool. So then what we need to do is, here I'm just going to say hi for the time being. And now inside here, what we're going to do, we're going to render all the cards which we're having in our hand. So inside this, we already added the necessary things, and let's bring that cart. If there is a cart and the cart length is greater than 0, then we need to display this. And we need to check one more condition over here. If there is a cart and the cart length is greater than 0, then only we need to display that. All right, so now we having high over here 3 different times. Look at that, we're having the high over there 3 different times. So let's go here and customize the cart item right now. So for this we're gonna add some class. Okay, so basically this class name for this, it's going to be like this. You can see now we have this nice background shadow effect over there. Instead of high, I'm going to display that image from that data. We're going to display that image. Now the image will be displayed over there. Then what we need to do is, I'm going to display the product quantity with the subtitles and everything. Let's create a division. Inside the division, let me explain it here. So now here we are creating a division. So basically we don't have this item total, so that item total is like, we need to calculate that item total and everything. For the time being, I'm just hiding it, don't worry about it. So here you can see now we having this we're having this flex item center. Basically we have this 2 different paragraphs over here. You can see paragraphs, 2 different paragraphs. So flex item center, justify center, gap and everything. And here we have this paragraph which is loading the product name and the product category. and right side of it we're going to display the item total, which we haven't calculated it yet. So we need to bring that over here now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the use effect hook. Using use effect hook, I'm going to monitor this part and as well as this total, so that we need to get that cart inside here first. Get that cart inside so that the cart issue will be done. Then we need to create this state so that this issue will be done. So basically what we are going to do, we're going to get the product price, because when it's inside the cart items, if you watch it closely, you can see each product have the product price and as well as it has the quantity. So we're going to find that subtotal. So that's the reason we're finding the item total over here, and we're going to display that item total over there, but not this symbol. I'm going to display the high currency rupee from the assets class name, which is going to be text red 400. Save the changes. So use effect and use state is not use effect, use state imported. Make sure that they are imported. Save the changes, and now you can see they are showing that quantity, overall quantity over there. But still the problem is the style is not enough. So I'm just going to say flex item center, justify center, and gap is going to be 1. Save the changes. Now that's fine, right? So then what we're gonna do is, like, after that paragraph tag, right, after that paragraph tag, we're gonna bring a division which is basically going to be plus and minus icon. So div, and that it's going to be completely in the margin, it's completely going to be in the right side. Copy it and paste it over here. Then inside here, enter. Then what we're going to do is we're going to create a 2 division. So let me copy this and let me paste it. Basically it's nothing, but you can see it's nothing, this plus icons. We don't have this decrement and increment, so we need to create those 2 different methods. Const decrement the cart, and as the same way we don't have the method increment the cart. Save the changes, and now you can see we have this buttons over here like this, 1 and 2 and 3, like this nice button over there. This is what this division is doing over here. All right, so now we need to pass this product ID to this function. Where is that? Do we need to get that product ID over here and there? Then we need to increment this cart items according to the product ID. All right, so next what we're going to do is we are basically going to add the increment and decrement functionality for our cart items. All right then, so since we successfully completed this particular UI part, so then what we need to do is let's finish the total as well. Then we can move on to this adding the cart items and everything. So let's go to the cart. The last part we haven't completed it yet. That is nothing but the total section. So basically that's the place where we are calculating the entire total and everything. So let's go ahead and finish that total section. Then we can move on to this main part. So let's go to this cart. This is the division which is finishing right up over here. The division, cart division, that's the cart division which is finishing. After that, immediately we're gonna create a division. Basically we're gonna create a div which is going to have a class name. Okay, so class, let's copy that and let's give it over here like this, which is going to be okay. So enter, and inside that we're gonna have the total and everything. We need to calculate the total and everything. Okay, so here what we're gonna do is I'm just going to copy this. Where is it? High currency, this one. I'm gonna copy this and I'm going to display that over here. Okay, and I'm going to save this as a text primary. Save the changes. Then what we are going to do is we need to get the total. So we need to calculate the total, right? So to calculate the total, we're going to create a new state over here. Let's save the changes. Okay, so currently nothing is displaying. Why this is not displaying over there? At least it's need to show this. Let's refresh it. We got the cart. Still nothing is showing over there. So class name, rounded, height and everything is there. So we are not supposed to display this over here. That's the reason it's not showing. This is supposed to be here. Now this will display the value. Here we go. See, that's my mistake. That's why it's not showing there. Fine. Now here what we need to do, this is not necessary. Let's remove this and let's say this as flex item center, justify center and gap 1. So now that will be fine. All right, so now the total, it's not calculating, so let's go ahead and calculate the total. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a use effect to calculate every cart price along with the total. So initially I'm going to set the total as 0, and if there is a cart, we are getting that cart. If there is a cart, then we're gonna get map each and every detail inside in it. Then we're gonna find the total of every product and we're gonna add it. Then we're gonna set the total. So if I save the changes, you will get the overall total over here. So whenever I'm updating this cart, this total will be updated as well as over here. All right, so we calculated the total perfectly fine. So next what we need to do is we need to go ahead and add this increment and decrement function. So let's go to the product.js. So just like the same way how we added the cart items, if the cart is not there, we added it. Otherwise we created it. Just like the same way, we're gonna update the cart to increase and decrease the quantity. All right, so now first what we need to do is we need to create the route and everything. So I'm just going to say router dot post, so slash, I'm going to say update the cart. We're gonna update the cart slash cart colon user underscore id. Then we're gonna get the async request comma response and get that arrow function, open it, and here now we're gonna get all these informations. From the params we're gonna get the user ID, and from the product query we're gonna get the product ID, and from the query we're gonna get the type, what exact type it is. If it is increment, we need to increment it. If it is decrement, we need to decrement it. And it's the same way whenever you are decrementing it, if it is reaches the quantity as 1, we should remove that product completely from our cart items. There are a lot of things we need to do inside this update cart, so we need to be very careful when you're working with. So try and catch if there is any error, open it, then return this, paste it, save the changes, and inside here now what we need to do, first we need to get that product. So as usual, we're gonna get that product from the cart items, that particular product and everything inside this doc. Then what we need to do is, if the doc.data is there, if the doc.data is there, enter. Then what I'm going to say here, if the type object which we are receiving, which is equals to this, which is equals to increment, then we need to perform increment, else we need to perform decrement. Okay, So if it is equals to that, then as usual, what we are going to do, just like the same way, we're gonna update that quantity over here. What exactly we did, we just copy that and we just paste it straight over here. We get that quantity of that product, update it, and then we just update the exact same product by using the update property. If it is else, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing, but before that I'm gonna check it. If the doc dot data, because user trying to decrement over here, we need to check the quantity. If the quantity is already equals to 1, then of course we need to delete this product from the database. Else we need to reduce the quantity over here, paste it and just decrement it. All right, that's what we need to do. All you have to do is to just use the exact code, no changes in it, use the exact code. Instead of plus over here, just delete it, -1. Okay, if this equals to 1, now this is the place where we're gonna delete that record. So we just going to delete that record completely. So await cart items, doc collection items, product ID, delete that product, and it successfully delete that products from that place. Okay, so it's very simple, guys, over here. So first we are trying to get that particular item, that particular product ID, which we are trying to increment or decrement. Then we are checking whether the type, if there is a data, then let's go for checking another condition, that is increment or decrement. If it is increment, we don't need to do anything, just we can get update the quantity to 1 plus 1. All right, if it is decrement, we need to check if the product is already only one quantity, then we need to delete it, or else we just need to reduce it. That's what we're going to do now. So save the changes. This is perfectly fine. Next, what we need to do is we need to go back to the cart, and the place where we are incrementing, we need to create an API function. Let's go to the API, index.api. So at last, at the end, let's say cart increment and cart decrement, two different functions. So over here, first I'm gonna get that increment function, export const, this is the one, export const increment quantity, user ID, product ID, and the type. We need to send all these informations. So then we're gonna get the product update cart, make sure that is this exactly same as this. All right, so then what we need to do, I'm going to send the data. I'm not going to send anything. I'm not going to transfer any body data. So that's the reason we are sending the body as null. But after that, I'm sending the parameter. Through the parameter, I'm sending the product ID and the type, so that we can access it over here as the query parameter. All right, so then we just have to do the exact same thing for we can use the same method for the decrement itself, so that we don't need the decrement separately. All right, so let's go to the cart. And over here, this is the place where we are incrementing and decrementing. Let's go here. So I'm just going to call this increment quantity, item quantity, increase the item quantity. We having that user object, so we need to get that user object. So user and user. So then what we need to do, we need to get that user product increment, so that we are getting the data. If that data is there, then we have to get that all cart items. Then we need to set the cart items, and of course I'm going to say dispatch. We need to get the dispatch object as well. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Dispatch alert success, and then send a message as updated the cart item. And right after this one, I'm just going to say dispatch alert null. Save the changes, and now let's check whether it is updating or not. If you click this, it shows update the cart item, and it's showing, see, look at that, the cart item is updated. It changed to number 2. It should be updated the cart item. Save the changes. And let's go for the decrement as well. Let's use the same method. Copy it, and over here let's send the decrement as well. So we are sending the decrement, and just like the same way, I'm going to send updated the cart item, and let's remove that alert dispatch now. So now if I click this, that will shows updated the cart item. So it's taking some time to update. Now you can see the data is updated, and if I click this one more time, the data will be updated over there. Updated, and you can see the total is also updated. Let's go here and let's have a look. The last object, you can see the quantity is updated. So we successfully added that increment and decrement option. The next one thing is going to be our payment gateway. So that's what we're going to do next. All right then, so since we successfully created the carts and everything, so now what we need to do is all we have to add the Stripe checkout payment. So let's go ahead and search for Stripe dashboard, stripe.com. Sorry, if you click stripe.com, and that will takes you to the Stripe over here. So please go ahead and create an account over here. So once you create an account, you will be navigated to the dashboard. So once you open the dashboard, so at the top left you can see your app over here, your account. You can choose a different accounts. So initially the account is going to be in the test mode only, so don't worry. So in this case, I'm just going to create a new account, and I'm going to say as Hood app web 23 something, and choose the country of origin as in India, operation India. Create an account. So this will take a few seconds to create an account. Give your account password. By the time when you create an account, use the same password. So this will activate your account. This will take a few seconds. Once it's activated, that account will be created, and then we can go ahead and we can use that account inside our it's taking time loading. My battery, it's going to fully charged. Okay, so now what we're going to do, you can see now we have that food app web over here, and you can see it's in the test mode. To activate this payment, to bring it to production mode, you need to activate this payment. You need to provide all the information which is necessary for that activations and everything. Let's, in this case, let's keep it as a developer mode. Let's go to the developers, and you can see it gives you the security key and everything. You can see the security key over here. Otherwise, you can go to the API keys, and there you can see your secret key. Okay, so now what we need to do is, basically what we are going to do, you need to use the Stripe documentation, search for Stripe accept payments, and there you can see this option, accept a payment. Click that, and that will takes you to this accept a payment option. Basically we're going to use the web option, and we're going to use this exact layout. Okay, it's just looking exactly fine, and this design is completely awesome. So which is provided by the Stripe itself. So we need to set up the Stripe. So this is completely server side, not your front end. This stuff is completely server side. So let's go to your Control-J, and let's stop the server for the time being. Stop it, and let's add this npm install Stripe. Make sure that you're inside the functions folder, npm install Stripe. So that will install the Stripe in our cloud functions. Then we need to have this Stripe checkout option. Don't worry, we'll take care of this later. And if you scroll down, you can find this router over here. So before that, we need to configure this Stripe with our secret key. So let's go here, and we can reveal our secret key over here. This is our secret key. So click this to copy, and then get back to your environment variable, env, get back to your environment variable. So where is that? Here it is, environment variable. So let's, inside this environment variable, I'm just going to say Stripe underscore key, then paste that key security without any double quotes or anything. Then I'm just going to say client underscore URL, and you need to provide your client URL. That means the front end. For the time being, it is going to be localhost 3000. Save that URL over here. Okay, I'll show you where we're going to use this URL. Now we just need to restart. Whenever we are running, we're going to restart our server, so no issues. And then let's get back to the accept payment. So now let's get back to the products, scroll down to the end. Right after here, what we're going to do is I'm just going to create this stripe by require, and we're going to configure our security key over there. So let's go to that location, go to the top of it, and right after here I'm just going to say const stripe equals require stripe. We're gonna get that stripe. Then I'm gonna supply my key over here, process dot environment variable dot, where is that env file? I think I closed it. Let's copy that variable and let's give it over here. Fine. Now the stripe is initiated. Let's go down completely at last to the end, and right over here I'm going to copy this from here to here, copy it and paste it. We're going to change this to router. Okay, this is the create checkout session. Okay, and this is the request object. Fine. And we're going to stripe checkout. We're going to create the stripe checkout session with this particular line items. Basically the line items is nothing but your product. By default we're going to have some default line items. Let's check whether it is working fine or not. And in this case, instead of sending this request response dot redirect URL session, like session line items, 1 second, where it is that. Okay, this instead of this, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say send session. Instead of this I'm going to say delete this URL. We have this URL object and then we're going to get that session dot URL. Okay, instead of redirect 303 session dot URL, I'm going to get that URL object and I'm going to send that session dot URL. And instead of this client over here, instead of this, what we're going to do is we're going to configure, we're going to create our own separate route like checkout success and cancel and all those things. So what we're going to do is let's go here and let's go to our client front end, and then I'm going to create one more container. Where is that container over here? I'm going to say not container. Let's go to the components. Let's create a new file, check out success.jsx. For the time being I'm just going to say RAFCE, and from here I'm just going to literally copy everything and I'm going to paste it over here, which is coming from all these necessary files. So let's say button click. Okay, so header from the components, fine, navlink, and then far favorite left. Okay, so everything is fine over here. And then this one build, it's coming from assets folder. Fine. So this is just a basic design which I created for the checkout page, so you can use the exact design over here. So I'm just going to word wrap it. So please pause the video content and then create this checkout success page. Basically it's nothing but it's just using the exact same screen, complete height and width, header, and inside this it's a center division which is going to load an image, and after that amount paid successfully, and after that is a button which helps the user to navigate to the home screen. So this is the checkout success, and let's go to the main over here. So right after that, in the main we need to create a separate route for this. We need to create a separate route. Where is that main? So inside the main only we created the route, right? inside the main or inside the app. Okay, it's inside the app. So we need to go to the app.js and we need to create a separate route. Copy the separate route, enter, paste it. This is the route. Checkout success. Control and import it and make sure that it's imported properly. Checkout success is imported from, this is supposed to come from components, not from here. This is supposed to be inside here. Fine. So then save the changes. Now if I click this, if I copy this, and if I go here and where, I think here, this should come from here. Checkout success. Save the changes. Checkout success is we haven't added in the index.js file. That's the reason. Add it, copy and paste it here, and then let's say checkout success, copy it and export it defaultly from here. All right, so export checkout success imported as was not found in dot component. Where? Components, checkout success. Checkout success is not defined still. What is the file name I created? File name I created, which is checkout success. But here what I used, checkout success only. So here this is supposed to be checkout success. Save the changes. All right, so now let's go here to the checkout success page. Why it's reloading? It should go to the checkout success. Oh, sorry, this is that URL, my bad. Checkout success, and this is how that checkout page will looks like. This is how the checkout page will looks like. And let's go back here. Okay, since the function, the Firebase function is not running, that's the API and everything is not validating, so that's fine. So we are successfully navigated to the success URL and everything, it's fine. Now let's get back to the product.js. over here, product.js, we need to update this URL in the product.js. So we already have that environment variable, so let's go here and let's create the dynamic string literals and let's apply that product process.environment client URL success. Let's paste it, same thing over here, but instead of this checkout success, I'm going to remove it. So success URL is going to take this to this URL. So now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to go to cart. Okay, go to cart, and the place where we are clicking that checkout, that's the place we're gonna handle that checkout. So let's go to the cart, and where is that button, that place we are checking out? So let me start the function npm serve. Come on, npm serve. It's triggered, and now let me refresh this, so that will refresh the data. It's working. We have the cart, and we have to bring that checkout button over here. So let me bring that checkout button. So right after that total option, this is the place where we are displaying the total. So right after that total, or the entire division, this is that entire division. right after here we need to bring the total button click, and this is the function that we need to create for checkout. So let me go here and create the checkout const checkout is equals to handle checkout is equals to a callback function. Save the changes, so that will gives you the checkout button over there. So inside this handle checkout, now what we need to do is I'm going to get the data. So inside this handle checkout we need to call that checkout session through here. So I'm going to import the axios dot post, and then I'm going to use that base URL. We already exported that base URL in the API, so dollar base URL will get that base URL slash, from the base URL I'm going to use my URL which is slash API slash checkout session slash double slash not necessary API product slash create checkout session, which is coming from directly from here. All right, so then what we need to do is I'm just going to say like we need to call that checkout session, right? How we are calling over here, see, just like the same way we need to call that checkout session. So let's go here and then we need to call that checkout section. If this is successfully done, then that's going to return a response. Let's get that response. Okay, and then I'm just going to say console.log that response, and after that it's going to show and catch in case if there is any error. We're going to get that error and console.log that error, save the changes. All right, so let's go here, and if I click this create checkout, so if there is any error, no, let me click it one more time. So nothing is happening. If I go to the inspect elements console, we are getting a cart object config. So we are getting the stripe checkout data over here. See, we are getting that response. So we are getting the response status as 200, but why this it's not navigating to that page? That's the quite different issue now. We are getting the URL stripe session, so we are getting the stripe session perfectly fine. So now what we need to do is we need to redirect this. So you can see in that we are getting the data and we are getting the URL. This is the URL that we need to navigate the user to that specific. So what we need to do is here I'm just going to say if that is a response.data, then inside that you're going to have that URL object and response that to window dot location dot href equals response dot data dot URL. All right, so now we don't need this console log changes. All right, save the changes. Let me close this, and now if I click this, that will takes that user to that stripe checkout. Look at that, see, it's loaded over here. Okay, so we having that at the t-shirt, and we having that address, billing address informations and everything. All right, so now what we need to do is to all we have to do is to change this line items. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to send our own line items over there, and we're going to render our line items in that particular place. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, then so now what we need to do is all we have to do is to get our own products over here, and we need to send it to our checkout session. So let's create const data is equals, I'm going to say user object. We need to get the user object because we need to know which user plays that object. User, then we're going to send the cart completely, cart. Then we need to have the total as well, get the total, and we'll send the total as well. So this is the data that we're going to send. And right after here, I'm going to send our data over here. So data, save changes. So this data will now processed to the to our backend, to our backend over here. Where is that? Product CSS over here. So now let's go to the product.js. Now what I need to do is, all I have to do is to get this we need to get this line items. This is the line items, right? Let's cut this line items from here. Okay, so let's cut that line items from the deleted. So otherwise, let's just cut that line items. What we're gonna do is, I'm going to create inside that router itself over here, I'm going to create const. We're going to create our own line items, line underscore items. Let me do Control Z. Let me copy this object, make sure that object is exactly the same. So const your own line items is equals request, from the request dot body dot, we are sending the object in the name as, how, in the name as data. We are sending the object in the name as data. Inside the name we have the cart. Okay, inside the cart, what we have, if you go back to the, go back over there, inside the cart only, still it's loading here. Inside the cart only we have all the items and everything. So what we need to do is, we need to say request.body.data dot, okay, we need to send, we need to set the we need to get the cart data dot cart. Then inside the cart, then we need to map those details. Map, we need to get the one by one item. Then we need to open a function. Then we need to return an object. So what are the things that you need to return? So here I'm just going to say price data. So let's copy this completely from here, quantity and everything. Let's copy this. So price data, currency is going to be INR, and product data name, what is the name is going to be? Name is going to be item dot, name is going to be item dot what is that item name, product cart, and get that product name, paste it here. Then we need to send the images. Images, it should be small lowercase, then send it as an array, item dot image URL, image URL. But there is a problem with the Stripe. You can see our image URL is too big, it's having more than 500 characters. When you're trying to send this image URL to your Stripe in a metadata, Stripe metadata doesn't allow you to have more than 500 characters, right? So we need to fix this issue only if you're deploying your Firebase Cloud Function, and you need to use the URL shorten extension to shorten your URL. Then only you can integrate it with the Stripe metadata. Okay, otherwise you can't send more than one items to your Stripe. It will not allow you to send it because this Firebase URL is too big. See, it's more than 500 characters. All right, so I'll show you what exact issue I'm talking about. Then metadata, we have the metadata object. Inside this metadata object, currently we are just going to send the ID as item dot product ID. We need to send the product ID. Copy it over here. So if you want to learn about this custom line items and everything, search here for line items. If you search for line items, that will gives you the line items, like we can see. Otherwise existing customers, show over here product and prices. Otherwise Stripe checkout. Inside the Stripe checkout, you can see there are different Stripe checkout options. like adding discount, adding shipping, and collect taxes. And yeah, if you scroll down, you can see all the informations. Just go through this documentation, right? So pre-fill customer data, like otherwise create your products upfront. You can have your own products over here. See, just like this, how to create your own products from here. And there are lots of options over here. It's completely given. Just you need to go through this documentation completely. You need to go through this documentation, each and every thing one by one. Take your time and go through this documentation. And then I'm just going to give the metadata information over here, and the unit amount is going to be item dot product price. Where is that product price? This is the product price. We're going to give that product price over here, copy that product price, and we're going to multiply it star 100. Okay, so if you want to, if you want to multiply, if it is a decimal unit, if it is coming decimal unit, you can multiply it by 100 and all those things. So otherwise, if you want to keep that unit price exactly as it is, so you don't need to multiply it. Okay, in this case I'm just going to multiply it by 100, and the quantity it's going to be item dot quantity. Okay, so this is our line item. Make sure name, images, metadata, ID, product ID, unit amount, quantity, everything is exactly as supposed to be same. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to replace this line items with our line items. Okay, we need to replace this with our line items. So just send our line items over here, and the mode of payment is going to be same. Success URL, everything is same. And next what we need to do is save the changes. Let's get back here. Let's go to the cart, and now if I click checkout, that should navigate the user to that Stripe checkout session, and here you should be able to see your own products over here. Look at that, we have our own products, but now we can't see the shipping details. So let's go here and let's see how to add the shipping details. Add shipping, click here, and if you scroll down, you can see how you can add your shipping address and all those things. All right, so scroll down and go through, see, customize it, all your shipping address informations, how fast you can deliver it, in hours or in days, or all those informations, everything is there. Okay, so you can check all those informations over here. All right, in this case I'm just going to give the shipping address which I already have in my hand. So right after this, above this line items, you need to paste it. Save the changes, and now let's get back over here. Let's go to the cart item. Let's click this one more time. That will take you to that, and now you can see shipping hours, free shipping, 2 to 4 hours free. Sorry, totally sorry. And here we have that email address and the number and the field and billing address, everything is over there. Now let's fill some dummy informations. Give the name, address, address line, pin code, and the state, and let's give a random number, and let's give 4242424242. That's a dummy card information, and give some dummy CV information, and click pay. So if the process of the payment is processing, it's showing something. Okay, authentication is completed, and now see the payment is successful, and it's redirecting the user to the home page. Now if you go to your API, and if you go to the payments option, your Stripe checkout, and you can see the payment is successful. So we successfully made that payment. So now what we need to do is, all we have to do is to once the payment is successfully done, we need to store this payment order in our own database. Then we need to clear all the cart items. So that for that we need to use this webhooks. We need to use this webhooks to do all those things. So that's what we're gonna do next. All right then, so now what we need to do is, so let's go here, go to your Stripe dashboard and go to the developers menu and click the webhook. Since we successfully processing the payments is processing successfully. Now all we have to do is to go to here and click it, this test it in local environment, click it, and that will opens this. So for this, first you need to install your Stripe CLI. So click this and open it in a new tab. So please go ahead and download and install your Stripe CLI. If you're using Homebrew or Yum, macOS, Linux, Windows, so please follow these instructions to install the Stripe and log in with your Stripe. Use this command line interface to log in with your Stripe. In my case, I'm going to open my terminal. Let me bring my terminal right over here. All right, so then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to log in with my Stripe. So click this URL, click this and paste that command over here. So that will log in you inside your Stripe. So it's waiting for the authentication. So this is the application that we are using, and then click allow access. That will allow the user to access your Stripe CLI. Now we authenticated successfully over there. So let's close this. And now next what we need to do, you can see the stage is completed. Next what we need to do is we need to listen to this specific webhook that we haven't added inside our router. So what we need to do is we need to add that router. So this is that, oops, not that one. This is the one that we need to add it inside our router. All right, so what we need to do is change this to Node.js over here. This is the event that we need to add it inside. From here to here, I'm going to copy it completely, and right after this I'm going to paste it, and then I'm going to change this to router, and this is going to be express, which we haven't created. So let's create that. So const express equals we need to say require express. All right, so then what we need to do, scroll down completely, and here express.raw application.json, and let's change this to, let me make it a little bit big screen over here. Let's change this, press Ctrl D, or and then select, because you can see we have changed this to request, and change this Ctrl D, change this to response. All right, so save the changes. All right, so let me come back to the normal size screen, and now we need to listen to this Stripe. So copy this and then open the new terminal one more time. So let me bring one more terminal here. I'm just going to say paste it, but this is going to listen to your own API. It should going to listen forward to your own API. So basically you need to give your own base URL API. So let's go to the base URL. So let's get it from the base URL over here. So copy this URL. This is the URL. Copy it, paste it. Then after the app slash, let's go to the API products. So this is the API products, right? So let's go to the index from your function. Where is that function? Functions. From here, go copy this and paste it here, API slash products, then slash, you need to give your webhooks, this one, webhook. This should listen to that webhook. So basically Stripe listen forward to our local host API slash product slash webhook, this one. So once you press enter, so that will start listening to it. Okay, so now it start listening to it. All right, so then what we need to do, we just need to call this, where is that one more terminal, here, if I give this payment intent succeeded, if I trigger that payment, okay, so here it's showing some for due to some reason, for some reason I don't know why it's not validating our this webhooks, okay, because we haven't added that webhook. You can see that endpoint secret, this is our endpoint secret, webhook secret. So what we need to do is we need to keep this secretly. So copy this, and let's go to the environment variable env. So right after here we need to say as webhook underscore secret, and then put it over there. Okay, so keep it over there safely without any double quotes or single quotes. So then what we need to do is right above this const, the place where we are calling this, copy this and go to your product.js. So this is the place where we are using it. So here equals process.env dot this secret, copy this, paste it over there, save the changes and restart our server. Control C, restart our server because we updated our local environment variable. So now we have that endpoint secret, we have this endpoint secret which is loading from our environment variable. So let's trigger that one more time. Let's trigger it one more time. So let's trigger that Stripe payment one more time over here, Stripe payment. So see here, still we are not getting that value due to some reasons. It's still showing that 400, that means the post bad request error. So what we need to do is we need to make some changes over here. So I'm going to make some changes, just for try to follow me from here, because we don't know, I couldn't figure it out why exactly what's the exact reason it's not allowing the user to validate our webhook secret. It's not validating our webhook secret, so it's not taking this point. Okay, so what we need to do is so here now what we need to do, we just need to change a few settings over here. All you have to do is to let me create so here I'm just going to create if webhook, if the endpoint secret, if I have that endpoint secret, then I need to load this, all this. So let me handle the events later. Let me delete this and let me bring everything inside over here. If it doesn't have that webhook secret, I need to change these things. Okay, so now what we need to do is, so over here I'm going to create two more variables. One that is let me bring this event inside over here, and here I'm going to create two more variable. Let event type, what event type it's triggering, triggered by the Stripe payment. Then let data, okay, we're going to get the data from our request.body. Okay, inside this else part inside this else part I'm going to get the data information. So data is equals request.body dot data dot object. So that will return a data, and inside the data you will have the object, what exact object it is, like the information about the payments and everything. Then event type, we have that, so we need to get the event type. So request.body dot type, save the changes, and now copy this. In case if there is endpoint secret in future, if it is working properly, we need to get that event also. So give it over here, and instead of that we're gonna, instead of request.body, I'm going to get it from the event itself, the event object which we're having over there. Okay, in case if it is working perfectly, we need to get that one also. So that's the reason we are adding all those informations over there. Save the changes. Now right after here I'm gonna get that event type. Event type, it should be equals to checkout dot session dot complete, checkout dot session dot completed. So if you want to learn more about the checkout, if you go to the add endpoints and select the events, you can go to the checkout and you can see the checkout session completed. See, This is the event type like we are checking right now. Checkout session completed. Okay. So if this endpoint is validating, verification is done smoothly, we can easily work on this data. We don't need to worry about it, and we don't need to move on to the our custom hooks and everything. Now what we need to do is, if this is been triggering, like here, we just need to let's say console.log data, say the changes. Now let's go to your this, and let's trigger the payment option one more time. Try trigger. So now it's should. Okay, so let's still it's showing the bad request. So let's load it through our front end application. Let's go to the cart. Let's check out over here. Let's me bring this terminal and keep it over here. Checkout. All right, so it's loading. Now let me give some informations. So let's choose all the informations and let's provide the card details 4242424242 and click pay option over here. So that will process the payment. All right, so it's authenticating and its payment is successfully completed. Okay, so now if I go here, okay, still it's showing an issue only. The payment is not processing. It should get that success by now, but why the hook it's showing an issue? My bad, I forgot to comment this. Actually, we return this if condition if this endpoint is not, because we know that this endpoint secret is not validating. If this is not validating, we need to execute this else part. So I forgot to comment this. So now if you trigger this, if you execute that command, now we are getting 500. We are getting the 500 error. What is the issue? Let's go here and let's see what is the issue, as endpoint secret is not defined. So it's showing an endpoint secret is not defined. So let's keep this as over here and change this variable to let, and change this to like this. That means it's showing that this variable itself, it's not there. I'm just going to hide this one, not this endpoint secret itself. Now let's call it one more time. See, look at that, we got the 200 status over here. Okay, so this is the best success request. That means the payment is processing successfully and our webhook is listening successfully. Now what we need to do is we need to get the customer informations and we need to put that customer informations into the metadata to store the order in our custom database. So that's what we're gonna do next. All right, then, since we successfully configured our webhooks with our Stripe payment, so then what we need to do is, all you have to do is to get back to your you need to get back to our customer. We need to get the customer information. So to create a customer, what you need to do is, like if you want to create your own customer, so here if you go to the documentation and search for customer, if you search for customer, you can see the customers over here, and that will gives you the like details about informations about the customers, how to create the customers and all the informations over there. So go there and do a little bit research in the documentation and then create that informations over there. So if you want to pre-fill the customer data, this is what I'm talking about. Session, checkout session, create the customer informations and everything. If it is an existing customer, you can supply your customer ID directly over here. Okay. So in this case, we're going to create our own customer. So what I'm going to do is, so right before this line item, we're going to create our own customer. So const customer is equals await stripe dot customer dot create. We're going to create the customer. Then inside this, we're going to send the metadata information, metadata colon, open it. We're going to pass the user ID, cart informations and everything. You're going to pass the user ID, cart information. Okay. From the request.data, user object is there. So we have the cart information. So we need to send the cart over here. We need to convert this as a JSON data format so that this will convert it as a JSON string format. So we're going to create the customer with the metadata of all these informations, and we're going to send this cart item over here. So this is the place where I said metadata. Stripe allows the metadata of maximum only 500 characters, but inside our items itself, we can see that the image URL which we are having, which is more than 500. So it will not allows us to create that. It will throws an error. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so then what we need to do is, right after here, we need to send our customer ID inside our session ID. So here, line items will be added over here. Right after this line items, you need to send your customer to the customer object. We already created our customer. So dot ID, we'll send that ID and add the comma over here. So if the payment, so if the event is successfully triggered over here, instead of console logging it over here, I'm just going to say stripe dot customers dot retrieve. We're going to retrieve the data, retrieve the data of the customer. Then it will return a promise. We'll get that promise. Then we'll get that customer information from here. So I'm just going to say console.log customer, and I'm just going to say it as, let's say, customer details, then comma customer, and I'm going to say console.log, let's say data, comma data. Save the changes. So then what we need to do, we'll just go here and let's go to the cart, and over here now let's click the checkout. We are getting an issue. It's showing await stripe.create, cannot read the properties of undefined create. Why it's showing undefined? Stripe we already created, await stripe object we already created, where const customer await stripe customers, oh sorry, customers, not customer, customers. So Control J, let's go to the, keep the terminal open so that we can monitor the error. So click the checkout. Now see, it's showing an issue. What is that issue? So this is that showing the product, it's going more than 500. So the error over here is like, it will not allow us to, it's showing invalid value. So it can, that must be a string under 500 characters, only under 500 characters it can be processed. So we need to shorten this URL. See, this URL itself, it's going beyond that character. So each value should be less than 500 character. So that's the reason Stripe payment is not allowing. So to avoid this issue, what you need to do is you need to use this extension in your Firebase project. You need to use this extension. If you go to the extension tab, and there you can see shorten URL. You need to use that extension to shorten this Firebase URL. So this can be done only if you are using the paid version. So let me refresh it. It's taking some time. I don't know why. Sorry. So this can be done only if you click the explore the extension and search for shorten. This is the one I'm talking about. You need to change your plan to the what is that, the premium version. Then you need to install the shortened URL. Then you need to configure the shortened URL with the Firebase project. Then this whenever you are inserting a new object, this particular field will be shortened with maximum around 100 or 60 characters per link. So that will reduce the characters so that we can add the multiple products over here. For the time being, what we can do to rectify this situation, we can reduce the quantity over here. Reduce it. That will be reduced. Reduce this. It's taking time. And now we can reduce this. Come on. Reduce it. So now we can reduce it one more time. Reduce the quantity. Okay, so now if you try the checkout now, this will not throw an issue. This will process that checkout. Okay, so the issue, I couldn't, I tried lots and lots of possible ways to fix this issue, but I couldn't find out. The only option is you need to convert your project to the premium version. Go to the shorten URL extension and add it to your project and configure it. Then that's the only one way that we can achieve that. So here now, if I click this and if I place the order, let me fill the dummy informations. Then 4242424242444444. So let me see if I click this pay option. So that will authenticate yourself and that will pay the user details. And now you can see we have that user details and along with the customer informations and everything. See, this is that user information. And if you scroll down over here, we can see the customer details, shipping address, and all the information which is necessary for that, which we can have this information to put our details, which we can create our own order in our database. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do next. All right then, so since we successfully got our customer details informations over here, so now what we need to do is we need to create an order. So I'm going to create a separate method over here like const create order. So let me copy and paste that and then I can explain you a bit. Let me copy it and let me paste it over here. So you can see this is the cart create order which we're gonna create it, which is going to store all our informations into our own database, the place where we are. So create order, we are sending the customer information which we have in our hand, and we are sending the data which we are having in our hand, and along with that we are sending the response also. So here add one more thing, end, to avoid unwanted issue. Okay, so if you expand this, you can see what's the duty of this function. See, calling writable end method signals that no more data will be returned to the writable options to avoid unwanted issues for future. So just add this link, add this end function over there. So now we're going to create an order. So then this is the order ID that we're going to create, and this is the data I'm going to create, intent ID. We need the intent ID which is coming from your data ID. This is that ID, intent ID. Then we're going to create our own order ID. Then amount, basically this is the total amount, and created, when it's created you can get that created from here. And payment method, what is the payment method that the customer used it, so you can get that payment method from the payment method types over here. And what is the status, whether it is paid or not, and you can get the customer information from the customer details. If you go up there, you can get the customer details. Then we can get the shipping details information from the shipping details, we having this user ID from the customer object inside the customer metadata. If you go there, where is the customer, here is the customer. See, inside the customer metadata we have that user ID, and inside the metadata we have that cart information, and inside the customer metadata itself we have the total. So we added everything, and by default we are setting the status as preparing. That means we are preparing the order. So we are going to store it in the order collections orders, and we're going to create that order ID, and we're going to set this data. So once it's done, of course, we need to delete this cart item. We need to make this cart item empty. So we're going to create one more method to delete that cart item. So I just created this console log to make sure where this is going and how these details are processing and everything. So I'm going to create this, call this delete cart also. I'm going to paste it over here. So delete cart. For the delete cart, I'm getting the customer meta user ID, and then I'm sending the cart information. I'm parsing the JSON because that is a string data. Over here we having this is a string data. See, it's a string. So we need to parse that data by using json.parse, and we send the detail to the delete cart. Okay, so now we have that item as well as the user ID, and of course I'm going to delete that. I'm going to map each and every icon inside that item. I'm going to map it. If I have more than 2 items, I can map it, and I can delete that item from the products table. Okay, so make sure this cart items and the items are same. Let's scroll up a bit, and we can go up and we can figure it out. Cart items and the items both are same. So all these functions are same. Let's save these changes. If everything is working fine now, once the payment is successfully done, let's go to the checkout success now. We'll give the checkout options, fill the details, and give the numbers, and 444, click pay. Once this is done, now what will happen is the data order will be created, and the data will be successfully deleted from our database. So data is created, and now data order is not yet, data order is created, but the delete card, I think the data is not deleted. Let's go ahead and see whether Firestore database, let's see whether the order is created or not. No, the order is also not created. So why is that? So we call this create order. Create order is called over here. It's printed. It's printed the data. So let's stop this, and let's print, let's make sure console.log inside the orders, and let's copy this and let's paste it over here inside delete. Save the changes. Let's refresh this. Since the order is not created, that means of course it's not going to delete as well. So there is some mistakes. Let's refresh the changes. Let's go here and refresh the changes. Let's stop the server and rerun the server. Refresh the changes. All right, now we have the cart. Let's give a try one more time. Check out, fill the details and everything over here. Oops, this is a number, mobile number. So click the pay option. So now over here it's authenticating. It's showing inside the orders, and still it's processing. It's processed. Okay, it's coming inside the order, but the order shouldn't, it's the delete order, it should not, it's not waiting. It's not waiting, that's the problem. But we already created as the await option over here. So what we need to do, let's try it one more time. Why it's not waiting? So every time it is authenticating, I'm not sure why it's authenticating, because when I'm practicing it was not happening like that. It's delaying that time over there. Click the pay option. So now see that authenticating inside the orders, and we are getting some errors. See, inside the orders we get the details, and it's inside the delete, and it's deleted the order. And if you go to your, and you can see the cart is empty now. And if you go here, if you go to the Firestore database, click the Firestore database and refresh this, you should be able to see your orders. You can see the orders, and the cart items is deleted because our cart is now empty. See, our cart is now empty, and inside the orders you can see all the informations which you want to see, like basically the the amount, what is the amount, customer details, and the item details, and the payment method, and the shipping address. So we successfully stored our details in the orders database, and as well as we made the payment successful also. So the next thing what we need to do is to create the orders and to display the orders inside the admin dashboard, and as the same way the user can able to see the orders as well. So let's go ahead and create that. All right then, so now what we need to do, let's go to our DB orders, where it is over here. So now we need to customize our DB order, that means the dashboard admin orders page. So this is the page that we need to customize. So far everything is empty over here, so let's go ahead and customize everything. So first what we need to do is we need to fetch the orders, whatever we have in our table orders. We need to fetch this completely. So let's go ahead and write the code to fetch that. Let's go to the products.js. So right after here, I'm going to create a route to fetch all those orders and everything. Just like the same way, what we're going to do, we're going to replace these stuffs. So let's go ahead and where is the products? Let's go here, gear, search for the products, the place where we fetched every single product. Here we go. So let's copy this completely and scroll down at the end. So this is for orders route. So place it over here, and let's keep this as orders/orders, and this is going to come from the table which is orders. All right, so change this table name as orders. So we're gonna get it, and we're gonna send this detail exactly as the same way. So save the changes. So now this is the route that helps the user to fetch the complete details from the orders. So just make sure this is orders and the collection name and orders. The rest everything we don't need to change everything. All right, so let's go to the DB orders, that means the database orders. So let's finish the design everything. So what we need to do over here, this is the orders. So let's get the data first, and then we'll move on to the design. So currently inside the DB we don't have the orders actions also. Let's go to our DB context. Yeah, over here context, let's create one more actions, that is orders action.js, and to the reducer, let's go here, orders reducer.js. all right, so let's go to the orders.action. So inside the orders.action, as the same way, what we're going to do, we're going to get create two functions. One is for setting and another one is for getting. So let's do the same thing, just like the same way what we did previously. Set orders, just like the same way. For setting the orders, we're going to set the data inside, and we're going to set the order as the type like this. Then we're going to send the data. For get orders, we don't need any methods or any data methods. So just we're going to send the receive the data from the database, so from our data store. All right, so this is the orders action, and orders reducer is just like the same way. What we're going to do, all we have to do is to create the order reducer. So let's go ahead and create the order reducer. So order reducer, we can keep it as orders reducer equals, we're going to send the state. Initially the state value is going to be a null value, state is going to null. Then we're going to send the action inside the function and an arrow function, open it, then switch. We're going to say action dot type. We are sending the type object from the actions over here, type object. So we're going to send the type, and let's open it, and then we're going to send the cases and everything. Let's copy the cases and we'll put it over here, case objects. Okay, so these are the cases that we're going to send: set orders, get orders, and the default state. And at last, what we need to do, we need to export this default, export default orders reducer. So we need to export this defaultly. Okay, all right then. So since our order states and everything is created, now let's go to the index.js inside the reducers folder. Let's connect our orders over here. So here, orders colon orders reducer. All right, so now the entire page will be refreshed. Here we go. So it's successfully refreshed, and since we have all our details and everything, home, we have our products counts and everything, perfect. So now we have all the informations inside our data stores. Okay, all users, cart and everything, user information, everything is there. Fine. So now we have the orders actions and everything. Now what we need to do is, let's go to the API. So from the API, we need to create an API to call the orders actions. So what we need to do, we need to create a method to get all the orders. All right, so let's go here and scroll down at the end. What we need to do is, we need to get all the orders. So this is the place where we are getting all the cart items. So let's copy that and let's paste it here, just like this. We're gonna change this to orders, and this is going to be orders. And of course, since this is for our database or our dashboard, so we don't need to pass any user ID or anything. Just this is enough, /orders is enough, and the rest is like, it will gives you the details. Okay, so let's go ahead. Orders, what is the orders product? Where is the product? Let's search for the products. Here it is, and this is the place where we are sending the data, response to the data. So let's get it that the same way. So we are sending the data. This is the data object which comes from which will come from your Axios. Okay then, so now let's check this out whether it is working perfectly or not. Let's go to our DB orders, where it is, oh my goodness, DB orders, there we go. So let's use the one second. All right, so now what we need to do is, let's go here, let's get the cart orders from our state from here over here. So then what we need to do, we need to import this. Let's import this. All right, so now let's go to the use effect. Let's get the use effect and make sure that is imported. And here what I'm going to do is, this use effect should run only if I don't have the orders in our state. If I don't have orders over here, I need to execute that API. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get all the orders. So get all orders, which is coming from our API. Then this is going to return a promise, which is basically going to be our data. And what I need to do is, I need to dispatch this orders to there. So const dispatch equals use dispatch. All right, so then what we're going to do, I'm just going to say dispatch this orders to our set orders, which is coming from our orders action, and supply the data into it. Save the changes. Now if this is working everything fine, Let's go here, and now we can see we have the orders inside our orders actions in our data store. Now all we have to do is to build the UI components to display all the orders over here. So that's what we're going to do next. Okay, then since we successfully fetched the orders from the orders collections from our Firestore, and it's successfully pushed to our data store over here. We have the orders details completely over here. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to build exactly the orders view for the dashboard first. So let's go ahead and build that. So I'm just going to change this to class name, and it's going to be flex item. Everything should be aligned in the center, and justify center both horizontally and vertically. It should be center, and flex direction, it's going to be column. And from the padding top, I'm going to move it a little bit higher, and it should take the complete width, and the gap between each and every object should be 4. All right, so now let's look at over here. So then what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to verify if there is orders. If there is orders, then I need to render something. If there is no orders, then I need to render something. So if orders, it will render this. If there is no orders, this will render this h1 tag, and I'm just going to say class 1, and let's say txt text hyphen, and let's say 50, let's say 72 pixels, and let's say text heading color and font size bold, and let's say no data. All right, so here we go. So since we have the orders in our hand, okay, so if I give it like if not orders, let's say, let's change this condition manually. Now you can see it shows no data, because of course we do have the orders. So if we have the orders here, I need to render the components, what exactly I need to render and everything. So that's what we're going to do now. Okay, so what we need to do is, so basically I'm going to create one more component, because we're going to use the same component for our we're going to use the exact same component for our client end also. It should work perfectly for our client end also. So let's do that. Let's create the component. Let me close the context and expand the component over here. Let's say orders data.jsx, and let's say rafce, save the changes, and inside the index.js, I'm gonna say copy and paste this. I'm going to change this to orders data, and I'm going to export this as orders data, save the changes. And now what we need to do, let me go here, and let me go to the, we don't need this main app.js, header.js, just keep the db orders. Let's go to the db orders. So over here, what I'm going to do is, if we have the orders, then I'm just going to say orders dot map, open it. I'm going to get the item one by one, and I'm going to render a component, not a normal function. It's going to be a component, so render it. So along with this item, I'm going to get the index as well, comma index. All right, so now what I need to do, I need to bring the orders data over here. So this is going to be rendered from the components, and this is going to be an object, orders data, and the key is going to be the index, and the index, it's going to be our I, and the data, it's going to be our item. These are the properties that we need to create inside our orders. So let's copy this, and let's go here, let's expand it, paste it, then data, save changes, and save the changes as well as over here. Now we can see we have two orders, 2 times the orders data. That's the reason is because the order items which we are using, it's like we have only 2 different items over there. Since if it is an admin dashboard, we need to displays everything. So I'm just going to say admin. If it is admin, I'm going to send the object as true. Okay, so here I'm going to get that admin. Oops, not like this. going to get the app, save the changes. Let's get to the orders data and let's customize each and every layer one by one. So that's what we're going to do next. All right then, so now what we need to do is, so let me import the motion. All right, then what we need to do is, like, we need to change this to motion division. So let me delete this completely. I'm going to say motion.div, and I'm going to use the dot stagger fade in fade out, and I'm going to supply the index inside it, index. All right, so then we're gonna say this is a class name, and let me enable the word wrap for this. All right, so here equals, so what the thing we're gonna supply is basically, so we need to make it width full. Of course, it's going to take the complete width, so let's make this as a width full. Then flex, and flex, everything is going to be in a column direction, and item, everything should be aligned in the top of it, so item start, and justify also start, and the padding both left and right is going to be 3, and top and bottom it's going to be 2, and of course it's going to have some border, so border, and the position, it's going to be a relative position, and the border color is going to be gray 200, or let's say gray 300. Fine. Then BG, it's going to be light overlay, and I'm just going to say drop shadow empty, and then rounded empty, and gap between each and every object inside that it's going to be 4. So that is some mistakes. Why? What's the mistakes? Class name, I don't think so. That is a mistake over here. Why we are getting this error? Save changes. Oh, okay. The problem is over here. That's the issue. All right. So now we can see we have this two card over here, and we can supply this key over here as index itself. Since we already supplied the key over there, anyways, this will not throw you an error. It's not necessary because we already given the key for the orders data over here, which is rendering over there. So it's not necessary to give the key over there also. So then now what we need to do is, let's see. So what we need to do is we need to bring the top sections of the order item. We need to get the top section of the order item. So what we're gonna do is, I'm just going to create a division, one more division over here. All right, that's going to be a div, and inside this div, I'm going to bring one h1 tag, and that h1 tag is going to say orders. And for that we're going to have a very specific styles. So just like as usual, which we followed in the previous components, like text, Excel, heading, color, and font, semibold. Now you can see the orders over there. So right after the h1 tag, now what we need to do is, I'm going to create one more division, and inside this division I'm going to bring one paragraph, and which is going to display the total colon. Then we need to bring the currency sign and everything. So we need to bring that currency sign. So high currency rupee slash. So this is not supposed to come from here. This is supposed to come from /assets folder /icons. All right. So right after here, now what we need to do, I'm going to bring a span tag, and inside this span tag I'm going to display the total. So that is coming from our data object dot total. Let's use the semicolon to dot question mark dot total. So now you can see that the total over there. So since it's showing in that way, so we need to customize this. So let's add the flex for this division. For this division, we need to add the flex, item center, and gap, and 4. And for the paragraph tag, of course, we're going to add the flex and the text color and everything. So here we need to add this style. Okay. And for this span tag, we need to make it to give some text color and everything. So for that span tag, we add some, let's color something. And for that currency icon, we're going to change the color of the currency icon. So class name and supply that. So now it's looking in a different color. All right. So then after this paragraph, what I need to do is I need to bring the status. So I'm just going to create one more paragraph and I'm going to display the data question mark dot status, because this is an object is coming from our, you can see this is an object which is coming from your orders tab itself. If you expand this, you can see that we do have the status and everything. See status. So now what we're going to do is, so I'm just going to say the status. If the if that status is paid already, okay, so we just need to display the preparing, cancel, because of course everything is going to be paid. We are already getting paid only. So I'm just going to change, give some classic styles for this paragraph tag, just like this. We are going to add some padding and we're going to change the background color, everything as a green color. So just like the same way over here, see, look at that, just like that. Then what I need to do is I'm going to say paragraph tag. So here I'm going to get the status, whether the order is preparing or cancelled or cooking, still cooking. So I'm going to display that data.sts status. So add the question mark over here for conditional rendering. Now still it's showing preparing. So in the styles class name, I'm going to use the dynamic string literals because we need to change the color according to the status what we have. Okay, so the default styles, let's write the default styles. So text base, that's a common for everything, and font semi bold, and capitalize it, and we're going to add some border as well, border, and border, let's say grade 300. All right, so then px2 py, we just need py 2 pixels, so py 2 pixels, then rounded empty. So these are some common styles. So now what we need to do is we need to render some conditional rendering over here. So I'm just going to say conditional rendering, enter. So here if the data.sts status is equals to preparing, if it is equals to preparing, and if it is equal to that, I'm just going to say text orange 400. All right, or I'm gonna check one more condition, or enter. Let's copy this and paste it one more time and two more time. So here if the status is cancelled, so let's change this to cancelled. If it is changed, if it is equals to cancelled, then I'm going to display the color as red over here because we cancelled it. And if the status is equals to delivered, then I'm going to change this to emerald, that's a green color. So save the changes. So that's how the style will looks like. Okay, so this is how the style will looks like, and I'm going to add some okay, so this is how these are the statuses that we are displaying, right? So along with this, I'm just going to say bg orange 200, say the changes like that, or 100, let's say it as 100 itself, 100. That's pretty much enough. So let's copy this and let's give it over here as well, and let's give it over here as well. Instead of orange, this is going to be red, and instead of orange, this is going to be emerald. Save the changes. All right, so now what we need to do after this paragraph, I'm going to display the admin control. If it is admin, if admin, that is true, then I need to render all these components. Okay, so here I'm just going to say a division, and that division is going to have a class name, and that is going to be flex item center, and justify center, and gap between everything is going to be 2. And inside here I'm going to bring a button. Basically we're gonna mark this status like pending or whatever it is, whether the status is equals to as preparing or cancelled or whatever it is. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that, I'm going to paste it. So since the motion, let me copy it completely, so copy it and paste it. So we need to get this button click. Okay, so we have that order ID, so we need to call this method. So let's go here, and I'm just going to say const handle click equals, open the bracket. Okay, and inside that method what we are sending 2 different parameters. Okay, we are sending the order ID and as well as order ID, and as well as the status, what exact status that we are receiving. Or whenever I'm clicking, I'm sending the order ID and I'm sending the status preparing. Okay, save the changes. So now it looks like that. Then what we need to do is, all I have to do is to copy this after here, change this to cancelled, and change this orange to red, and change this to exactly the same thing over here. Preparing, change this to cancelled, and over here instead of preparing, let's change this to delivered. Copy this and change it over here as well, and change this to emerald. Save the changes. Now we have these 3 different buttons over there. All right, so whenever you click it, these functions will be triggered. All right, these functions will be triggered. And now what we need to do is, since the successfully the things, everything is displayed in the top section, this is our top section, and right after here we need to create one more division, which is basically going to be the second most layer, and this is going to take the complete length of the bottommost layer. All right, so then what we need to do, inside here I'm going to create a division div, and that division is going to have the complete flex options, which is exactly the same option what we used to have for every single division. Flex item center, justify center, gap 4. And inside here I'm going to render those items, which is exactly the items that the user purchased. So inside the data object we have the items object. If you go here and if you go through it, you can see that it's having the items object. Expand it and you have this item sections, and inside the item sections you having all the options and everything, image URL, quantity and everything. You have all those options. All right, items, here we have one more. Inside the items we have that. Okay, so we have that option. So if there is a data.items, and if the data.items.map, open it, we'll get the item as well as the index. Then let's keep this index as j, and let's open the arrow function, enter. Here I'm just going to bring that motion.div, and let's say that stagger fade in, and let's apply the j, and key is equals j. Save the changes. And inside here now what we need to do is we need to supply the, copy it, and let's keep this as stagger. That's fine. So let's give some class name, save the changes, and now inside here we're gonna bring that image. So let's bring that image inside, copy it and paste it. So I'm going to get that item image URL, width and height, object fit, content, and everything. It's going to be same. And now you can see we have that image over there. So since we have that image, and right after that, we're going to bring the quantity and everything, the price and everything. So after this, I'm going to create a division, and where it's going to display the flex item center text column, and it's going to display the product name, and it's going to display the quantity and the product price over there, just like this. This is an entire division, and this is one paragraph, and this is one division. Inside the division, we have one paragraph, and we have another one paragraph which is having this icon and as well as the text, just like here. All right. So now what we need to do is, so right after that section, right after here, which is inside the same bottommost section, we need to bring the address details. So let's create one more division, and that division is going to occupy the complete width. Okay, and that's going to occupy the complete width. So for mobile screen, it's going to take the complete width, and for the medium screen, from the medium screen onwards, it's going to take only 460 pixels. So inside here, I'm going to bring the shipment details to whom we are shipping it. All right, to whom we are shipping it. Save the changes, because we're having the shipping details.name from there. So then what we're going to do is, we're going to get the customer email and the phone number right after that. We need to display that. Then right after that, we need to display the complete shipping information, address line 1, 2, 3, phone number, and everything over here. You can find all the object which is we packed it through the shipping details over here. See, which came from our intent object. Address detail is there, and you can see the intent ID. Everything is over. Save the changes, and now you can see we have that object over here. So this is finally working perfectly as it's supposed to be. The UI mockup, everything is done. Now what we need to do is, we need to change this action. Whenever I click preparing, this should be updated to preparing. Cancel, this should change to cancel. So that's what we're going to do next. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, then, since we successfully finished that UI mockup and everything, let's go ahead and handle the event which we have to do it now. All right, so what we're going to do is, to do this, first we need to go to the products.js, and we need to update the order by using the order ID. So let's go to our products.js. Let me close this one, and let me go to this products.js. So right after here, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to update the order status. We're going to update the order status. So let me copy, paste it over here, just like this, and let me explain what exactly the code is going to do. We are passing the post URL, and the URL route is going to be order update order, and I'm passing the order ID in the URL, and we are getting that order ID through the record query parameter. We are getting the status, what exact status it is, cancelled or deliver or all those things. And I'm going to update the orders table, which exactly matching this order IDs, the specific order ID. And I'm going to update the status object, which is exactly the same object what we are trying to update. You can see we have the same object inside the orders as the name as status. Where is it? Here, status, STS. We are trying to update this status. All right, so this will work perfectly as it's supposed to be. So save the changes, and now let's get back to the orders data. And now we need to go to our API. So let's open our API over here. And now what we need to do is, we need to send the order ID, and we need to send the status in the query parameter like this. Order status, we need to send the order ID and the STS status, and this is the basic route, and this is that order route we created, and we are passing the order ID, and we are not passing any data to our backend, so that's why the data is going to be null. But we are passing some parameters, which is, I'm sending the status in the name as STS. Okay, that will return the data. This is the response data. In that, we're gonna have the data object as well, because we are returning two objects, success and data. So now what we need to do is, let's go to the orders data, DB orders data over here, and inside here I'm just going to say update orders status. So inside this update order status, we need to send two different information. One is your order ID, and another one is the status, which I'm trying to pass it to the method. Then it will return a promise and we'll get the response. Then I need to get all the orders. I need to update it, because whenever the status is updating, again we need to update our cart items. So let's say get all orders. I think this is the one. Yeah, get all order, and that is going to return. Let me copy it from here. Get all order, copy, and get all order, paste it. Fine. And dispatch set orders, and of course we need the dispatch as well. So const dispatch equals use dispatch. All right, so let me save the changes. All right, so here we go. So now let's check it out. So let's go to the Firebase google.com, go to console, and let's go to the full stack app over here, and let's go to the Firestore database over here, and let's go to the orders. Let me open this one, and what is the status? It's showing preparing. Let me cancel this. If I click this, it's loading. Look at that, it's changed, it's working. Now if I go here, and you can see the order is cancelled here. If I want to make it again preparing, if I click the preparing, it's executed, and you get that it changed. See, it's again preparing. So since we successfully changed the active status and everything, now what we need to do, if we are loading this in the front end, if I go here, and here if I click the orders, we need to go to the user orders, and we need to display that user orders over here. So when we are displaying that, we need to display only the orders which belongs to this user, and we are not supposed to display the admin privileges and everything. So that's what we're gonna do next. All right then, so let's get back to our app.js. So let's go here and scroll to our main app.js for our client. This is the main app.js. So this is the place where we're gonna create this route, user routes, these user orders. So let me copy it. So if that route is equals to, this specific path is equals to /user orders, then I'm going to create an element which is not yet created. So let's go here, let's go to the components folder, and let's create the folder as users orders.jsx RAFCE, and let's go to the index.js. Let me copy this and paste it, and let's change this to users orders, and copy this and paste it here. Save the changes, and let's come back here, save the changes, and let's go here, and let's bring that user order, save the changes. All right, so make sure that is imported inside the components. All right, it's rendered over here. So now if the user clicks the orders, so that should taking us to the user orders, right? But why it's not working? It is supposed to take us to the user orders. So app.js, we created the user orders. It's supposed to render this component, user orders. So let's go to home route, refresh it. It's validating the details. We got our ID and everything. Go to the orders, and here we go. Now we are in the orders page. All right, so now what we need to do is, so here we need to bring exactly the same as in the main component. Let's get back to the main.js over here, and let me gonna copy this completely, copy, and I'm going to paste it over here, paste it. But I don't need this cart, I don't need this filter section, I don't need this this one, and I don't need this home section. All I need to display this header and this should be changed to dot slash components, and this should be like this. Fine, let's save the changes, and now we have our header component over here, and inside this division, now what we need to do is all we have to bring our orders, user orders. So for that, what I'm going to do is first I need to get the orders from the we need to get the orders from our state, which is using the use selector, and of course I need the user detail as well. So let me fetch the user detail as well. Like this, we have the user details and the orders. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create use state snippet. I'm going to get the user data. Let's say user data or user orders. We can keep it as user orders. Then initially the state value is going to be null. All right, initially the state value is going to be null. All right, so then what we're going to do is we're going to get the use effect, open it, and use this dependency injection, and inside here and inside there, now we need to bring that user orders details and everything. All right, so here over here I'm going to write an if condition. If I don't have an orders, that means if the user trying to refresh this page directly from the orders itself, we need to get the orders information. So of course, let's go to the orders data and let's get all this information from here. Let's get back here. So we need to get all orders imported, and we need to say set orders imported, and of course we need to get that dispatch object as well. So let's go here, copy it and paste it over here. Let's import this use dispatch as well. All right, so then what we need to do is, if we already do have this orders, I need to say set user orders, set the state value as orders dot filter. I'm gonna filter that array by using, so if that orders have the data out, then orders have the data inside, filter the data, get the data, and if the data dot user ID. So let's go here, expand the orders. We do have the orders as null. Let's go here, and now let's go here, dashboard orders. Why we are getting no orders? Yeah, here we go, we have the orders now. It's taking some time. Fine, let's go back to the orders, and now we should have some orders information in our hand. So here inside the orders details, we can see we have this user ID. Copy that user ID. The data.user ID should be equals to the logged in user ID. User dot, if you go to the user object, you will have that user ID over here. Copy this and supply that. So if the data dot user ID, which is equals to the logged in our user ID, then we need to set it to our user orders. Save the changes. All right, and now we have this user orders over here. And now if you go here, right after dispatching, after here, I need to use the same method. So copy this, because even if the order is not there, also we need to set the user orders. We need to filter it and we need to set it. But instead of using orders data, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. All right, so I'm just going to say I will get the data from the this orders, we'll get the orders detail, then we use that data information to filter it. All right, so save these changes. That's not showing any issues so far. So right after here, what we need to do is, so we need to give this user effect should be re-render every time whenever there is a changes in the orders. So right after here, I'm gonna bring where is that DB orders. I'm just going to copy this, copy it, and I'm going to paste it over here. Then I'm just going to supply this user orders instead of this orders, and I'm just going to condition render it. Let's say if user orders then do this. All right. Otherwise, we just need to say no data. I'm just going to bring that DB orders and I'm going to copy this, copy it, and I'm going to be here and I'm just going to replace this. If we have the user orders, render it, otherwise render this. Save the changes, and we have an error over here which is not imported order data, and since this is not an admin, so false. Save the changes, and now look at that, we have our orders details over here. So now the user can able to see the order status over here, what is exactly his order has been going on. So let me go here, and if I go to the dashboard, if I go to the orders, currently if I change this order to delivered, that is changing the status over here as a deliver. And if I go back here and if I go to the orders status, and you can see the status is delivered. So now we have successfully changed the orders in the admin, and it's reflected in as the user panel itself. Since this user is the same user who placed this both orders, that's the reason it's showing over here. Otherwise it will not show this information. All right, so let's go here and sign it out, and let me sign in once again, and let me sign in with a different email address over here. Let me use this one. It's loading. All right, so let's go here to orders. Currently it's still having this orders information, but the user details is not matching. But if it is not matching, it's supposed to display this information, right? It's supposed to display the H1 like no data, but why it's not displaying then? Not sure why it's not displaying. If it is, then this is supposed to be rendered inside this fragments. Let's keep it inside this fragments, then we will render it. Otherwise we will render this one. All right, so you might notice here it's having some issues. If the user is different, we are not supposed to display these dashboards and all those things. So next one, what we need to do, we need to fix these bugs and everything. So that's what we're gonna do next. Okay then, so now let's check, since we already signed in with a different user account, but still it's not showing the details. It's not filtering the records. So I think the problem, it might be because here also it's data object, and here also inside this parameter is also data object. So maybe it might be confused. I think so. So let's change this to as an item and change it over here as well as item. Save the changes and let's refresh it. When you're refreshing, it's showing that no data over here, but it's disappearing. Let me go here and inspect it. And if I go to the console, we are getting two different errors. See, it's showing us cannot read the properties of user ID. So the reason it's not, doesn't have the user object yet. So use the question mark here and here as well. So save the changes. All right, so let's refresh it one more time, and we are getting an empty object. If I go to the orders table, and here we do have the orders, but since the user object is not validating, I'm not sure why it's not validating. If the user orders is there, we are just filtering it. If the data.user ID, we'll get that data.user ID orders. This is the order. If this user ID that user ID should equals to user dot user ID. If this is equals to this, then it will be filtered out. Let's console log it so that we can able to understand it. Let me copy this And right after here, let me console.log it, save changes, right click, inspect elements, console, and we are getting the arrays at 0 only. All right. If the user orders dot length greater than 0, all right, look at that. Now it's displaying, because since it's displaying the array as 0, that means it's returning an empty array. But that's the reason we are getting the length at 0. So since we are getting the length as a 0, so that means we don't have any elements inside the array. So if it is greater than 0, that means you are having a detail, then we are displaying it. If you don't have, simply display it as a no data. So instead of simply displaying it as a no data, you can use some SVGs or anything else to display it, to make it look much more attractive. All right, so now what we need to do is, in the header you can see this dashboard is not supposed to be displayed for the normal user. So we need to display this for only for our admin. So let's sign it out, and let's go here and let's get the this admin email ID over here, and let's open to the header.jsx, and write the place where this is the place where we are getting the dashboard. Right, this is the place that we are getting the dashboard. So let's go here and go to the user object and copy this user ID, copy this, and let me go to our environment variable over here. So this place, in this place, I'm going to create on React user ID. Basically, this is my user ID. You can see. Okay, so here, let's go here, user object and user ID. This is the user ID. Let me copy it and let me replace this one. All right, save changes. Now what we need to do is, this should be restarted. So to make sure, whenever you're making any changes in the environment variable, restart your client server. So this will be restarted, and let's go to the header.jsx. So inside the header.jsx, now what I need to do is, I need to display this menu option only if the user ID is equals to this, to that client ID which we created over here, this React admin ID. So let's go to the header.jsx. So this should be rendered only if the user.user ID is equals to this React admin ID, then we need to render this. Otherwise, we are not supposed to render this. Save the changes. Now it will be rendered. The reason is because he's the admin. If I sign it out, and if I go to the sign in with Google one more time, if I go here, all right, and now we can see it doesn't show the orders, and the cart is also updated. It's because that that is not his item, so it's updated, and this dashboard is also not showing. And if he is going to the orders, we are getting an error. What is that error we are getting? Console cannot read the properties of length. Of course, if you go to the user orders, this, it's not yet there, so you need to render it by conditionally. So conditional rendering. All right, so let's get back here and let's refresh this. It's loading and it's loading, it's loading and it's loading. We got some data, and let me reduce the console. Okay, still we are getting somewhere we are using this key object. We failed to give the key object, that's warning, so let's ignore it, no issues. Let's go to the orders tab, and still we are getting orders cannot be null where you are trying to filter it. Okay, here we are trying to print it, so let me delete that console log. Look at that. Now we are getting the details. It's showing us no data, right? So we successfully finished every single options. So I hope you enjoyed this complete project, and if you having any questions, feel free to contact me through the discussion tab. All right, and leave your questions over there. I will help you out as much as I can.